These disciplines are seen as incorrigibly complicit with the range of afflictions plaguing modern societies and their inhabitants. In defiance of European philosophy's long-standing, deeply entrenched aversion to the hard sciences perceived as diametrically opposed, inassimilable adversaries, the hour has arrived for philosophical materialism to storm the gates of these sciences. Whether the scientists themselves are aware of it or not, their fields have been primed by them to receive the inscription of a portrait of human subjectivity whose first glimmerings already are to be glimpsed in a 15th-century ode inaugurating Renaissance humanism. The life sciences are no longer the enemy of the dignity Pico della Mirandola lyrically and lavishly praises. However wittingly or unwittingly, they have become its ally, the very ground for a scientifically informed materialism incorporating the radical humanism, maybe even superhumanism, of Sartrean-style atheist existentialism. Both humanists and materialists have every reason to be unshakably confident. The future definitely is ours. Spirit is a quark. Quantum physics with Žižek. The ongoing debate between Žižek and me, at least as I perceive it, pivots around the question of how to situate materialism, on the one hand, in relation to naturalism and the sciences, on the other hand. Whatever our disagreements, we hold a number of commitments in common, including a fidelity to certain aspects and versions of a robust, ambitious Hegelianism. Thanks to these common commitments, my criticisms of Žižek tend to be immanent, rather than external, ones. This tendency will continue to prevail here too. Whereas the previous chapter focused largely on the link, or lack thereof, between materialism and naturalism, this chapter addresses the relationship, between materialism and the natural sciences. I understand naturalism as a term for all those philosophical perspectives according to which nature, varyingly construed depending on the specific view in question, is a crucial, foundational dimension of philosophy and its assorted explanations of pertinent structures and phenomena. As seen, chapter, Žižek and I have our differences about precisely how naturalism ought to be envisioned. As will be seen below, we also prioritize different natural sciences as the privileged partner of a contemporary, transcendental, materialism, quantum physics for Žižek and biology for me. In what follows, I will both problematize Žižek's philosophical annexations of quantum physics through an immanent critique of them on the basis of Žižekian principles as well as justify my favoring of the life sciences in connection with a materialist theory of subjectivity, with Žižek and I jointly pursuing such a theory. At the current juncture of our conversation, I find myself facing Žižek's modified redeployment of his previous appropriations of quantum physics elaborated elsewhere. These appropriations are elaborated primarily in the third and final chapter of his book The Indivisible Remainder, an essay on Schelling and related matters, a chapter entitled Quantum Physics with Lacan. Contra my transcendental materialist concern with tying a carefully qualified quasi-naturalist theory of subjectivity partially to life scientific foundations, he now argues that the physics of the unimaginably small, instead of the biology of comparatively much larger mid-sized beings and processes, can and should play a singularly special anchoring role in relation to a viable account of the subject as conceived at the intersection of German idealist philosophy, Freudian Lacanian psychoanalysis, and the natural sciences of today. According to my immanent critique to be laid out below, Žižek's mode of recourse to quantum physics not only is questionable on general philosophical grounds, it also is awkwardly at odds with the distinctive core tenets of his fundamental ontology. The peak of this self-subverting irony is the fact that the theoretical form of his extensions of quantum physics as a universal economy qua ubiquitous, all-encompassing structural nexus, one capable of covering human subjects, among many other bigger than subatomic things, is in unsustainable tension with the ontological content he claims to find divulged within this same branch of physics, i.e., being itself as detotalized and inconsistent. After replying directly to Žižek's newest addition to our back and forth, I will return to his earlier uses, and, arguably, abuses, of quantum physics, especially as contained in Quantum Physics with Lacan, so as to reassess his materialist deployments of natural science in relation to his contemporary positions taken in the context of our still unfolding debate. Before problematizing quantum physics with Žižek then, and now, I will begin by summarizing and commenting on Žižek's most recent response to me. Therein, he gets well and truly underway thus. Today, the scientific discovery which needs philosophical rethinking is quantum physics. How are we to interpret its ontological implications and avoid the double trap of superficial pragmatic empiricism and obscurantist idealism? Mind creates reality. Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism has to be thoroughly rewritten. The first thing to do is to abandon the old naive notion of the existence of fully constituted material reality as the sole true reality outside our minds. Spirit is a quark. This reality is all and, as such, relying on the overlooked exception of its transcendental constitution. The minimal definition of materialism hinges on the admission of a gap between what Schelling called existence and ground of existence. Prior to fully existent reality, there is a chaotic non-all proto-reality, a pre-ontological virtual fluctuation of not yet fully constituted real. This pre-ontological real is what Badiou calls pure multiplicity, in contrast to the level of appearances, which is the level of reality constituted by the transcendental horizon of a world. I certainly agree that the past centuries' worth of advances in theoretical physics demand ample additional intellectual labor on the part of philosophers, especially continentalists typically averse to the mathematical and the scientific. However, I take issue with the here, namely, with the assertion that a single sub-branch of the natural sciences enjoys a unique privilege for philosophical reflection of a materialist kind. My objection to this is not merely a minor complaint resting on nothing more than the underlining of the simple fact that there are many other scientific disciplines and domains besides quantum physics. A contention central to my reply to Žižek in this particular installment of our extended exchange is that his manner of privileging this one science is incompatible with the fundaments of his ontology and corresponding conception of subjectivity. The second half of the preceding quotation amounts to a restatement by Žižek of his basic ontological Weltanschauung. Mixing Schellingen, Lacanian, and Badiewian terms, he speaks of the real Grund of a logos eluding zero-level presupposed by ontology, a ground that is, in itself, a detotalized, ununified jumble of heterogeneous pluralities and proliferations. Incidentally, Badiou would reject Žižek's equation of the inconsistent multiplicities of being qua being with quantum physical structures and dynamics. For the former, his set theoretic ontology of l'être and tant que être is put forward as different in kind from any and every ontic discipline bearing upon determinate beings, including mathematized physics, with its applied, instead of pure, mathematics. However, I am supportive of Žižek's healthy materialist impulse to root his ontology partially in scientific soil. Elsewhere, I cast doubt upon whether Badiou, in light of proclaiming himself to be an ardent materialist, can rely upon a Heideggerian understanding of ontological difference licensing an unqualified, non-dialectical denial of their being. Any potential ontological implications flowing from the empirical, experimental sciences. But, I believe that Žižek is insufficiently careful in moving between scientific and ontological dimensions on this occasion. One of the axioms of Žižek's ontology is a philosophical generalization, an appropriation and redeployment, of Lacan's dictum according to which, the big other does not exist, le grand autre n'existe pas. Within the most minimal of its strata, being is, for Žižek, the barred real of a non-all not one, to put it in hybrid Lacanian Badiewian locution. Or, in other words borrowed from Žižek's German idealist inspirers, the primal Grund of reality is the groundlessness of an ungrund, an abyssal vortex of out-of-sync entities and forces saturated with antagonisms, conflicts, gaps, negativities, and so on. From a Žižekian standpoint, any portrayal of existence as ultimately governed by a cosmic order, whether above or below, responsible for a harmonious coordination and integration of the entirety of existent objects and occurrences is tantamount to positing the one-all of a big other, for example, a godlike nature with a capital N as a whole sustaining homogeneous substance or bundle of eternal universal laws. Although his ontology forbids such a posit, Žižek is at risk of violating this very prohibition through the ways in which he mobilizes quantum physics. This danger of self-contradiction will become increasingly clear and evident shortly. In his reply to me, Žižek soon proceeds to spell out some of what is required of a scientifically informed materialism. He declares, in its effort to grasp reality independently of me, mathematized science erases me out of reality, i.e., it ignores, not the transcendental way I constitute reality, but, the way I am part of this reality. The true question is therefore, how do I, as the site where reality appears to itself, emerge in objective reality, or, more pointedly, how can the universe of meaning arise in the meaningless real? As materialists, we should take into account two criteria that an adequate answer should meet. The answer should be really materialist, with no spiritualist cheating. One should accept that the ordinary mechanistic materialist notion of objective reality will not do the job. I endorse almost everything said in these remarks, including the two stipulated criteria. But, looking at this passage in its surrounding context, I want to resist and call into question the move. Spirit is a quark. Of tethering a materialist philosophical account of the genesis of subjectivity to an interpretation of quantum physics. To state the problem bluntly, Žižek, in flirting with the making of this move, teeters on the brink of falling into either reductive or analogical modes of thinking, both equally incompatible with the true systematic core of his interwoven ontology and theory of the subject. The twin pitfalls of the reductive and the analogical, to be delineated further momentarily, are both opened up by Žižek's rather un-Žižekian apparent elevation of quantum physics to the status of an ontological master matrix covering a massive range of being scales, and not just this specific science's proper disciplinary domain limited to the tiny universes of the extremely small. In his response to me, Žižek makes ground zero quantum materialization ex nihilo, creation arising from the nothingness of a vacuum or void, epitomize everything from the being of Heidegger's fundamental ontology to drives as per Freudian Lacanian psychoanalysis, the death drive first and foremost, and the delicate art of fierce socio-political struggle. With reference to the energetics of quantum systems, he asserts, this is why there is something and not nothing, because, energetically, something is cheaper than nothing. Having formulated this abstract ontological principle of economy on the basis of quantum physics, he then leaps into the psychical realm of analytic metapsychology, maintaining apropos the Todestrieb that the paradox of the death drive is thus strictly homologous to that of the Higgs field. From the standpoint of libidinal economy, it is cheaper for the system to repeatedly traverse the circle of drive than to stay at absolute rest. I am of the opinion that Žižek's repeated exercises, here and elsewhere, in employing models taken from theoretical physics so as to elucidate aspects of Lacan's teachings are pedagogically brilliant and amazingly illuminating for anyone interested in grasping key Lacanian concepts. But, however productively suggestive these cross-disciplinary comparisons might be, using homologies resting on broad, vague notions of cheapness and energy to facilitate effortless movement between the economies of the ontological, the natural, the libidinal, and the political seems as though it leads right back to the old onto-theological vision of being as an organic whole of smoothly enmeshed microcosms and macrocosms, a seamless, and chained continuum of recurring patterns embedded within each other in a fractal-like fashion. Succinctly stated, Žižek's sweeping generalization of the natural economy of quantum physics courts the peril of a regressive return to the one-all of a big other supposedly dismantled and banned by Žižekian ontology. Moreover, it brings him into the dubious intellectual company of the Roger Penrose who proposes a quantum physicalist theory of mind. The potential for Žižek inadvertently falling into reductivism already should be obvious by now. His selection of quantum physics in particular as the singularly privileged scientific terrain for renewed materialist speculation heightens the chances of stumbling into this theoretical dead end. Many philosophical materialisms that see themselves as rooted in the hard sciences embrace monistic ontologies. Such monisms dictate that, when all is said and done, Each and every level and layer of entities and events is expressive of nothing more than whatever the present best physics of the smallest identified constituents of material reality hypothesizes regarding the purportedly ultimate building blocks of incarnate being. Everything boils down to matter at its most minimal, or, pointing back to Robert Boyle's 17th century corpuscular and mechanical philosophy, one could speak of boiling down. A pre-Kantian, pre-Hegelian, and Spinozistic-style subject squashing determinism, anathema to a Zizek-inspired proponent of subjects' irreducible autonomy, is only a step or two away, if that. The choice of quantum physics as providing all-purpose cognitive maps for even the biggest and broadest tiers of existence carries with it this sort of unwanted baggage. Additionally, apart from the philosophical fact that reductivism's monism is fundamentally incompatible with Zizekian ontology despite Zizek's evidently unrestricted, freewheeling extensions of explanatory constructs peculiar to the quantum kingdom of the very small, empirical and experimental constraints, particularly temporal and computational limitations, thwart any efforts whatsoever to carry out an exhaustively thorough reduction of the mid-sized structures and dynamics of human scale. Reality to the unimaginably minuscule teeming multitudes of quantum objects and processes. A quantum-based reductivism is in practice impossible to substantiate, condemned to remain a topic of empty speculation straining in the direction of an intangible mirage of a profoundly harmonious universal arrangement of being and beings as a great chain. As for the status of the analogies Zizek proposes between quantum and other phenomena, these probably are not grounded on anything resembling the monistic reductivism remarked upon. Spirit is a quark. Immediately above. Although I perceive Zizek's reliance on physics as luring him into the shady neighborhood of these types of scientistic ontologies, I am confident that, self-consciously faced with the looming prospect of this proximity, he would promptly flee from such neighbors by adamantly reaffirming his investment in a one-less ontology of not whole being devoid of overarching or undergirding big others of whatever kind. However, this would be for Zizek to appeal to the same ontology I consider him as compromising his allegiance to through his analogical deployments of bits and pieces borrowed from quantum physics. As I have argued in other texts, the elaboration of a science-shaped materialist ontology of an other-lacking barred real is better served by something along the lines of philosopher of science Nancy Cartwright's theoretical landscape of a dappled world, with Cartwright quite effectively casting a number of weighty doubts, both philosophical and scientific, on the presumed pride of place enjoyed in the eyes of many philosophers, Zizek clearly included, and scientists by the quantum level. Physics of the microcosmic. But, if Zizek's quantum analogies are meant to be taken as rather looser homologies, this looseness is entailed by them not resting upon presupposed material continuities licensing, at least in principle, strict explanatory reductions of the larger to the smaller. Then several significant questions must be asked and answered. Ontologically speaking, what, if any, hypothesized material forces and factors license comparisons connecting things subatomic to realities well above the threshold of the atomic? Epistemologically speaking, how can one know whether discerned resemblances prompting the drawing of analogies are really more than arbitrarily selected or created abstract patterns imaginatively superimposed upon the designated referents thus compared? Methodologically speaking, what principles and restrictions guide constructing certain analogies and not others? Zizek leaves queries of this sort unanswered. Unless and until he furnishes ontological, epistemological, and methodological justifications in support of his philosophical appropriations of quantum physics, they will remain somewhat suspect. Given Zizek's Hegelianism in all its distinctiveness, a Hegelian problematization of his recourse to physics indeed would count as a far from insignificant immanent critique, and, to be mentioned as an aside, Hegel's thinking from his Jena period onward suggests that the only criticisms worth advancing are immanent ones. A door is opened for a Hegelian reply on my part when Zizek muses. What if we transpose ontological difference, the difference between entities and the nothingness of the ontological horizon of their disclosure, into the thing in itself, and, conceive it as the ontological incompleteness of reality, as quantum physics implicates? What if we posit that things in themselves emerge against the background of the void or nothingness, the way this void is conceived in quantum physics, as the void which is not just a negative void, but the void portent of all possible reality? This is the only truly consequent transcendental materialism which is possible after the Kantian transcendental idealism. For a true dialectician, the ultimate mystery is not why is there something instead of nothing, but why is there nothing instead of something? How is it that, the more we analyze reality, the more we found a void? Žižek's speculative extrapolation from quantum physics to fundamental ontology might qualify, on a certain construal, as one truly consequent transcendental materialism, and, with this phrase, he signals that my own position is in the crosshairs at this moment, but I disagree that it is the only version of this materialist stance. In addition to me arguing that Žižek is driven into formulating his specific ontological framework starting first from a particular theory of the subject articulated at the intersection of German idealist philosophy and Lacanian analytic metapsychology, the subtitle of Žižek's ontology is a transcendental materialist theory of subjectivity. What I am getting at is that the genesis of the something of material being from the nothing of the immaterial void, and the persisting subsistence of the latter within the former, is one thing, the surfacing of subjects out of this thus generated existent reality is another thing entirely. If Žižek intends for his abstract formal generalizations of quantum physical phenomena to cover the issue of subjectivity, among a swarm of other issues, then he must supply sound materialist arguments, which I strongly believe cannot be supplied, to the effect that subatomic processes can and do resurface directly at scales of materiality, i.e., those at which it is appropriate to speak of minded agents, well above the threshold of the atomic. In other words, he would have to explain how and why quantum-level dynamics are not thoroughly diluted, transmuted, and/or effectively screened. Spirit is a quark. Out at larger-sized levels of material reality. To echo the famous assessment of phrenology in Hegel's Phenomenology, the short circuit of an infinite judgment along the lines of spirit is a quark would require supplementation by significant interpretive contortions and counterintuitive acrobatics so as to amount to more than the inelegant category mistake of an indefensible reduction or analogy. An example of such speculative contortions and acrobatics is Hegel's interpretive dance with the phrenological judgment spirit is a bone, a performance greatly appreciated by Žižek and his close colleague Mladen Dola. Furthermore, the addition of such supplements would carry one far beyond the circumscribed confines of the proper epistemological and ontological jurisdictions of quantum physics itself. Žižek refers countless times to Hegel's insistence, in the awe-inspiring preface to the Phenomenology, on the, post-Spinoza, anti-Schelling, necessity of grasping and expressing the true, not only as substance, but equally as subject, das war nicht als Substanz, sondern ebensis als Subjekt aufzufassen und auszudrücken. Transcendental materialism, at least as I conceive it, strives to formulate a rigorously materialist and scientifically responsible delineation of the emergence of, in Hegel's, spiritual subjectivity from natural substance. Incidentally, in the preceding block quotation, Žižek invokes the idea of emergence, and he, like me, knows full well of this notion word's Archimedean position in the theorizations of various life scientists who exhibit spontaneous dialectical materialist sensibilities. What is more, the life scientific paradigm of strong emergentism consistent with the dialectics of both Hegelianism and Marxism blocks anything like quantum physicalist reductivism and/or the grand outre of an ubiquitous natural economy of singular universality. At other times, Žižek refers to biology and its branches in his independent and distinct efforts, from which I have benefited enormously and drawn much inspiration, to outline a narrative recounting those explosive events in which autonomous subjects spring into being out of heteronymous matter. In sympathy with Malibu's Hegel-catalyzed and biologically oriented endeavors, her superb book The Future of Hegel is understandably one of Žižek's favorite pieces of Hegelian scholarship, along with Beatrice Longuenist's Hegel's Critique of Metaphysics and Gerard Lerber's La Patience du Concept. He sometimes devotes himself to a project dear to Malibu and me as well, assembling what could be characterized fairly as a modified, updated reconstruction of the real philosophical transition, within the systematic parameters of Hegel's encyclopedia, from the organics of the philosophy of nature to the anthropology of the philosophy of mind. Given this shared Hegelian project, I feel compelled to propose a twist different from a reversal Žižek proposes when he says, for a true dialectician, the ultimate mystery is not why is there something instead of nothing, but why is there nothing instead of something. The twist is this: for a Hegel-indebted transcendental materialist, insofar as a theory of subjectivity is essential to transcendental materialism, the really crucial enigma is how does the nothingness of the cogito-like subject as dollar emerge from the something of material substance, s. This is my favored question and, from time to time, Žižek's likewise. Moreover, it is the key Hegelian query for any materialist ontology aiming to think the subject as immanently transcending its substantial base as both originary ground and enduring milieu of being. Before revisiting Žižek's first sustained engagement with quantum physics, I should add a few final clarifications with respect to his most recent reply to me. My manners of responding to him by no means are meant to announce an uncompromising resistance on my part to his appropriations of quantum physics, with their sparkling, promising nuances. Admittedly, I lack the expertise in physics and mathematics to assess with complete confidence the accuracy and validity of select aspects of Žižek's quantum musings. Nonetheless, as hinted earlier, I am wholeheartedly in favor of his inclination partially to ground materialism on natural scientific bases. This is by contrast with the tendencies either of a caricatured Hegelian hyper-rationalist panlogism or Badiou's persisting dependence upon the Heideggerian distinction between the ontological and the ontic. From a dizzying high-altitude vantage point surveying such basic, ground-zero categories and concepts as being and nothing, Žižek is 100% correct that any philosophical materialism genuinely worthy of the title cannot rightly avoid a sober intellectual reckoning with quantum physics. A genuine materialism also must reckon with whatever further developments unfurl themselves in this scientific realm of the micro and the minuscule, for example, string theory if and when it satisfactorily consolidates its scientific standing. But, if such a materialism is both to be authentically dialectical as well as to include a non-reductive account of a more spirit is a quark, then material subject emergent from nothing more than material substance, then a detailed speculative engagement with biology over and above physics alone is absolutely requisite. Furthermore, in fidelity to a Žižekian ontology of an other-less, barred real of non-all/not one material being, I will continue to stick to an emergentist orientation, coupled with a Cartwrightian nomological pluralism, an orientation according to which, simply put, the structures and dynamics of biological realities are ontologically as well as epistemologically irreducible to those of physics, especially the physics of the extremely small. A materialist fundamental ontology of the genesis of being by itself might be able to rest content with quantum physics as the sole chosen source of scientific resources for its thinking. But, a viable transcendental materialist theory of subjectivity needs much more than can be extracted and extrapolated from this lone source, particularly if it eschews dependence on the shaky scaffoldings afforded by the big other of a natural economy. Keeping all of the above in mind, Žižek's prior reflections on quantum physics in the indivisible remainder reveal some noteworthy facets, especially with the benefit of present hindsight. Schelling's Freiheitsschrift in particular, this text is animated by a desire philosophically to synthesize the apparent opposites of a Spinoza-style system of deterministic natural necessity with a post-Kantian conception of the irreducible spiritual autonomy of free, self-determining subjectivity, is a key source of inspiration for Žižek in his book and elsewhere. Avowedly inspired by Schelling, Žižek intends to repeat this later Schellingian synthesizing gesture through a theoretical reinterpretation of quantum physical experiments and phenomena. To be more precise, Žižek utilizes quantum physics so as to destabilize and undermine, on a scientific basis, images of nature typically taken for granted and assumed to be valid in various versions of the distinction between, on the one hand, the natural, and, on the other hand, and in the parlance of German idealism, the spiritual, i.e., the more than natural as autonomous, cultural, historical, social, etc. He explains. Quantum physics calls into question not the specificity of man, his exceptional position with regard to nature, but, rather, the very notion of nature implied by the standard philosophical formulation of the gap between nature and man, as well as by the New Age assertion of a deeper harmony between nature and man, the notion of nature as a closed, balanced universe, regulated by some underlying law or rule. True anthropomorphism resides in the notion of nature tacitly assumed by those who oppose man to nature, nature as a circular return of the same, as the determinist kingdom of inexorable natural laws, or, more in accordance with New Age sensitivity, nature as a harmonious, balanced whole of cosmic forces derailed by man's hubris, his pathological arrogance. What is to be deconstructed is this very notion of nature, the features we refer to in order to emphasize man's unique status, the constitutive imbalance, the out of joint, on account of which man is an unnatural creature, nature sick unto death, must somehow already be at work in nature itself, although, as Schelling would have put it, in another, lower power, in the mathematical sense of the term. Readers familiar with the full sweep of Žižek's over readily will recognize in this passage a number of thematic threads and trajectories of speculation, not to mention polemical refrains, regularly recurring in texts after the indivisible remainder up through his most recent publications. Considering my precise aims here, I will bypass in what follows many of these motifs and theses so as to retain sharpness of focus. Žižek, short-circuiting the abyss between the very small and the very large, a yawning chasm that has yet to be closed, or even bridged, within physics itself, proceeds in the rest of quantum physics with Lacan to lay claim to a quantum physical license for an ontological narrative according to which the existence of the entire universe testifies to a moment of creation sparked by, as he puts it in this quotation, a constitutive imbalance, namely, some global pathological disturbed balance. A broken symmetry, a fundamental disturbance or lost balance. On this basis, he concludes, there is no balanced, self-enclosed nature to be thrown out of joint by man's hubris, a conclusion with, among other ramifications, obvious ideological political implications, especially vis-a-vis ecology and biopower. Althusser's aleatory materialism of the encounter is invoked as a notable precursor of this view. In addition to insisting on the primacy of imbalance/asymmetry over balance/symmetry, Žižek, via quantum physics, also launches a theoretical line of argumentation resurfacing in his writings of the past few years. This line is adopted in pointed opposition to Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism. Therein, Lenin, spirit is a quark, rails against allegedly idealist, i.e., anti-materialist, philosophical employments of then cutting-edge physics according to which matter, as dense, hefty, solid stuff, has disappeared. By contrast, Žižek, in both the indivisible remainder and, for instance, organs without bodies and the parallax view, maintains that the sole legitimate type of materialism today must be one which joyously affirms the disappearance of matter, the becoming immaterial of matter itself as per theoretical physics, in which macro-level sensory perceptual imaginings of tangible material bodies are rendered null and void and replaced by dematerialized, impossible to picture waves/particles, vibrating strings, and the like. The upshot of the preceding is that, for Žižek, the only nature that exists is dramatically different from the vast majority of standard, traditional envisionings of it by scientists and non-scientists alike. These envisionings usually represent nature as a harmonious, unified, and exhaustively self-coherent whole of a one-all, the omnipresent lawful order of an inescapable big other. Whatever there is of the natural, it is nothing more than a lone expanse of an otherless barred real, an unbearably light being, in other words, an ontological immanence in which a countless multitude of fragmentary, ephemeral beings come and go with no overarching or underlying governing order centrally controlling this detotalized expanse. although, in solidarity with Žižek, I too affirm a version of this, so to speak, materialist and science-shaped denaturalization of nature, a la a naturalist dismantling of nature with a capital N. I am ill at ease with his appeals to quantum physics as the scientific cornerstone for a materialist ontology accommodating within itself a non-reductive model of autonomous subjectivity. My discomfort arises for two reasons. First, as I maintained earlier in responding to Žižek's reply to me in the current round of our debate, his transubstantiation of quantum physics into a catch-all structural web of constellations and patterns applicable across the entire size spectrum of existence, up to and including not only human subjects, but even the universe as a non-whole, amounts to a performative contradiction. How so? He reintroduces the supposedly banished one-all of a big other in the formal guise of a natural economy generalized precisely from the discipline he holds up as entailing the scientific debunking of any and every version of material nature as a totalized, self-integrated whole. Žižek's pointing at Schelling's concept of powers potens and likewise is symptomatic of this insofar as the Schellingian philosophies of identity and nature, in which this concept features centrally, are what lead Hegel to quip famously and scathingly about the former's absolute as a night in which all cows are black. My second reason for discomfort is that, as I have argued many times elsewhere on combined Hegelian and biological grounds, a reliance upon quantum physics for a thoroughly materialist account of free subjects is neither necessary. This is because of such life scientific resources as emergentism, neuroplasticity, and epigenetics, all of which break with the deterministic and monistic naturalism of mechanistic/non-dialectical materialisms, nor even remotely feasible, as I observed a while ago. Here, insurmountable practical limitations having to do with time and number crunching power thwart in advance attempts at drawing reductive links that would substantiate parallels between quantum worlds and those in which living and human beings dwell. Arguably, Žižek's move of going all the way down to the tiny microcosms of quantum realms creates more disturbing difficulties than it resolves and puts to rest. Furthermore, in light of the fact that the scientific disciplines most directly and pressingly relevant to materialist investigations addressing minded subjective agents, i.e., such biological fields as the neurosciences, genetics, and evolutionary theory, have spontaneously on their own come to problematize the same renditions of nature Žižek seeks to dissolve with the help of a theoretical physics at a dauntingly massive distance from human-scale reality, this difficulty-fraught Žižekian move perhaps is better left to the side, if only as the set-aside leftover of an Occam's razor. Quite interestingly, the indivisible remainder draws to a close with a set of remarks anticipating a number of my above-voiced objections. At the end of Quantum Physics with Lacan, Žižek spells out some consequences of his preceding efforts to highlight a series of striking similarities between features of Lacan's conception of the subject as parlatre, i.e., speaking being, socio-symbolic creature of language, and crucial aspects of quantum entities and events, albeit in line with a realist reading of physics opposed to well-known anti-realist subjective idealist and/or socio-linguistic constructivist interpretations of quantum-level science. He observes, "Spirit is a quark. In the strange phenomena of the quantum universe, the human spirit as it were encounters itself outside itself, in the guise of its uncanny double. Quantum processes are closer to the human universe of language than anything one finds in nature, in the standard meaning of the term, yet this very closeness, i.e., the fact that they seem to imitate those very features which, according to the common understanding of the gap that separates nature from man, define the differentia specifica of the human universe, makes them incomparably stranger than anything one encounters in nature. There can be little doubt that, in this context, Žižek has in mind the specifically Schellingian definition of the uncanny, the one catching Freud's attention and which the latter psychoanalytically paraphrases as something which ought to have remained hidden but has come to light and associates with the disturbing, unsettling figure of the doppelganger. In the senseless mathematized realm of quantum beings and happenings, a weird domain superficially seeming utterly alien from the human standpoint of sense, as both perception and meaning, one is taken by surprise, more precisely, one is startled to find oneself face to face with an ensemble of altogether unexpected resemblances, i.e., an uncanny double, something in nature more than nature itself, to paraphrase the Lacan of the 11th seminar, as a part of nature eerily mirroring more than natural/denaturalized subjectivity. Hegel's absolute idealism, with its objective realism, likely lurks around the edges of these musings as a supporting frame. Having implicitly waved at psychoanalysis through alluding to the Schelingen Freudian Unheimlich, Žižek immediately proceeds to up the analytic ante. He does so with an eye to a type of reticence apropos his manner of mobilizing quantum physics, resonating with some of my reservations articulated earlier. Is not all we have developed hitherto, however, just a set of metaphors and superficial analogies which are simply not binding? To this criticism, which imposes itself with a self-evident persuasiveness, one can provide a precise answer: the irresistible urge to denounce the homologies between the quantum universe and the symbolic order as external analogies with no firm foundation, or, at least, as mere metaphors, is itself an expression and/or effect of the traditional philosophical attitude which compels us to maintain an insurmountable distance between nature and the symbolic universe, prohibiting any incestuous contact between the two domains. The final paragraph following immediately on the heels of this penultimate paragraph concludes the indivisible remainder with a forceful reiteration of the claim that quantum physics vindicates Schelling's thesis, according to which human freedom is an eruptive upsurge, an abrupt resurfacing, of the unruly, always already past real of Grund within the tamed and domesticated present reality of existence. This claim rests on a one-to-one correspondence between the Schelingen ground and the quantum universe, on the one hand, and Schelingen existence and larger than subatomic realms, on the other. That said, I want to close this chapter by answering head-on Žižek's diagnosis of critics of his annexations of quantum physics as philosophical neurotics, namely, thinkers hampered by Oedipal incest issues around Mother Nature. To begin with, and without reiterating the multiple criticisms I have already made here that cannot be so easily dismissed in this brusque analytic fashion, Žižek's retort might hit other targets, but it definitely misses me. Why? As should be quite evident, I share with Žižek the desire to overcome the resistances to materialist philosophical engagements with the sciences stubbornly raised again and again by the many species of anti-naturalism, with their suspicions of and hostility to all things scientific, not to mention their underlying nature-spirit ontological dualism, however avowed or disavowed. We concur that a materialist account of the subject requires thinking the Hegelian dialectical style unity in difference/difference in unity of natural substance and spiritual subjectivity. We differ in our ways and means of going about this intellectual task. To operate once again as an immanent critic, I am tempted to hijack Žižek's criterion of uncanniness, for him and on the basis of psychoanalytic, rather than philosophical, standards of evidence. The effect of uncanniness aroused by his quantum considerations is a symptom testifying to the truth of these speculations, and turn it into an additional justification for my insistence that biology, rather than physics, is the key scientific territory for the struggles of today's theoretical materialists. For the sake of clarity and to head off any potential confusions or misunderstandings at this juncture, my privileging of biology over physics rests on two spirit is a quark claims. First, in practice, an empirical scientific substantiation of hypothesized reductions of the biological to the quantum physical is impossible due to limits of time and computational power, as I have observed here already. Second, in principle, this holds if one affirms, as I do, the sorts of philosophical principles at the core of the ontology and theory of subjectivity Žižek constructs at the intersection of German idealism and Lacanian psychoanalysis. One should not posit a profound continuity between the biological and the quantum physical. Rather, a science-influenced materialism of an otherless barred real and the subjects genetically arising out of this not one/non-all plane ought to push one into philosophically hypothesizing that the epistemological limit of the gap of irreducibility between biology and physics is, in truth, more than a mere impossibility internal to subjects' practical ability to know. Instead, this impossibility is directly revelatory of a really existing ontological gap, an actual difference in kind, between the physical and the biological. Kant and Hegel insist on this in terms of identifying teleological, self-organizing structures and dynamics as the distinguishing features of organisms over and above other material bodies. And, by my lights, a systematic, consistent with himself Žižek likewise ultimately would have to abandon his quantum musings so as to stay faithful to his underlying Hegelian-Lacanian fundamental ontology. I also would add that the relevance of biology to reflections on human beings as minded subjects is as solidly established at the empirical scientific level as reasonably could be demanded, whereas the links, if any there are, between quantum physics and theories of thinking subjectivity, however fascinating and intriguing, have thus far remained a matter of pure, and, as in the case of Penrose, controversial and discredited, speculation and nothing more. If the uncanny is in effect symptomatic of shocking convergence of phenomena apparently opposed to each other as familiarly near/proximate and foreignly far/distant, then the becoming unfamiliar of the biological portrait of human beings, a la the radical, subversive transformation of the long outdated image of nature commonly associated with life scientific renditions of human nature, ought to provoke a sense of uncanniness at least as strong and perturbing as the one Žižek alleges arises from an appreciation of select structural isomorphisms between symbolic subjective and quantum logics. For example, the dysfunctional, conflict-ridden, and kludge-like configuration of the haphazardly evolved human central nervous system, along with the permeating socio-linguistic mediation of body and brain transpiring via epigenetic and neuroplastic conduits, are biological findings presenting a picture of subjects' material substratums, i.e., their natural bodies, clashing markedly with a plethora of ideology-laden scientistic caricatures of humanity prevalent and popular in the contemporary societies of biopolitical late capitalism. What could be more unnerving than an incestuous confrontation with a nature so close to home, i.e., one's own body as Heimlich, as the skin in which one feels oneself to be at home, hitherto presumably so recognizable as one's own, that nonetheless suddenly has morphed into something dramatically different and unsuspected? What would it be like, as it were, to wake up one day to the realization that who one took all along to be one's mother, nature, never was, that this figure was, at best, an impostor living on under the cover of the masquerade of a case of mistaken identity? Even worse, what if one couldn't disown and escape from this always excessively close doppelganger in you more than yourself? Separating oneself from one's own physical body arguably is not really possible, once the mask was off and the ruse was up. Whether viewed psychoanalytically or otherwise, a new materialist incursion into the life sciences in the spirit, if not the letter, of Engels' dialectics of nature, political as well as philosophical stakes hang in the balance of this, has a chance to summon forth the powers of das Unheimlich, hopefully for the better. Part 3. Transcendental. Materialisms. Significant others. Psychoanalysis, science, and religion. Life terminable and interminable. Hagelund and the afterlife of the afterlife. From the religion of survival to the survival of religion, the difficulties of atheism. Martin Hagelund is another contemporary thinker who I consider to be a significant other of transcendental materialism. He shares with Žižek and me investments in a number of specific coordinates of reference: German idealism, psychoanalysis, post-war French philosophy, as well as theories of drive, desire, time, religion, and atheism. However, Hagelund's orientation to these matters is significantly inflected by a notable difference, or, I could say, difference. He is fundamentally committed to a certain version of Derridean deconstruction. In fact, Jacques Derrida's oeuvre arguably provides the foundational building blocks of Hagelund's approaches to the just mentioned range of issues he addresses that likewise are of concern to the transcendental materialism of Žižek and myself, a materialism strongly preferring, amongst post-war French thinkers, Lacan over Derrida. In this chapter and the one to follow, I will formulate objections of primarily Lacanian inspiration to Hegelundian radical atheism and its corresponding chronolobidinal alternative to psychoanalytic accounts of the relations between temporal and desiring life. Lacan's interview with Italian journalists in Rome, entitled The Triumph of Religion, implicitly addresses what has come to appear, with the benefit of hindsight, as a failure of vision on Freud's part. In his text The Future of an Illusion, one of the greatest manifestos of atheism in history, the founder of psychoanalysis predicts the inevitable demise of religion, allegedly doomed to wither away in the face of the steadily accelerating advances of the sciences. In accordance with the well-established Enlightenment narrative, Freud has faith that the progress of knowledge is bound to drive an increasing secularization of human societies through its relentless insistence on propagating the desacralizing insights of reason. By the time Lacan gives his interview in Rome, and this has become ever more evident since then, religion obviously seems to be continuing to enjoy a vibrant afterlife on the world stage in the wake of the Enlightenment emergence of the naturalist and materialist discourses integral to the scientific Weltanschauung. Indeed, the potent forces of modernizing techniques and technologies, fueled by the massive economic energies unleashed by capitalism, have continued to prove themselves to be powerless to liquidate thoroughly the specters of idealisms, spiritualisms, and the isms. Simply put, the problem with the atheism Freud anticipates and celebrates is that it severely underestimates the resilience and persistence of religiosity. Borrowing the title from Oscar Pfister's article responding to The Future of an Illusion, one could fault Freud for succumbing to the illusion of a future. When asked how he explains the triumph of religion over psychoanalysis, Lacan, speaking with an acute awareness of post-Freudian history's resounding verdict regarding Freud's prophecy, responds, if psychoanalysis will not triumph over religion, it is that religion is eternally tireless, increastivable. Psychoanalysis will not triumph, it will survive or not. Associating from Lacan's recourse here to notions of eternity and survival to Hegelund's tour de force manifesto pleading for a radical atheism inspired by the philosophy of Derrida, one might be led to ask whether and how religion will survive in the shadow of Derridean Hegelundian analyses concerning the very concept of survival itself. Without spending too much precious time recapitulating the main lines of argumentation of Hegelund's book in the form of an exegetical summary, suffice it to note a few of its key ideas focused on by the reflections to follow in this response to his work. Hegelund defines radical atheism through contrasting it with familiar varieties of traditional atheism. The latter negates the existence of the divine and everything connected with it, immortality, indestructibility, fullness, flawlessness, etc., without calling into question whether everything whose existence it denies is desirable. Such pre-Derridean atheism simply takes it for granted that those things vanishing with the renunciation of the transcendent beyond of an unscathed afterlife obviously are prima facie desirable. By contrast, Derridean Hegelundian radical atheism not only negates what traditional atheism negates, it even contests the assumed desirability of the ostensible paradise lost produced by the denials of traditional atheism, thereby refusing perpetually to wallow in the pathetic pathos of a position stuck forever pining after disappeared gods and withdrawn heavens. The slogan of radical atheism, apropos the lack jointly posited by both traditional atheism and its religious opponents, specifically, a lack in this material world of a wholly immune eternal life, might be the hopeful declaration that you have nothing to lose but this loss itself. In several significant ways, Hegelund offers readers a chance to reject melancholic atheism as a depressing, self-deceiving Dasein hankering after an elsewhere modeled on false promises of stagnant, lifeless security and stability. Hegelund goes so far as to invoke a law of survival brooking absolutely no exceptions whatsoever. Viewed from Hegelund's perspective, nobody can or does ever really desire everlasting life as timeless, unchanging being. Rather, the lively kinesis of temporal survival, i.e., living on in time, and not the deathly stasis of atemporal immortality, is what all desires, without exception, truly desire. One of the justifications for this surprising assertion is the argument that everlasting life is a contradiction in terms. This is due to the essential temporality of life rendering the insatiable thirst for more life, often, represented as a craving for an eternal life transcending time, a yearning for remaining open to the perpetually renewed alterity of time à venir, with the incalculable numbers of dangers and risks this openness to futurity necessarily and unavoidably entails. Ultimately, Hagelund's case for radical atheism rests on a theory of desire, hence the relevance of bringing psychoanalysis into this discussion. He directly avows this in stating that radical atheism proceeds from the argument that everything that can be desired is mortal in its essence. Or, as he reiterates a few pages later, the radically atheist argument is that one cannot want absolute immunity and that it has never been the aim of desire. But, regardless of whether Hagelund is justified in maintaining that what looks to be a desire for immortality is, in truth, a desire for survival in the strict Derridean sense, it is certainly undeniable that neither traditional theists nor their equally traditional atheist adversaries, i.e., the vast bulk of humanity past and present, experience their desire as such. The least one can say along these lines, Hagelund acknowledges this, is that the fiction of the infiniteness of a transcendent immortality, and not the fact of the finitude of an imminent survival, is an enduring mirage which, in its misleading guises, attracts humanity's hopes and aspirations. One does not have to be a practicing psychoanalyst steeped in intricate and subtle metapsychological conceptualizations of unconscious fantasy life to know that illusions are not without an influence on desire. Similarly, time spent between the four walls of the clinical consulting room is not requisite for grasping that desire is far from reasonable, willing, and able to be downright unreasonable. Thus, any comprehensive, faithful account of desire cannot be limited to external critical assessments of its object, dismissing the illusions shaping desire itself as mere illusions qua ineffective epiphenomena, as unreal by virtue of being irrational when measured by the standards of directed, self-conscious reasoning. One could surmise that this is an aspect of what Lacan is getting at when he warns analysts that desire must be taken literally, namely, at its word as well as to its letter. In this vein, Hagelund notes, a radical atheism cannot simply denounce messianic hope as an illusion. Rather, it must show that messianic hope does not stem from a hope for immortality, the positive infinity of eternity, but from a hope for survival, the negative infinity of time. However, at this precise juncture, questions proliferate, even if messianic hope, as an apparent wishing for the saving grace of deliverance from mortal time, can be shown fundamentally somehow to stem from the Derridean Hagelundian hope for survival. Does such a demonstration prove that the passion for salvation is wholly reducible to its finite ground or origin, the ultra-transcendental source from which it stems? What does it mean to claim that a desire does not genuinely desire what it takes itself to desire? Are there crucial differences between an atheism, be it traditional or radical, embraced consciously and one internalized unconsciously? Is the unconscious discovered by Freudian psychoanalysis capable of digesting radical atheism? Has this unconscious ever been radically atheist? Will it ever be? Freud claims that humanity eventually will become atheist. Hagelund claims that humanity always has been atheist. Freud's prediction has failed the test of subsequent history, at least thus far at first glance. Hagelund's thesis has yet to be as thoroughly tested. Its unpredictable, unforeseeable tomorrows await it. For the sake of contributing to what hopefully will be the long and prosperous future of radical atheism, my response to Hagelund's theses will put forward a set of three interlinked proposals, i.e., criticism/counter-arguments, to be defended below. To begin with, the problem with radical atheism is not that it is unreasonable, warranting critique due to certain defects or shortcomings in the reasoning supporting it. On the contrary, from a psychoanalytic standpoint, it is too reasonable. Ironically enough, although professional philosophers frequently accuse Derrida of indulging in anything but philosophy by engaging in something, whatever it is, that is purportedly beneath the proper dignity of authentic, respectable philosophy, Hagelund's Derrida turns out to be too much of a philosopher for psychoanalysis, a comparable, Related irony is that Derridean thought displays the armchair philosopher's penchant for challenging psychoanalytic hypotheses, hypotheses informed by far from purely theoretical endeavors, with a priori assertions without firm anchoring in any sort of empirical and/or practical discipline apart from the rarefied textual and ideational ethers in which the philosophical tradition has moved comfortably since its inception in ancient Greece. Despite deconstruction supposedly eschewing classical, bivalent logic by questioning the law of non-contradiction as the fundamental principle on which this logic is based, many of the manners in which Hagelund argues for a radically atheist vision of desire exhibit reasoning impeccable by the standards of classical logic. One imagines that logic professors would be quite pleased with the argumentative acumen displayed by Hagelund's writing. If, as Freud adamantly insists, the unconscious thinks in fashions utterly different than consciousness, the former disregards the rules of bivalent logic and linear chronology generally adhered to by the latter, then can Hagelund reason his way to conclusions about the real nature of unconscious desire, conclusions maintaining that the desire for immortality unknowingly is a desire for survival, using premises chained together according to the conventions of the logic molding conscious cognition. Hagelund's reasoning is too reasonable for the unconscious, his logic too logical. One might remark that he is much too clever for both the unconscious as well as the bulk of people believing themselves to desire things Hagelund valiantly tries to prove they cannot desire and never have desired. He seeks to force rational constraints upon desire that desire, as generated and sustained in part by unconscious processes, tends to ignore, for better or worse. This is not to be denounced and dismissed as a failure of desire. To be true to itself by not experiencing itself as radically atheist. Instead, it is to be diagnosed as a failure of radical atheism to take stock of how and why desire fails to experience itself as radically atheist. There are precise metapsychological reasons for these failures. A second and related line of counterargumentation to be formulated is that, judged by the standards of the classical logic on which much of his reasoning rests, Hagelund employs a false dilemma affecting the very core of his radically atheist theory of desire. The mutually exclusive, either/or opposition he thrusts forward between life and death, the former is equated with living on as the time of mortal survival, while the latter is associated with eternity as possible only through the cadaverizing cancellation of life, serves as the basis for his claim that desire always fantasizes about having more, mortal, time, rather than, as with an immortal, no time, and, hence, no life, given the equation of being alive with being in time, since there cannot even in principle be anything that is exempt from temporal finitude. Departing from Hagelund's related characterization of temporal life as infinite finitude, a third possibility in excess of the bivalent binary distinction between mortal life and immortal death is thinkable, the finite infiniteness of undeath a la the horror fiction category of the undead as neither alive nor dead in the standard senses of these terms. Žižek, among others, effectively utilizes this fictional category in elucidating the fundamental psychoanalytic concepts of drive-trieb and repetition. That which is undead neither heeds the linear, chronological time of survival nor languishes in the frozen immobility of timeless death, these being the only two options allowed for by Hagelund. If to be alive is to be mortal, it follows that to not be mortal, to be immortal, is to be dead. If one cannot die, one is dead. If a satisfactory case can be made for there being a third dimension to the temporality of the libidinal economy, a dimension irreducible to either pole of the dichotomy between the chronological temporality of life and the timeless eternity of death, then some of the load-bearing components of the argumentative architecture supporting the Derridean Hagelundian radical atheist conception of desire will be weakened and in need of reconstruction. Not only does Hagelund's deconstructive logic remain, on multiple levels, indebted to classical, non-deconstructive logic, however much the recto of the law of identity, i.e., AA, is attacked. Here, its verso, the law of non-contradiction, i.e., AA, clearly continues to be operative at select junctures. His, as it were, chronologic remains strangely mute with respect to the innovative, non-traditional theorizations of temporality advanced by both psychoanalysis and deconstruction. For example, in his criticisms of my first book, Time-Driven, Metapsychology and the Splitting of the Drive, he pays too little attention to the role therein of retroactive temporality as Freud's Nachtraglichkeit and Lacan's après-coup in the dynamics of the drives, tending instead to think through problems in drive theory via a developmental perspective that privileges linear, chronological time, a perspective closer to phenomenological psychology than Freudian Lacanian psychoanalysis. The sole form of temporality Hagelund seems to rely upon in pursuing his purposes is a conception that is at least as old as the ancient Greeks, namely, the idea of time as the continuous, ceaseless succession of ever self-dividing now points with a past behind them and a future ahead of them. If there is one thing that Freud, Lacan, and Derrida share in common, it is the problematization of thinking time in these terms alone. Additionally, glancing back at the first difficulty I articulated above, i.e., the one proposing that radical atheism is too reasonable for unconscious desire, one can see that the dual staged between classical and deconstructive logics likewise involves the false dilemma of leaving out alternatives over and above the two logics thus pitted against each other. At a minimum, what about the logic upon which psychoanalysis bases not only its theory of the psychical apparatus, but also its practice as centered on the fundamental rule of free association, that is, the, so to speak, methodical madness of primary process mentation characteristic of the signifying unconscious? Can this logic be reduced to classical logic, deconstructive logic, or some combination of these latter two alone? If not, then further detours lie along the road ahead for Derridian Hagelundian radical atheism. The third and final thread of criticism to be unfurled in this response has to do with the familiar but crucial difference between description and prescription. Hagelund himself is quite cognizant of the importance of this distinction, deftly employing it to devastating effect in raising a plethora of serious objections to various well-known attempts to interpret Derrida's writings as marshalling ethical and political prescriptions. On Hagelund's highly persuasive reading, Derrida is to be understood as primarily pronouncing a descriptive discourse stating how things are, instead of a prescriptive one proclaiming how things should be. As I will substantiate here later, despite his very effective critical deployment of the description-prescription distinction against depictions of Derrida as the preacher of a theosophical ethics of alterity, Hagelund sometimes sounds as though he succumbs to confusion apropos this difference between is and ought. To be specific, I will make the argument that Hagelund's radical atheism is more prescriptive than descriptive, despite him presenting it as the reverse. I am extremely sympathetic to the atheism envisioned by Hagelund, albeit sympathetic to it as a vision of what thought hopefully can become in the future, rather than as a picture of what it was in the past and is in the present. Like the best of philosophers measured by Nietzschean standards, Hagelund could be characterized as marvelously untimely. Succinctly asserted, authentic atheism is a hard-won accomplishment, not an insurmountable, default subjective setting. For Hagelund, the conscientious faithful are nonetheless unwitting atheists. For me, by contrast, even many professed atheists are unconscious believers, a point already made by Lacan through references to both the purportedly atheistic materialists of 18th-century France as well as certain features of evolutionary theory. Consciously believing oneself to be rid of religiosity once and for all is one easy thing. Another, much harder, matter is the dual aspect labor of working through one's atheism past the initial point of its mere intellectual acceptance. This arduous Duercharbeiten has two aspects insofar as it entails simultaneously both internalizing atheism at non-conscious levels beyond superficial self-consciousness as well as unmasking hidden, unacknowledged vestiges of belief subsisting below the threshold of explicit recognition. Even if, as is sadly unlikely, Hagelund miraculously manages to convince the masses that they are not and never have been faithful to their religions, even this does not amount to succeeding at ridding them of religious revenants that enjoy defying would-be exorcists and have shown themselves to be devilishly cunning survivalists over the course of recent history, rebelliously lingering on after all atheist eulogies pronounced before. Atheism, including radical atheism, certainly has its work cut out for it. May it triumph against the odds? The fantasy of logic, thought and time in the unconscious in the spirit of Lacan, a brief return to Freud promises to be productive at this point. Hagelund himself zeroes in on one of Freud's texts of the greatest degree of topicality in this context, the short piece on transience. Therein, Freud succinctly addresses issues and themes at the very heart of Hagelund's undertakings, both in radical atheism as well as the article Chronolobidinal Reading, Deconstruction and Psychoanalysis. Without exhaustively summarizing the various details contained in this three-page Freudian text, suffice it to say for now that the discoverer of the unconscious, himself burdened by a persistent, obsessive concern over his own mortality, here confronts, through two other people as interlocutors, the fleeting, transitory nature of all things, the condemnation of each and every being, without exception, to the cycles of generation and corruption, growth and decay. In response to this undeniable fact, Freud resists falling into a depressive refusal to engage with the world under the shadow of this world's transience. Disputing a contention voiced by one of his walking companions, a poet, that transience, like an inverse Midas touch, lessens the value of everything it envelopes, Freud retorts in quasi-economic terms, on the contrary, an increase. Transience value is scarcity value in time. Limitation in the possibility of an enjoyment raises the value of the enjoyment. Basing himself on this statement by Freud, which he takes to support his radical atheist theory of desire, Hagelund concludes in Radical Atheism, in which he calls for a temporalized conception of enjoyment, that temporal finitude is the condition for everything that is desirable. Already, there are several problems plaguing the conclusions Hagelund draws from this essay by Freud. To begin with, Freud does not maintain that transience, i.e., temporal finitude, is the ultimate underlying reason or source, in Hagelund's parlance, the ultra-transcendental condition, for the desirability of anything and everything. Rather, he merely observes that scarcity of time need not, as is the case for his friend the poet in particular, be bemoaned as a wretched stain indelibly tainting objects and experiences that, in the absence of ubiquitous transience, supposedly would be worthy of committed love and enthralled esteem, or, so this melancholic writer imagines. Freud responds to this poetic pessimism in a very analytic manner, inquiring whether it is obvious and self-explanatory that one necessarily must construe scant time, with its constraining parameters, as poisoning and devaluing all that one might otherwise invest with one's desires. He proposes, to himself, his interlocutors, and his readers, that another attitude toward temporal limits is possible. This is a self-analyzed analyst offering those with ears to hear an alternate interpretation, one that opens up the affirmative potential for embracing a superabundant reality full to overflowing with finite things, rather than defensively retreating from this fluctuating existence into a rigid, lifeless pseudo-safety toiling in vain to fend off feeling losses, i.e., neurotically attempting to lose feelings of attachment to temporally finite beings so as to avoid inevitable feelings of loss. Hence, Freud is prescribing another way of positioning oneself vis-a-vis transience, and not describing how transience is an ultra-transcendental condition for each and every instance of desiring something, with this being Hagelund's earlier mentioned misapplication of the description versus prescription distinction. Along these lines, Freud, in On Transience, does not claim that temporal scarcity, i.e., finitude, creates desirable values. Instead, he merely maintains that such scarcity/finitude can become a supplement augmenting or enhancing, i.e., increasing, rather than decreasing, what is already enjoyable in things happening to be transient. All things are temporally finite, including all things desired. This temporal finitude either can decrease or increase the ability to desire one's desire, to enjoy one's enjoyment, of these transient things. But, neither of these two premises leads to and licenses the conclusion that temporality and the fleeting, ephemeral fragility it brings with it are the ultimate causal origins of desirability tout court. To the extent that Hagelund brings Freudian psychoanalysis into the picture of his Derrida-inspired radically atheist theory of desire, Additional problems multiply once one turns to the bundle of roughly contemporaneous texts with which S on transience is inextricably intertwined: on Narcissism, an introduction; the papers on metapsychology, drives and their vicissitudes, repression, and the unconscious, thoughts for the times on war and death, and mourning and melancholia. To reduce several very long narratives to one very short story, obviously, there can be no attempt here at an exhaustive engagement with this dense cluster of immensely rich slices of the Freudian corpus. These writings, spanning a critical 4-year period of Freud's intellectual itinerary, all present ideas cutting against the grain of the Derridean Hagelundian account of desire. In particular, these essays by Freud contain assertions that, on the one hand, point to deeply ingrained patterns of effectively motivated cognition in the psychical apparatus obeying neither classical nor deconstructive logic, and, on the other related hand, cast into doubt whether the unconscious, with its fundamental fantasies, ever was, is, and/or will be radically atheist. Freud's psychoanalytic metapsychology outlines a psyche whose ways and means of thinking, including thinking, or, alternately, the constitutive inability to think, time, must appear to be quite irrational and unreasonable, in a resistant and refractory manner, to a radical atheist equipped with his/her arguments, objections, proofs, and so on, in line with Lacan's warnings against practicing analysis as a knee-jerk hermeneutics of suspicion, always on the lookout for intricate, complex hidden meanings of profound significance. He indicates that the truth is sometimes superficially stupid. One could say that the unconscious is simultaneously both surprisingly clever as well as unbelievably stupid when measured against the standards of conscious thinking. Will this analytic unconscious listen to these proselytizing efforts at atheistic persuasion? Can conversion take place in this case? During the conversation in which condemnation to never enough time is under discussion, neither of Freud's companions are convinced by his rationalizations to the effect that temporal finitude adds to, instead of detracts from, the desire-worthiness of transient beings. Freud notes, "These considerations appeared to me to be incontestable, but I noticed that I had made no impression either upon the poet or upon my friend. My failure led me to infer that some powerful emotional factor was at work which was disturbing their judgment, and I believed later that I had discovered what it was. What spoilt their enjoyment of beauty must have been a revolt in their minds against mourning. The idea that all this beauty was transient was giving these two sensitive minds a foretaste of mourning over its decease, and, since the mind instinctively recoils from anything that is painful, they felt their enjoyment of beauty interfered with by thoughts of its transience." He continues, "Mourning over the loss of something that we have loved or admired seems so natural to the layman that he regards it as self-evident. But to psychologists mourning is a great riddle, one of those phenomena which cannot themselves be explained but to which other obscurities can be traced back. We possess, as it seems, a certain amount of capacity for love, what we call libido, which in the earliest stages of development is directed toward our own ego. Later, though still at a very early time, this libido is diverted from the ego onto objects, which are thus in a sense taken into our ego. If the objects are destroyed or if they are lost to us, our capacity for love, our libido, is once more liberated, and it can then either take other objects instead or can temporarily return to the ego. But why it is that this detachment of libido from its objects should be such a painful process is a mystery to us, and we have not hitherto been able to frame any hypothesis to account for it. We only see that libido clings to its objects and will not renounce those that are lost even when a substitute lies ready to hand. Such then is mourning. If the desires of Freud's companions are grounded upon temporal finitude as an ultra-transcendental condition, they certainly are not willing and able to acknowledge this and make it their own. Additionally, one can see in these passages connections leading back to S on Narcissism and forward to S mourning and melancholia. In the former essay, Freud distinguishes between narcissistic ego libido, i.e., libidinal cathexes of one's own ego as a love object, and anaclitic object libido, i.e., libidinal cathexes of another as a love object. In certain instances, Ego libido resists being converted into object libido. In terms of the Freudian economics of psychical libidinal energy, a zero-sum relation obtains between the narcissistic and the anaclitic. Freud proceeds to speculate that a general resistance to other-oriented sexuality might exist, specifically insofar as sexual reproduction confronts the ego with something injurious to its own sense of itself, its status as a mortal vehicle of a, possibly, immortal substance. Interestingly, for Hagelund's account of desire, it is here not the beloved object's temporal finitude that is the focus, but the lover's own self as mortal. In On Transience, a preemptive recoiling before loss, an aversion in advance to mourning, is said to be operative in Freud's two interlocutors. At least in these two individuals, desire seems to be dampened or turned off by the scarcity of time, by the temporal finitude of all things. Moreover, in both this text and Mourning and Melancholia, Freud indicates that anaclitic libidinal attachments, once established, are stubbornly sticky. More specifically, in Light of Mourning, he observes that the psyche is incredibly slow to concede that the loved object is truly gone, that the beloved has departed and is never coming back again. In short, the psyche's desires for others, rather than being aroused by the finite, mortal status of each and every other, persevere in protracted denials of the transient, evanescent quality of whatever can be and is desired, even when faced with the gaping holes of irrevocable loss. Lacan drops similar hints about mourning couched in his own terminology. In the sixth seminar, he characterizes mourning as the inverse of his notion of foreclosure as per the third seminar, that is, as a process in which the void of a real absence, i.e., the loss of an actual object, is filled in with seemingly indestructible symbolic signifier traces of the vanished entity. Thus, the shadow of death glaringly looms large in the background of On Narcissism, On Transience, and Mourning and Melancholia. It would be neither possible nor productive, in the limited format of this response to Hagelund's project, to dwell at length on the numerous intricacies, inconsistencies, tensions, and contradictions plaguing Freud's conflicted, multifaceted relation to the topic of mortality. However, what Freud has to say about death in two other papers contemporaneous and associated with these three already mentioned papers, these two being The Unconscious and Thoughts for the Times on War and Death, is highly relevant to the issues at stake in this context. The metapsychological essay The Unconscious, in seeking to delineate the essential contours of the unconscious as the proper object of psychoanalysis as a discipline, is careful to spell out why the unconscious is not simply a subconscious as split-off double of consciousness, a second consciousness hidden from first-person consciousness. The unconscious must not be thought of as akin to consciousness precisely because it itself does not think like conscious thought. The unconscious thinks differently, engaging in mental maneuvers unfamiliar relative to the ideational patterns manifested and recognized by conscious cognition. Conscious and unconscious thinking are not the same thing, differentiated solely by whether or not there is an accompanying first-person awareness of thinking. In particular, Freud stipulates that the unconscious is not bound by the logical and chronological principles upon which conscious thought generally bases itself. More precisely, the Freudian unconscious disregards both the logical law of non-contradiction, by virtue of the absence of negation in its mental operations, as well as the chronological law of temporal finitude, by virtue of its timelessness when measured by the standards of linear time. If psychoanalysis is right that desires fundamentally are informed by the primary process mentation of an unconscious inherently incapable of obeying classical, bivalent logic, as grounded on the function of negation and the corresponding law of non-contradiction, and congenitally blind to the passage of chronological time, with the finitude this incessant movement entails, then, without utterly contradicting and discarding psychoanalysis altogether, how can one maintain not only that desire can become radically atheist, but that it always has been? Do Freud's metapsychological axioms pertaining to unconscious psychical life not indicate that indissoluble residues of religiosity, with religiosity understood in the broad Derridean Hagelundian sense as centered on ideas of an immunity unscathed by time and everything time brings with it, cling to subjects' thoughts and desires thanks to the primary process underpinnings of these subjects' libidinal economies? In Thoughts for the Times on War and Death, dating from the same year as The Unconscious, Freud draws the obvious conclusion from the metapsychological premises according to which the unconscious lacks cognizance of both logical negation and chronological time. The unconscious is therefore also unaware of its own mortality, at least to the extent that the conscious concept of mortality, one relied upon by Hagelund II, combines the ideational components of the negation of the notion of life, i.e., death as not life, and the sense of the limited nature of lived, linear time, i.e., the chronology of life. The second section of Freud's essay, entitled Our Attitude Towards Death, repeatedly stresses this imperviousness to the idea of death of those sectors of the psyche lying beyond the circumscribed sphere of consciousness. At the start of this section, Freud remarks, "To anyone who listened to us, we were of course prepared to maintain that death was natural, undeniable, and unavoidable. In reality, however, we were accustomed to behave as if it were otherwise. We showed an unmistakable tendency to put death on one side, to eliminate it from life. We tried to hush it up, indeed we even have a saying in German, to think of something as though it were death. That is, as though it were our own death, of course. It is indeed impossible to imagine our own death, and whenever we attempt to do so we can perceive that we are in fact still present as spectators. Hence the psychoanalytic school could venture on the assertion that at bottom no one believes in his own death, or, to put the same thing in another way, that in the unconscious every one of us is convinced of his own immortality." Freud is far from the first German-speaking thinker to put forward these proposals apropos death. Kant and Schelling make identical claims. Additionally, 12 years later, Heidegger famously articulates similar propositions in his well-known discussion of being towards death in Being and Time. But, Freud's arguments regarding mortality and immortality in psychical life do not rest on private phenomenological thought experiments alone. Rather, his clinical and cultural observations of unconsciously influenced thought processes, as well as the metapsychological framework with which these observations maintain a dialectical relationship of reciprocally determining co-evolution, lead him to surmise that, at least unconsciously, people cannot shake a childish, primitive belief that they are somehow immortal. Later on in the second section of Thoughts for the Times on War and Death, he transitions from an analysis of human perspectives on death evidently pervasive in earlier historical periods, i.e., beliefs of prehistoric man in primeval history, to the contemporary, civilized psyche's rapport with mortality. He obviously is relying here on the speculation according to which ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, a speculation he entertains in the contemporaneous metapsychological paper on phylogenetic heritage he destroyed unpublished, but a copy of which was found amongst Sandor Ferenczi's possessions. Freud states, "Let us now leave primeval man, and turn to the unconscious in our own mental life. Here we depend entirely upon the psychoanalytic method of investigation, the only one which reaches to such depths. What, we ask, is the attitude of our unconscious toward the problem of death? The answer must be, almost exactly the same as that of primeval man. In this respect, as in many others, the man of prehistoric times survives unchanged in our unconscious. Our unconscious, then, does not believe in its own death, it behaves as if it were immortal. What we call our unconscious, the deepest strata of our minds, made up of instinctual impulses, knows nothing that is negative, and no negation, in it contradictories coincide. For that reason it does not know its own death, for to that we can give only a negative content. Thus there is nothing instinctual in us which responds to a belief in death." A few pages later, he adds, to sum up, our unconscious is just as inaccessible to the idea of our own death, just as murderously inclined towards strangers, just as divided, that is, ambivalent, towards those we love, as was primeval man. However, despite the unsubtle allusions to the theory of phylogenetic heritage, Freud's statements concerning death do not rest on shaky appeals to Haeckel, Lamarck, and Slash or Darwin. Instead, modern individuals' unconscious attitudes to death resemble those of earlier people because, In the view of Freudian and Lacanian psychoanalytic metapsychology, there are certain lowest common denominators structuring the psychical apparatuses of human beings living in various historical epochs. The disregard of primary process cognition for negation and time, and, hence, for death as the negation of life by time, would be something shared by primeval and contemporary psyches alike. And, this transhistorical logic of the unconscious, freely allowing for the coincidence of contradictories and taking non-chronological liberties with temporal sequences, sounds as though it is a logic closer to a sort of deranged, discombobulated Hegelian dialectics than it is to either classical or deconstructive logical reasoning. Freud subsequently reiterates these assertions, saying of the universal inescapability of death that no human being really grasps it. Lacan and Žižek echo him, not to mention Otto Rank, Norman O. Brown, and Ernest Becker, among others. Having reached this point, it appears that Freudian Lacanian psychoanalysis and Derridean Hagelundian radical atheism are directly at loggerheads, diametrically opposed to each other. The former denies that individuals' deepest fantasies and desires can and do acknowledge the fact of mortal/temporal finitude. Contradicting this, the latter insists that these fantasies and desires cannot help but envision and stage this finitude again and again. In terms of the radical atheist replacement of immortal salvation with mortal survival, Hagelundian Derrideanism relies on a line of argumentation resembling one found in Hobbesian epistemology. This makes for strange bedfellows indeed, given that the British empiricism of which Hobbes is a founding figure is the primary historical ancestor of much of 20th/21st century Anglo-American analytic philosophy, an orientation generally quite hostile to and dismissive of Derrida and other post-war French thinkers. To be precise, Hobbes is critical of philosophers, whether medieval scholastics or continental rationalists, who participate in endless debates about absurdities, with an absurdity being defined by him as an instance of senseless speech. Hobbes' empiricist contention is that the sole form of meaningful mental content is that which arises from sense, i.e., concrete sensory perceptual experience. If particular words or phrases seem to refer to things of which no idea, as piece of mental content arising from sense, can be formed in the mind, then they are devoid of a genuine, true referent and, thus, are meaningless, in the parlance of the Saussurean structural linguistics dear to both Lacan and Derrida. Hobbesian absurdities, as instances of senseless speech, are signifiers without signifieds, without corresponding spatio-temporal concepts as ideational materials. One of Hobbes' key examples of an absurdity, the target of his criticism here is not difficult to guess, is the phrase incorporeal substance, i.e., metaphysical, and not physical, stuff. In light of an examination of Hagelund's radical atheism, one should not forget that Descartes links his demonstration of the necessary existence of residential cogitans as incorporeal substance to the theological doctrine of the soul's immortality. All of the above is to be found in the 4th and 5th chapters, of Speech and of Reason, and Science, of the first part, of Man, of Hobbes' Leviathan. As Hagelund's Derrida has it, immortality basically is a Hobbesian absurdity to the extent that any supposedly eternal life one can imagine as an object referent of desire, i.e., as a desired afterlife, salvation, etc., must consist of more time for living, and, therefore, this imagined excess of life beyond life is anything but timelessly eternal insofar as temporality is an integral ingredient in its imaginary constitution. As Hobbes would put it, when talking about immortality, one thinks either of a mere extension of mortal life, i.e., living on as survival, instead of immortality strictly speaking, or of nothing at all. Hagelund's arguments are as sober-minded as any reasoning spelled out by the hardest-headed modern empiricists or their contemporary offspring this side of the English Channel. But, what in most cases would be a virtue turns out, where a theory of unconsciously shaped desire in relation to mortality is at issue, to be a bit of a vice. In a subtle discussion of Heidegger's treatment of death, Derrida, inspired in part by the writings of Maurice Blanquat, is deliberately unclear about whether any relation to mortal finitude per se is even a thinkable possibility. Simply put, one's own most death is aporetic, an X that cannot be cleanly and decisively categorized along neatly demarcated logical and linguistic lines. Even if Hagelund is absolutely correct that immortality as such, as tied to the timelessness of eternity, is an impossible, unimaginable telos for desires aspirations, Derrida's musings on the aporia of mortality suggest that temporal finitude is at least as elusive and defiant of envisioning as atemporal infiniteness. Or, as Blanchot elegantly encapsulates this conundrum, to arrive at presence, to die, two equally enchanted expressions. Perhaps desire is stuck stranded between survival and immortality, vainly wanting both, neither, and / or something else. Maybe Sisyphean desire is unreasonable in this futile way, in a way blindly ignoring the cogent, sensible reasons of both classical and deconstructive logics. If indeed there is a third dimension of something else in addition to timeless immortality and temporal survival, Hagelund thrusts forward a forced choice between these two alternatives and nothing more, then Hagelund's radical atheist theory of desire must be reconsidered. Exploring whether such a third possibility is at least thinkable is a task to be undertaken below. The title of Lacan's 14th seminar is The Logic of Fantasy. As has been and will be maintained here, this logic, as reflective of the unconscious, must be worked with on its own terms, terms that conform to neither of the logics marshaled by Hagelund. A descriptive account of desire that measures desire externally by logical standards not its own ends up being either inaccurate and misrepresentative vis-a-vis its supposed object of description or tipping over into prescription, into informing desire what it should be instead of expressing what it is in and of itself. In telling desire that it does not desire what it takes itself to desire, Hagelund's radical atheist conception of desire suffers from a defect that readily can be conveyed through an inversion of the title of Lacan's 14th seminar, The Fantasy of Logic, that is to say, fantasizing that classical and / or deconstructive logics hold in / for libidinal mechanisms governed by unconscious primary processes such that what desire appears to desire through its fantasies is epiphenomenal relative to what it really and truly desires despite itself. In this respect, Hagelund is in the best of company. In The Future of an Illusion, Freud uncharacteristically indulges himself in a rare bout of utopianism, savoring a tempting intellectualist fantasy, one that flies in the face of much of the rest of his own psychoanalytic insights, in which reason eventually triumphs over religion, establishing an undisputed reign under whose rule unconsciously driven irrationalities are reined in by the patient discipline of the secular sciences. As noted, Hagelund goes further than Freud to the extent that he is not content hopefully to await the future arrival of an atheism à venir, insisting instead that atheism already has arrived. But, more patience is called for at this moment. Life, death, and undeath in psychoanalysis. Repetition as finite infiniteness. During the course of one of his many musings on the infamous Todestrieb, Lacan remarks in passing that there is nothing so dreadful as dreaming that we are condemned to live repeatedly a repetition. The nightmare to which he refers is not so much eternal life in the atemporal sense critically scrutinized by Hagelund, but, rather, unending life, survival as a sort of existential insomnia into which one is thrown with no apparent avenue of escape. There can be something awfully horrifying about the prospect of survival without end, an existence from which one cannot wake up into the final, resting oblivion of undisturbed nothingness. And yet, at the same time, the alternate prospect of the end, of the terminal and terminating void of annihilation borne by mortal making tempi erliti, can seem equally terrible. Could it be said that desire, desiring to have its proverbial cake and eat it too, desires both and neither simultaneously, wanting an unimaginable synthesis combining what is desirable in the ideas of mortality and immortality? Does it want what might be described as a spectral, after, life, living on in a mode of being, unknown as such in this world, that would be neither surviving life nor perishing death, neither kinetic time nor static eternity, strictly speaking? Before proceeding to speak of ghosts, specters, the undead, repetition, and infinity, this tangled jumble of terms is quite relevant to a psychoanalytic engagement with Hagelund's Derridianism, A few clarifications regarding Lacan's theory of desire are in order, keeping in mind that a thorough investigation into Lacanian desire alone would require at least a sizable book or two. Hagelund, with ample textual support, claims that Lacan grounds desire on lack. He construes Lacan's account of desire as entailing that an impossible to realize filling up of temporally induced lack is the ever-receding horizon of the Lacanian libidinal economy, in the guise of what Lacan calls the thing das Ding. Consistent with his radical atheist thesis stating that the undivided fullness of an infinite presence unscathed by the ravages of temporal negativity is not what desire actually desires, Hagelund rejects this psychoanalytic model, claiming that the extinguishing of the desire for immortality in the eternal plenitude of everlasting fulfillment would be tantamount to absolute death, as immobility, stasis, etc., and not the absolute life desire desires. Consequently, he concludes, contra Lacan, that there simply is no desire for an absent, lacking, impossible fullness. For Hagelundian radical atheism, Lacan's Freudian depiction of desiring remains wedded to a traditional, i.e., non-radical, atheism to the extent that, although Lacan atheistically admits that the sovereign good of the real thing is intrinsically missing and unattainable, he nonetheless continues to insist that subjects are condemned to long after this always already departed, non-being. Hagelund's reading of Lacan overlooks three crucial, interrelated details: 1. The essential, fundamental ambivalence of Lacanian desire, 2. The dialectical convergence of opposites incarnated in the figure of das Ding, and 3. The positive productivity, i.e., the plus, in addition to the negativity, i.e., the minus, involved with Lacan's manque être, lack in / of being. First, desire à la Lacan is not simply a matter of attraction to the impossible to attain, forever absent, always already missing thing, it also consists of a simultaneous repulsion from the real of das Ding. Particularly in the course of analyses of the play of desire in hysterical subjects, for Lacanian psychoanalysis, features of hysteria as a subjective structural position epitomize select facets of subjectivity in general. As the subject of the unconscious, Lacan is at pains to emphasize the unstable oscillations and erratic vacillations of desire. In fact, when claiming that Lacan mistakenly believes desire to desire its own cancellation through consuming immolation in the fires of the undiluted fullness of the real and sich, Hagelund neglects those instances in which Lacan posits that desire desires its own perpetuation as desire, a perpetuation requiring the avoidance or deferral of any ultimate satisfaction through a direct encounter with the thing incarnate. Lacanian desire is caught between conflicting centrifugal and centripetal movements, splitting subjectivity, as Lacan's Bard's dollar, because it itself is torn between an inconsistent multitude of uncoordinated pushes and pulls. It is not nearly as univocally coherent and consistent as Hagelund's radical atheism makes it out to be. Although not radically atheist in a strict Derridean Hagelundian sense, the desire of Lacan is not just traditionally atheist either. Second, das Ding, in Lacanian theory, is a far more paradoxical and multifaceted thing than Hagelund recognizes, and this apart from the questionability of construing Lacan's thing with a capital T as a metapsychological equivalent to or synonym for the libidinal telos of traditional theisms and atheisms alike. To resort to a flurry of Lacanian jargon, it has much more to do with the desire of / for the absolute alterity of the real other as Nebenmensch. This other's desire is what desire desires over and above the answering of signifier-mediated demands through the gratification of bodily-driven needs, then with full presence, eternal life, and so on. See chapter. Apropos the Lacanian real, the register to which das Ding belongs, Žižek repeatedly explains how this register exhibits, in a Hegelian manner, paradoxical intersections of seemingly opposed aspects. Specifically, the real, in the form of the thing, simultaneously stands for absent presence and present absence, with these two poles each internally split, the former into a presence both alluring and horrifying and the latter into an absence both painful and energizing. Along these lines, the real thing both is and is not desired at the same time, functioning as a center of libidinal gravity that the desiring subject as dollar neither can live with nor can live without. In one-sidedly emphasizing the Lacanian subject's want relative to Das Ding as lacking, so as to portray Lacan as complicit with an all too traditional atheist theory of desire, Hagelund passes over in problematic silence the plethora of contexts in which Lacan discusses this thing, as the Jouerissensladen end of desire, in both senses of the word end, as a frightening excess, as an overwhelming presence to be kept safely at arm's length. Hagelund here would need to devote sustained attention to select Lacanian reflections, especially those contained in the 10th seminar, on anxiety, object A, the uncanny, the lack of lack, death drive, and desire's positioning in the face of Joueressence in particular, intricate motifs/topics into which the present discussion cannot go. The third flaw in Hagelund's reading of Lacan is closely connected with the second one outlined in the paragraph immediately above. For Hagelund, traditional atheism remains mired wallowing in a bog of mourning for the supposed loss of something never truly loved or possessed in the first place. Such atheism, in negating any exhaustively full presence transcending temporality without correspondingly renouncing its libidinal attachments to what is thereby negated, strands itself in pointless mourning. Lacan is construed as condemning the desiring parlotru to precisely this sad fate. However, Lacanian psychoanalysis does not limit itself to singing traditional atheist hymns which monotonously rehearse the pathos of symbolic castration. Despite Lacan's frequent employment, in connection with his depictions of desire, of various terms with negative connotations, each Lacanian minus, as it were, is also, at the same time, a plus. The quasi-Hegelian logic behind this thought theme ought to please the sensibilities of a deconstructive logic founded on the contestation of the bivalent law of identity/non-contradiction. For Lacan, lack is far from being mere lack and nothing else, it is not purely negative. Like Hegel, Lacan celebrates the wonderful productive power of the negative, counterintuitively viewing the apparent losses of various types introduced into mediated subjective existence as actual gains, as openings through which everything exceeding the stifling, idiotic enclosure of dumb, meaningless being can come to be. In this fashion, Lacanian theory is quite close to Derridean Hagelundian radical atheism. A cigar sometimes might be simply a cigar. But, absence is never simply absence alone in psychoanalysis. At the level of the distinction between presence and absence, it would be worthwhile at this stage to turn to Derrida's hauntology in conjunction with certain Lacanian Žižekian ponderings about ghosts and specters as the undead. Derrida introduces the neologism hauntology in Specters of Marx, and Hagelund refers to it several times in Radical Atheism. Derrida specifies that he coins this word to designate something that does not belong to ontology, to the discourse on the being of beings, or to the essence of life or death. Lacan's hesitations and reservations as regards ontology would not be inappropriate to mention here in connection with Derrida's subsequent deconstructivist take on this domain of philosophy. As is well known, in his famous 11th seminar of Lacan answers Jacques-Alain Miller's query regarding a specifically Lacanian ontology by avowing that, in essence, there really is not one, the unconscious does not lend itself to ontology. And, insofar as Lacan is an analyst theorizing primarily for other analysts about the unconscious as the definitive concern of the practice of psychoanalysis, he does not espouse a psychoanalytic ontology, see also chapter above. Later on, in both the 19th and 20th seminars, he is critical and dismissive of ontology as a vain philosophical effort at constructing a seamless, totalizing worldview, just as Freud before him cites Heine's derisive depiction of the comical struggles of the philosopher to patch up the gaps in the structure of the universe with the tatters of his dressing gown. In the 19th seminar, 1971-72, he goes so far as to ridicule the discourse of systematic ontology as laughable in light of implications flowing from his barring of the symbolic big other. In the 20th seminar, 1972, while sharply distinguishing between philosophy and psychoanalysis, he treats ontology as a philosophical Weltanschauung and, resonating with his remarks about it from the previous academic year, mocks it as the funniest thing going. Funnier still, Derrida's term for his in-between, out of joint, not entirely an ontology might not be an utterly unprecedented coincidence. Playing with the French word for shame as an actually felt negative affect, i.e., haunt, Lacan admits to having his own hauntology. He speaks of this sort of shame in the closing session of the 17th seminar, 6970. At the start of that session, with reference to the notion of dying of shame and the fact that people often declare it's a shame when someone dies, Lacan appeals to a ontology as necessary in order to do justice to the non-arriving, always to come, deferred, non-being of death. A couple of years later, he ambiguously remarks that ontology is a shame. What is one to make of this? Given the issues at stake in this discussion of Hagelund's radical atheist depiction of desire, attention ought to be paid to a common denominator between Lacan and Derrida apropos ontology. When considering mortality and immortality, both thinkers feel compelled to gesture in the direction of a more/other than ontology accounting for a spectral netherworld of non-beings, not quite beings, not wholly existent beings, and so on. And, for each of them, ghosts turn out to be ideal figures for imaginarily embodying the strange quasi-entities that would be the objects of a Lacanian hauntology and/or a Derridian hauntology. Ghosts, as specters condemned to haunt this world, are neither alive nor dead in any conventional sense. They are incompletely dematerialized spirits wandering about between worlds, languishing in a hazy, indeterminate state as misfits bereft of a proper place. These revenants affect the reality of this world here without fully being a part of it. Along these lines, does Lacan, like Derrida, have a hauntology that is not a crying shame? In his commentary on Shakespeare's Hamlet contained in the 6th seminar on the topic of desire, Lacan invokes the same ghost Derrida summons in Spectres of Marx so as to address and further develop Freud's psychoanalytic understanding of mourning, specifically as pour mourning and melancholia. He begins with an observation about mortality. The one unbearable dimension of possible human experience is not the experience of one's own death, which no one has, but the experience of the death of another. Already, a significant point of contrast with radical atheism surfaces, whereas Hagelund denies the possibility of one relating to oneself, even in the wildest fantasies, as immortal, Lacan, and, on occasion, Derrida too, denies the possibility of relating to oneself as mortal, save for in a vicarious, displaced manner through the deaths of others. In Lacan's eyes, the void left behind by the absent because a departed other is the site of mourning. He proceeds to clarify. Where is the gap, the hole that results from this loss and that calls forth mourning on the part of the subject? It is a hole in the real, by means of which the subject enters into a relationship that is the inverse of what I have set forth in earlier seminars under the name of Verwerfung, repudiation, foreclosure. Lacan continues, just as what is rejected from the symbolic register reappears in the real, in the same way the hole in the real that results from loss, sets the signifier in motion. This hole provides the place for the projection of the missing signifier. According to the above, mourning is the precise mirror image inversion of psychosis within the real symbolic imaginary register theory of Lacanian metapsychology. Psychosis, as arising from the mechanism of foreclosure, i.e., the absence/rejection of the name of the Father, entails a dynamic wherein what has been rejected from the symbolic reappears in the real, i.e., seemingly real delusions and hallucinations appear out there in place of an intrasubjectively missing constellation of key Oedipalizing signifiers. Mourning, by contrast, amounts to a rift in the fabric of the real, to be comprehended in this context as an actual, factual material loss of someone, being filled in by the symbolic return of that which was lost, through, for instance, a proliferation of commemorations, markers, memorials, monuments, rituals, etc. devoted to the vanished one being mourned. Therefore, if psychosis is generated by foreclosure, mourning must be generated by inverse foreclosure. And, in inverse foreclosure, the absences of finite others, absences inevitably and unavoidably brought about by the ravages of temporal negativity, are met with the survivor's stubborn insistences on perpetuating the virtual, spectral presence of those absent through the repetitious incantations of signifier traces. From a Lacanian perspective, morning seems to confirm La Rochefoucauld's maxim according to which neither the sun nor death can be looked at steadily. Mixing together Lacan and La Rochefoucauld, it could be maintained that death is a sun that can be stared at only when eclipsed. To be more precise, the work of morning acknowledges and effaces temporal finitude at one and the same time, bearing witness to mortality through a process that simultaneously struggles to cover over this very same mortality through propping up an ethereal, non-mortal double of the deceased, an enshrined socio-symbolic second body seemingly capable of surviving indefinitely. But, arguably, this work of mourning is not an occasional labor prompted exclusively at those times when another dies and/or disappears. Surprisingly, the case can be made that the perpetual ontogenetic construction in process of a subjectifying ego-level self-identity is spurred, at least in part, by a sort of generally unrecognized mourning. In a passage from the 11th seminar that Hagelund himself cites, Lacan claims that subjects are haunted by the phantasmatic loss of an immortality never possessed to begin with, perturbed by a living, vital sexuality testifying to individuals' inescapable mortality. He is echoing comments Freud makes about the intimate rapport between sex and death in both biological and psychical life. Incidentally, although Hagelund's radical atheist reading of Lacan as an all too traditional atheist emphasizes how Lacan's mortal subjects are left desiring an eternal life, radical atheism maintains to be undesirable, Hagelund neglects something very important here. In both the 11th seminar itself as well as an ecrit from the same year as the seminar, i.e., S position of the unconscious, Lacan conjures up a little science fiction myth of his own making, painting an unsettling portrait of a monstrous entity he christens the lamella. Without getting into the specifics of its description, this imaginary lamella is the figurative incarnation of the libidinal as excessive vital being, as interminable life idiotically driven to perpetuate itself repetitively. Lacan's myth of the lamella expresses the notion that sexuality is a point at which the opposites of life and death, mortality and immortality, converge. For instance, through sexual reproduction, the mortal individual can live on through transmitting his/her genetic material to subsequent generations of offspring, and yet, sexual reproduction itself is the embodied testimony to the mortality of the individual as the disposable husk carrying this transmissible genetic material. Moreover, the immortality embodied by the lamella, this is something Hagelund fails to note, is not, in conformity with traditional atheism, portrayed as desirable. Instead, it inspires revulsion and terror in the face of being smothered by the claustrophobia-inducing imminence of a thriving, parasitical vitality dripping with oozing, obscene jouissance. Lacanian desire is profoundly ambivalent about immortality, and this in the same manner as its ambivalence apropos das Ding, the real thing. What do mourning and the psychical dynamics of ego formation have to do with these reflections regarding life and death in Lacanian psychoanalysis? In Lacan's account of ego formation through the mirror stage, the complex intertwining of the mortal and the immortal, an intertwining confounding the straightforward dichotomy between life and death relied upon by radical atheism, easily can be discerned. To cut a long story short, the individual's self-alienation through objectification in the form of an imago-gestalt constituting the nucleus of the moi introduces this thus alienated living proto-subject equally to both mortality and immortality through a single process. In becoming an object for itself through the acquisition of an ego, the subject as dollar is able to imagine its own disappearance, to gaze in fantasies at scenes from which it is absent, such as one's own funeral. Hence, passing through the mirror stage is, according to Lacan, a prerequisite for awareness of one's own mortality, since this awareness relies on the use of self-objectification to stage scenarios in which one's self is pictured as non-existent, but, just as Hagelund claims that spatio-temporal visions pretending to envision absolutely infinite immortality are self-refuting, so too could it be claimed that visions attempting to envision life's mortal finitude in itself and as such, visions in which the subject persists as a gaze beyond the outer limits of the very finitude it is struggling in vain to glimpse through the windows of fantasies bearing upon matters of birth and death, i.e., fundamental fantasies, are equally self-refuting. And yet, the mediating images and words into which trajectories of identification are channeled through the mirror stage, this stage facilitates whatever awareness is possible of one's own finitude and mortality, also have the effect of stamping upon subjectivity an impression of its own indelible, permanent duration. The visual and linguistic elements of identity, made of spectral substances consisting of materialities different from the materials composing decomposable bodies, appear to enjoy a capacity for living on different from the survival, as per Derrida Hagelund, of the terribly perishable lump of flesh and blood identifying with them. Indeed, Lacanian considerations lead to the hypothesis that images and words, although making it possible for subjects to be self-conscious of their own mortality, are embraced and held onto in part because they simultaneously make it impossible for subjects genuinely to envision their own non-being. To put it in hybrid Heideggerian Derridian parlance, the visual and linguistic elements of ego-level subjectification are, at one and the same time, conditions of possibility and impossibility for relating to oneself as a being toward death. Subjects cast themselves into what Lacan characterizes as the cadaverizing, corpsifying second bodies of self-images, proper names, personal pronouns, and socio-symbolic statuses so as to accomplish, among other aims, a staving off of temporal negativity and the mortal finitude inherent to it. These alienating identities quietly bear witness to a lifelong process of mourning, to a never-finished project of continually recognizing and misrecognizing one's status as a death-bound being. What makes subjectifying images and words seemingly immortalizing is their iterability, the fact that they appear to possess the potential, in principle, to be repeated without end. Admittedly, both Derrida and Hagelund would be perfectly correct at this juncture to raise the objection that visual and linguistic traces, as traces, are always and essentially exposed to future destruction, erasure, forgetting, and so on. This is indeed true. However, both phenomenologically and structurally, the ghostly, quasi-dematerialized avatars of its mediated identity lure desiring subjectivity into not being able wholeheartedly to believe in its own mortality, fully to comprehend and digest the radical implications of facing up to the anonymous facelessness of its temporal finitude, and, as I asserted earlier, insofar as illusions of immortality shape desire itself, no defensible theory of desire can dismiss these illusions as merely illusory qua epiphenomenal. At the level of its fundamental fantasies, the psychoanalytic subject of desire cannot but view itself as surviving without end, as living on interminably. There are two lives, which dialectically interpenetrate each other, corresponding to the two deaths spoken of by Lacan in his 7th and 8th seminars, and 1960, a first, material life, i.e., natural and or real being, and a second, more than material life, i.e., cultural and or imaginary symbolic being. The subtitle of Hagelund's Radical Atheism refers to the time of life without the contents of this thus subtitled text going on to distinguish between lives. From a Lacanian vantage point, this presents difficulties. The preceding arguments indicate that, through disproportionately stressing a temporal finitude tied primarily to the first, material life, Hagelund neglects temporalities peculiar to the second, more than material life. This latter form of living relates to both itself and the former form of living as involving repetition qua finite infiniteness, and not, a la Hagelund, infinite finitude. Following Derridian Hagelundian radical atheism, if infinite finitude refers to life/mortality and infinite infiniteness refers to death/immortality, then finite infiniteness, a third category absent in Hagelund's framework but arguably present in psychoanalytic theory, refers to undeath as neither mortality nor immortality. Following Žižek, one could propose a tripartite distinction between the mortal, the immortal, and the non/not mortal. To be undead, i.e., non/not mortal as different from immortal, would be to go on surviving without foreseeable end, living on indefinitely. This phantasmatic prospect splits desire by being simultaneously attractive and repulsive all at once. As I mentioned previously here a while ago, Žižek employs the horror fiction category of the undead in his efforts to elucidate Freudian and Lacanian concept terms such as the lamella, jouissance, and the death drive. These three things are each related to the fundamental psychoanalytic concept of repetition, a concept forming a crucial component of another foundational psychoanalytic concept, namely, that of drive-trieb. As is the case with the temporality of retroactive deferred action uncovered by psychoanalysis, i.e., Freud's Nachtragglichkeit and Lacan's Aprescu, the temporality of repetition in its analytic conception does not fit into either of the temporalities operative in radical atheism as per Hagelund, i.e., the time of life and the timelessness of death. One could succinctly encapsulate repetition as an intratemporal resistance to time itself, a negation of time transpiring within time. As Judith Butler expresses it, repetition is a vain effort to stay, or indeed, to reverse time. Such repetition reveals a rancor against the present which feeds upon itself. At one point in radical atheism, Hagelund refers to an aspect of Derrida's interpretation of Hegel. He appeals to the Derridean version of Hegelian spurious or bad infinity in his efforts to clarify the ultimate underlying mode of temporality posited by radical atheism. Hagelund indicates that extracting this bad/spurious infinity from the relation Hegel places it in with a good/non-spurious infinity, Derridean Hagelundian radical atheism treats the latter as yet another designation of the impossible, non-existent, self-refuting, idea of the absolute, as a full, eternal presence to itself transcending the negativity of the time of finite life, permits putting bad/spurious infinity to work for deconstruction as a means of further illuminating temporal finitude as the infinitely finite. Putting aside disputes bearing upon Hegel's genuine, true infinity as the Aufhebung negation of the temporal negativity of bad/spurious infinity, today more than ever, there are various serious philosophical and mathematical reasons for rethinking the infinite. A question must be asked: is Hegelian bad/spurious infinity, even when deconstructively divorced from its partnership with good/non-spurious infinity, obviously akin or similar, solely, to radical atheist temporal finitude? One should not forget that Hegel's bad/spurious infinity is still infinite, and not finite, still a mode or variant of infiniteness. With this in mind, a passage from the Encyclopaedia Logic, in which Hegel discusses bad/spurious infinity, deserves to be quoted. This infinity is spurious or negative infinity, since it is nothing but the negation of the finite, but the finite arises again in the same way, so that it is no more sublated than not. In other words, this infinite expresses only the requirement that the finite ought to be sublated. This progress ad infinitum does not go beyond the expression of the contradiction, which the finite contains, i.e. that it is just as much something as its other, and this progress is the perpetual continuation of the alternation between these determinations, each bringing in the other one. Particularly considering the deconstructive and psychoanalytic background of this current context in which Hegel is being invoked, a couple of features of these lines from the logic merit close attention. First of all, the descriptive language mobilized by Hegel audibly evokes associations to the undead monsters of horror films cited as fantastic explanatory examples by Žižek in his efforts to elucidate the death drive-like jouissance of the Lacanian real, not to mention associations to Lacan's descriptions of the alien lamella creature itself. In horror films, the undead monster, be it a vampire, mummy, zombie, or, in science fiction horror, a cyborg, robot, or virus, typically terrifies by being that which nightmarishly arises again in the same way, each time the protagonists appear finally to have succeeded at killing off the malevolent beings antagonizing them. These beings reanimate themselves and continue their diabolical pursuits with tireless relentlessness. Perhaps the undead are uncanny in a specifically Freudian fashion, remembering that Freud, citing Hegel's German idealist contemporary Schelling, defines the uncanny das Unheimlich as that which ought to have remained secret and hidden but has come to light, and then proceeds to analyze the appearances, in literature, of doppelgangers and entities eerily between life and death. That is to say, they are, in Žižekian parlance, things from inner space. These figures from myth and fiction both fascinate and disturb people precisely because they represent a return of the repressed, a surfacing, within the out and the open spheres of quotidian popular culture, of elements and aspects of unconscious fantasy life. Another feature of the above-quoted characterization of bad/spurious infinity from Hegel's Encyclopaedia Logic enables a bridge to be built between, on the one hand, this Hegelian concept, and, on the other hand, the here interlinked notions of the undead and unconscious fantasy life. Hegel speaks of an endless iteration generated by a contradiction. In a very general fashion, one could say, apropos Lacan's register theory, especially as it is configured in the later period of Lacan's teachings in the 1960s and 1970s, that the representational constructs of imaginary symbolic reality circle around unrepresentable antagonisms, conflicts, deadlocks, impasses, etc. in the real, related to this, and contra Hagelund's Hobbesian empiricist insistence that the fantasies of desire are always and necessarily reducible to sensible spatio-temporal inscriptions, one ought to recall Lacan's repeated assertion that parts of objet petit, the center of gravity around which fantasizing desire orbits, are non-specularizable, that is, impossible to inscribe in spatio-temporal forms, see also chapter. As with the inauthentic infinity of Hegelian repetition, the dynamics of imaginary symbolic realities always in process constructions are driven along by real contradictions. In an early period of Le Séminaire, the third seminar on the psychoses, Lacan observes that the question of death and the question of birth are as it happens the two ultimate questions that have precisely no solution in the signifier. As defined by Lacan and others, such as Jean Laplanche and Jean-Bertrand Pontalis, André Green, Zizek, and Zupancic, fundamental fantasies are formations of the unconscious straining to stage in fantasy subjectified constellations of images and words answering to the enigmas of birth and death, mysteries lying at the heart of the life of temporally finite beings that nonetheless cannot be answered by images and words in an adequate, satisfactory manner. If, as Hagelund argues, immortality per se, as life beyond time, is as unimaginable and self-contradictory as a square circle, and, hence, unable to be a phantasmatic object referent of desire, so too, might it be argued on psychoanalytic grounds, is mortality as the absolute temporal finitude of a being born to die. In Lacanian locution, the radical negativity of the time of a life bound to death is a real with no solution in the signifier, an X incapable of proper, appropriate representation by the Vorstellian gen constituting the contents of the living psyche. Subjects' fundamental fantasies arguably are incapable of envisioning them as either immortal as infinitely infinite or mortal as infinitely finite. Fantasy life is spuriously infinite in two senses: 1. Its imaginary symbolic formations repeatedly fail to capture the twin reals of mortality as infinite finitude and immortality as infinite infiniteness. 2. Thanks to this failure, unconscious fantasizing repeatedly struggles again and again in perpetual futility to, borrowing a turn of phrase from, of all people, Richard Rorty, F. the ineffable. The result of this is that desiring subjects, with their ego structures and associated fantasy lives as mediated by images, signifiers, and gazes, relate to themselves as uncanny undead beings, entities unable to leave time in both the Derridean Hagelundian radical atheist sense, i.e., a true transcendence of time cannot even be imagined, as well as in a psychoanalytic sense, i.e., death, as the only exit from time, also cannot be imagined. If Hagelund is right that people never really have been able to conceive of themselves as immortal strictly speaking, it might additionally be contended that, for analytic reasons, they never really have been able to conceive of themselves as mortal per se either. Making a Kantian gesture, one could stipulate that each and every attempt by the psyche to comprehend mortality and immortality, as finitude and infiniteness and sich, lands it in a dialectics of fantasy life, as a correlate of the transcendental dialectics of pure reason, more precisely, in the pincers of irreconcilable antinomies, specifically apropos mortal finitude. I have discussed elsewhere a psychical antinomy in connection with fundamental fantasies. Appropriating a now familiar articulation Lacan employs, starting in the 20th seminar, but foreshadowed beginning in the 18th seminar, to characterize the real of the antagonistic, antinomic deadlock of sexuation, à la the infamous non-existent rapport sexuel, mortal finitude, as belonging to the real, and not to imaginary symbolic reality, is an impossibility that doesn't stop not being written, ne cesse pas d'escrire. More precisely, impossible to subjectify mortal finitude cannot be inscribed at the level of the Vorstellian gen composing the contents of the psyche. And yet, in spite and because of this, the ideational representations forming the formations of the unconscious repeatedly circulate around this whole without a trace. Mortality, as embodied by the living being's birth and death, is fundamentally foreclosed from this being's subjective structure, s. Jacobi somewhere confesses that he finds the theist idea of everlasting life without end and the atheist idea of death as the final end equally intolerable and unbearable, a sentiment expressible in Leninist-Stalinist style as both are worse. Jacobi's emotional being feels uneasy with both thoughts, with the infinite, as an unending existential insomnia, as well as the finite, as an eventual nocturnal abyss of nothingness. Anything deeper than superficial conscious lip service paid to the intellectual acceptance of the truth that all men are mortal is difficult indeed. Saying that one is a radical atheist is much easier than feeling, in the core fibers of one's being, that one is such. The desire of atheist desire, radical atheism's future, one of the more opaque of Lacan's many cryptic one-liners is a pronouncement about what real atheism would be. In the 11th seminar, he claims, the true formula of atheism is not God is dead. The true formula of atheism is God is unconscious. A few years later, in the 17th seminar, he explains exactly why, from a Freudian perspective, trumpeting the death of God is not the final act of an accomplished atheism taken to its most extreme, consequent endpoint. This explanation relies upon a reading of Freud's Totem and Taboo as a new psychoanalytic twist on the Sophoclean tragedy from which the Oedipus complex takes its name. For Lacan, the tale Freud tells in this exemplary piece of speculative psychoanalytic anthropology, a story he custom tailors rather than borrows from Sophocles, discloses the true analytic import of the Oedipal. What Lacan highlights is that, in the Freudian myth of the primal horde, the murder of the ervitor, i.e., the archaic paternal prototype of the divine, of the gods and goddess of subsequent religious history, by the band of oppressed, sexually deprived brothers does not open the floodgates releasing a liberated, bacchanalian jouissance in which the women formerly monopolized by this alpha male freely circulate in an orgy of unfettered enjoyment. As Freud observes, the dead father became stronger than the living one had been. What had up to then been prevented by his actual existence was thenceforward prohibited by the sons themselves. Lacan resorts to a twist on Dostoevsky's If God is dead, then everything is permitted to encapsulate Freud's insight that the destruction of an incarnation of authority does not automatically and necessarily amount to the liquidation of the rule of this authority's law. If God is dead, then nothing is permitted. Instead, the living paternal figure murdered returns in the much more potent spectral guise of a guilt-ridden regime of socio-symbolic rules imposing even stricter regulations upon the murderers. The Lacanian lesson for aspiring atheists is not only that consciously mouthing the words God is dead is insufficient for ridding oneself of religiosity once and for all, intoning such a mantra, under the impression that it possesses the power to conjure away the spirits of the ism, risks blinding one to the multifarious manners in which ghostly unconscious religious beliefs continue to enjoy a psychical afterlife in the aftermath of a supposed accession to atheism at the level of self-consciousness. In fact, if anything, to be a full-fledged atheist, one must, as Lacan indicates, be warily aware that God is unconscious, which, in psychoanalysis, is to be far from dead and gone. In other words, unless and until one is willing and able to accept that theological and quasi-theological residues will subsist in an unconscious that will continue to speak in oneself and despite oneself, this unconscious God does not die. If and when consciousness declares the divine to be deceased and departed, one is likely to remain in the thrall of religiosity, even more so the less one believes oneself to believe. How many people, perceiving themselves decisively to have abandoned religion and everything associated with it long ago in their personal histories, discover on an analyst's couch just how persistent and pervasive in their present lives are the lingering spectral traces of a never really discarded faith. Like the ghost of Freud's murdered Erwitter, God can and does return in even more powerful guises in the wake of having been declared dead. Altering a line from the film The Usual Suspects, radical atheism should take this altered line to heart as a word of warning about the risks ahead of it. Maybe the greatest trick God can play is convincing the world he does not exist. The same might be said of phantasmatic immortality too. On several occasions, Lacan indicates that the experience of a psychoanalysis seen through to a proper conclusion, i.e., an analysis that could be said to have been terminated at the right time in the analytic work, must involve an atheistic dimension, namely, in Lacanese, a loss of faith in any and every figuration of an omnipotent and omniscient big other, whether God, nature, the analyst, whoever, or whatever. Again in the 17th seminar, he forcefully insists that the pinnacle of psychoanalysis is well and truly atheism, proceeding to qualify this by saying, provided one gives this term another sense than that of God is dead, where all indications are that far from calling into question what is in play, namely the law, it is consolidated instead. The paraphrase of Dostoevsky immediately follows. A truly completed analysis ends with, among other things, witnessing and accepting the fall of all instantiations of the all-powerful and all-knowing. In closing, to bring the discussion back to Hagelund's admirable struggle to formulate a rigorous atheism that, in its far-reaching implications, is authentically radical in the most genuine sense of the word, one ought to note that Lacan's construal of atheism shares something with Freud's views on temporal finitude. Recall that, in On Transience, Freud suggests one can come to experience the limited duration of everything that is as enhancing rather than degrading the worthiness of objects and others to be valued. He offers to his walking companions, who are haunted by a libidinally paralyzing foreknowledge of inevitable decay and disappearance, another way to interpret this ever-changing world of transient beings. But, Freud's succinct account of this walk through the shadow of the valley of death hints that turning the scarcity of time from an inhibitor into a catalyst of desire is an accomplishment that hopefully should be achieved by those laboring to work through analytic insights. Likewise, Lacan clearly identifies a non-superficial, i.e., radical, atheism worthy of the name as a prescriptive aim of analyses, and not a descriptive default subjective position from which analysants depart in their journeys into the extimate. Speaking of desire in the closing minutes of the opening session of his renowned seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, Lacan maintains that the essential dimension of desire is that it is always desire in the second degree, desire of desire. Relating this to the topic of atheism as addressed by psychoanalysis, what the signifier God signifies will not drop dead, at least not in the foreseeable future and without a ferocious fight, it will live on under any number of other signifying banners, surviving as an unconscious spirit even in those ignoring it with sealed lips or loudly dancing on its empty grave. This repressed revenant undoubtedly will continue to exert an influence on desiring subjects for quite some time yet. But, radical atheism, whether Lacanian or Derridian, could justifiably be described as the best possible outcome of a good analysis, whether this analysis is good judged by clinical therapeutic standards or by conceptual theoretical ones. For now, the most that can be hoped for is that Hagelund's superlative conceptual theoretical analysis, although arguably incapable of killing for good the unconscious desire for what the signifier God signifies, can arouse in others a second-degree desire not to have this desire, a redoubled desire for other desires. In this resides the promise of the project of radical atheism. The true thing is the whole. Freudian Lacanian psychoanalysis and Hagelund's chronolibidinal reading. The ongoing debate between me and Hagelund is an exchange unlikely to end anytime soon, or so I hope. Our separate bodies of work, especially my book Time-Driven, Metapsychology and the Splitting of the Drive and his book Radical Atheism, Derrida and the Time of Life, cover overlapping ground, particularly in their focus on the intertwining of the motivational and the temporal as conceived of at the intersection of philosophy and psychoanalysis. In the background of this present phase of our dialogue, here in chapter, is the first open airing of our points of convergence and conflict in a special issue of the journal The New Centennial Review based on the proceedings of an event at Cornell University devoted to Hagelund's radical atheism. Chapter is a modified version of my contribution to this issue. Through this dialogue, Hagelund and I have pushed each other to extend, modify, and refine our respective positions on the cluster of topics at the heart of our shared concerns. By virtue of these amiable confrontations, our perspectives have mutually influenced one another to undergo further evolutions. In what follows, my response to Hagelund's newest book Dying for Time, Proust, Woolf, Nabokov, given the frame of our prior debates in conjunction with my own specific interests, I will focus my attention on this book's fourth and final chapter entitled Reading, Freud, Lacan, Derrida, will reflect certain developments in my own thinking induced by Hagelund's insights. But, at the same time, I also will continue doggedly to hold to many of the core tenets informing both those of my views disputed by Hagelund as well as various of my criticisms of his proposals and arguments, see chapter. As the ensuing will indicate, I remain convinced that a number of objections I already have raised to Hagelund's Derridean alternatives to analyses of time and desire along Freudian and Lacanian lines either have not been answered or have not been answered in ways I find compelling. I believe that Hagelund and myself possess in common what could be characterized as an intellectual stubbornness. Put in parlance familiar in this context, the absence of consensus sustained by this commonality of our scholarly temperaments is simultaneously the condition of possibility and impossibility for our fruitful conversations. As regards the impossible side of this dynamic, I strongly suspect that several fundamental differences between us apropos the position of psychoanalysis vis-a-vis philosophy in particular, I anticipate neither of us budging much in relation to certain of these differences, mark fault lines along which we are bound to diverge from each other repeatedly. Definite limits seem to me to be helpfully coming to light, ones perhaps triggering associations to Deleuze's expressed attitude as a philosopher about entering into debates. These limits, as rifts of disagreement, have to do with philosophical methods for interpreting psychoanalytic texts, the relationship between metapsychological theory and clinical practice in analysis itself, and the phenomenology of libidinal life on and off the couch, among other topics. But, at the same time and as regards the complementary possible, as opposed to impossible, side of this dynamic, the back and forth we have enjoyed thus far for over 5 years persuasively indicates that the tensions of these very differences separating our stances are also the galvanizing sources from which spring the most rewarding moments of our thinking with and against each other. Maybe, at least in this instance, Hagelund would be willing to admit that a lack of fullness, in this case, a fiercely maintained absence of complete agreement, can play a central structuring role endowed with ample productive power. Alternately, from the angle of Hagelund's approach, it might be said that, from the start, we perhaps never desired consensus anyway. These prefatory remarks aside, I want to begin my response to the latest incarnation of Hagelundian chronolibidinalism by making explicit a difficulty I discern afflicting the very foundations of this novel, highly innovative rethinking of the temporal dimensions of desiring life. I hinted at this in my earlier reply to radical atheism, see chapter. Briefly formulated, Hagelund's reflections on time and desire depend upon an equivocation between that which is ubiquitous, on the one hand, and that which is a cause or reason, on the other hand. This generates several problems for him in my view. First and most obviously, at the level of philosophical argumentation, there is the logical illegitimacy of concluding that temporal finitude is the cause or reason for any particular object being desired merely by virtue of such temporality being an omnipresent feature of all objects of possible desiring. Throughout his work, including in Dying for Time, Hagelund regularly makes this move of slippage from underscoring time as a lowest common denominator of libidinal experience to identifying it as the catalyst of the libidinal economy, thereby relying upon a conflation of ubiquity with causality. Even if one concedes to him that the entities and representations invested in by desiring subjects are all finite in his Derridean sense as pervaded by the negativity of ceaseless, unrelenting succession, this itself is a bone of contention in conjunction with the theories of Freud and Lacan. This by no means automatically and necessarily entails that a given desiring subject is invested in a given entity/representation because of temporal finitude. Furthermore, and directly flowing from the preceding point, I fear that Hagelund's radical atheist chronolobidinalism is vulnerable to the same kind of judgment as passed by Hegel on Schelling, specifically, Schelling's identity philosophy. As is common knowledge, in the preface to 1807's Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel precipitates a break with his friend and collaborator when he depicts the Schellingian absolute as the night in which all cows are black. Without grandiosely comparing Hagelund and me to these huge figures, I pray that we not suffer the same sad fate, one fueled in their case by mutual misunderstandings, as a consequence of our exchanges. Skipping over the multiple nuances and subtleties both philosophical and historical condensed within Hegel's curt verdict, one of its basic complaints is that explaining everything is as good as explaining nothing, at least if this is done on the basis of a single principle of principles. Hegel sees Schelling, like Spinoza before him, hastily dissolving the kaleidoscopic tapestry of innumerable differences presented by dappled reality into the indifferent abyss of a flat, monochromatic monism. See also chapters end. Hagelund's ambitious and creative reconstruction of Derridean philosophy on the basis of its central idea of difference and related notions elevates and extends temporal finitude into an absolute as all-pervasive negativity, whether in the guise of a metaphysics weighted toward an ontology or a logic weighted toward an epistemology. Especially as regards what is at stake in a psychoanalytic account of desire, the critical upshot of my reference to the Hegel-Schelling split is that Hagelund's chronolobido replaces the illuminations of Freudian Lacanian drive theory with an undifferentiated darkness in which all actually and potentially desired objects are evenly and comparably blackened by an omnipresent temporality. If, according to Hagelund's Derrideanism, everything is thoroughly permeated by the ubiquitous temporal negativity of difference, then, apropos desiring life, what explains why a particular psyche's libidinal economy binds itself to the particular objects it selects and not others? How is his picture of desiring life not tantamount to a libidinal night in which all objects of desire are equally black? In Dying for Time, Hagelund, echoing the early Heidegger of being and time, connects finitude to caring, claiming that one's care for anything, whether oneself, others, or various beings and states of affairs, is conditioned by the underlying fact of the fragility, vulnerability, mortality, or possible non-being of all things, i.e., their temporal finitude. But, even if this claim is accepted as true, I will raise some doubts about its veracity subsequently. It does not provide Hagelund with the ability to account for the distributions and redistributions of libidinal investments within what, following Derrida, he recasts as the bindinal economy. He maintains that the intrapsychical economic management of cathexes, Besetzungen, as bindings, Bindungen, is governed by calculations regarding the threats and dangers circulating within the field of entities and events actually or potentially cathected. In other words, the organizations of libidinal cares are said to alter precisely in response to the psyche's assessments of the risks it and everything else faces under the forever looming shadow of the grim absolute master. But, at this juncture, Hagelund's theory of chronolobido is confronted by some tough questions. If each and every real and possible object of a binding cathexis is equally affected by temporal finitude, how can appealing to this ostensibly essential feature of all objects contribute to deciphering the shifts of distributions from certain specific objects to other specific objects? That is, if care is solicited always and solely by temporal finitude, how and why would the libidinal economy care about any particular object, since they all are temporally finite according to Hagelund's universalization of Derridean difference? If, as Hagelund asserts in Dissent from Freud, even the unconscious side of psychical life is acutely aware of death-dealing temporal succession in its purported absolute ubiquity, why do psychical subjects go on desiring along the lines presumed by him, continuing to bother to calculate, distribute, invest, manage, shift, and so on? Asked differently, why would Hagelund's chronolibidinalism not force one into eventually arriving at the implausible conclusion? For obvious reasons, he himself does not draw this consequence from his arguments, that every single desiring subjectivity is always already libidinally paralyzed as a result of realizing the total impossibility of defending in any effective fashion against the inescapable ravages of time. In still other terms, why would the Derridean Hagelundian bindinal economy not be stuck in a position analogous to that of the beast of Buridan, immobilized by its being situated amidst an array of equivalently finite objects from which to select without sufficiently differentiating criteria or incentives? Incidentally, in the reading of Freud's essay Thoughts for the Times on War and Death laid out in the final chapter of Dying for Time, Hagelund justifies his above-mentioned philosophical contradiction of the Freudian thesis positing a fundamental ignorance of death on the part of the unconscious by contentiously claiming that Freud bases it on philosophical rather than clinical grounds, hence bracketing more empirical analytic considerations and thereby aiming to enhance the legitimacy of the non-empirical angle from which he opposes Freud's position. As should be obvious, Hagelund's own stance requires that he contradict Freud on this precise point apropos mortality and the psyche. Hagelund states, when Freud asserts that the unconscious operates without regard for time and death, or believes that it is immortal, he does not rely on the evidence of psychoanalytic experience but on speculative concepts through which the evidence is interpreted. I think this assertion is inaccurate. Freud arrives at his thesis in Thoughts for the Times on War and Death that mortality is unknown as such to the unconscious thanks to his contemporaneous hypotheses that the unconscious, as a mode of thinking different in kind from conscious cognition, is not conversant with negation and linear time. Hagelund probably would retort that these hypotheses are contained in his metapsychological paper on the unconscious and that, as elements of metapsychology, they are speculative concepts that do not rely on the evidence of psychoanalytic experience. However, Freud's metapsychological papers amount to a theoretical consolidation of many years of clinical experience going back to the S. Although Freud does not operate strictly according to the empiricism of an experimenting natural scientist, he also carefully avoids engaging in a priori armchair legislating over his realms of inquiry. Up to the level of the seemingly most speculative tiers of his metapsychology, complex mutual interactions between more empirical and more theoretical dimensions are operative. In this specific instance, the postulated unconscious ignorance of negation and time arises from Freud's observation of primary process mentation, itself distinct from the secondary process varieties displayed by conscious thinking, as playing across the surfaces of his analysans-free associational monologues. In particular, interpretive investigations of countless individual dreams, as is well known, dreams are the royal road to the unconscious during Freud's turn-of-the-century creation of psychoanalysis, reveal to Freud formations and styles of mental life foreign to familiar conscious-mindedness but profoundly influencing the latter nonetheless. Clinical analytic experience cannot be sidelined even when aspects of Freud's metapsychological apparatus are under discussion. The fifth section of the metapsychology paper on the unconscious, in which the sector of the psyche is said to be unfamiliar with negation and time, is significantly entitled The Special Characteristics of the System UCS. Already in my response to radical atheism, I complain that Hagelund's handling of psychoanalysis rides roughshod over the unique features of unconscious mindedness, setting it apart from much of what is taken for granted within the spheres of conscious experience, such as the principle of non-contradiction and the chronological ordering of temporal succession. To cut a long story short, I remain convinced that he fails to take heed of the peculiarities and distinguishing qualities of unconscious thinking as primary process mentation different in kind from conscious thinking as secondary process mentation. From a location external to analytic experience, Hagelund applies to both conscious and unconscious sides of the psyche without distinction a theoretical framework anchored in a philosophy, i.e., Derrida's, which itself originates with a Saussurian-inspired reinterpretation of Husserl and his phenomenological legacy. With Husserlian phenomenology being focused on consciousness, and extremely wary of the Freudian unconscious. Hagelund discounts discrepancies between separate psychical relationships to time, negation, and death, discrepancies on display in dreams, fantasies, transferences, associations, and other touchstones of analytic work. He also underestimates the illogical tendencies, relative to secondary process logical standards, and recklessly de-synthesizing powers, through which ideas such as living on and being finite can be torn asunder and held apart by abstracting ideational violence, of unconscious processes. I must confess that I have difficulty seeing the presence of a genuinely analytic unconscious in Hagelundian radical atheist chronolibidinalism. At most, I detect something closer to Pierre Janet's depth psychological unconscious as a mere double of consciousness operating according to the same fundamental rules and patterns. I wonder whether Hagelund actually needs or can accommodate a thinking of the unconscious, in both senses of the genitive, so alien to the impressively streamlined and classically logical system he presents. Returning to the problems generated by the issue of ubiquity for Hagelund, much of the above articulated at the outset of this present chapter suggests that there are descriptive phenomenological shortcomings stemming from Hagelund's sliding between ubiquity and causality in addition to the logical and philosophical difficulties already indicated. Before spelling this out, I ought to mention that one of my reservations in reaction to radical atheism, this likewise has to do with Hagelund's phenomenology of desire, continues to trouble me up through the present. It seems that Hagelund persists in problematically assuming that desiring subjects can be utterly mistaken about their own desires in manners that would be entirely inconsequential for their desiring subjectivity itself. Although psychoanalysis admittedly is predicated on the possibility and, indeed, inevitability of minded individuals being consciously mistaken about what they really unconsciously want and wish, neither Freud nor Lacan treats the conscious manifestations of unconscious forces and factors as without significant consequences for the conscious, preconscious, and unconscious strata of the psyche. That is to say, for Freudian Lacanian analysis, how subjects self-consciously experience and spontaneously self-interpret their emotions and motivations cannot be dismissively written off as inconsequential qua purely epiphenomenal, false, fictional, illusory, reducible, and the like. Conscious and unconscious surfaces of psychical subjectivity thoroughly interpenetrate each other in relations of reciprocally affecting entanglements. But, according to Hagelund's radical atheism, the overwhelming majority of humanity, historical and contemporary, mistakenly believes itself to desire things other than survival as living on in Hagelund's Derridean sense. In both radical atheism and Dying for Time, he labors to disabuse theists and insufficiently radical atheists alike of these allegedly erroneous beliefs. Whereas he sees his radical atheist chronolibidinalism as an imminent critique of psychoanalytic descriptions of desiring life, it appears to me to be an external rather than an immanent one. Related to the distinction between immanent and external critique, since the release of radical atheism and in response to feedback received from a number of his interlocutors, Hagelund has shifted to describing his Derrida-inspired framework as a conceptual logic that permits raising the contents of other disciplinary domains, such as psychoanalysis, to the dignity of their notions, to phrase this in fitting Hegelian language. Radical atheist chronolibidinalism thereby supposedly allows for the expression of fundamental theoretical truths about space and time, a la the structural dynamics of traces of difference as the becoming time of space and the becoming space of time, embedded, but perhaps not properly recognized, within whatever regions upon which this conceptual machinery is brought to bear. Hagelund is well aware of the immediately striking resemblance between how Hegel portrays his procedure in, for instance, his three magnum opera, Phenomenology of Spirit, Science of Logic, and Elements of the Philosophy of Right, and how he, Hagelund, recently has taken to presenting the logical status of his theoretical apparatus with its battery of tightly interlinked concepts. Of course, Hegel tirelessly protests that his method is not a method as a formal scaffolding of protocols externally applied with indifference to any and every set of given contents. He adamantly insists that he practices a kind of hands-off philosophical observation in which he merely witnesses without presuppositions and narrates faithfully how other figures/shapes of consciousness and logical conceptual worldviews imminently critique themselves if patiently left long enough to their own devices, sooner or later doing violence to themselves at their own hands. Recourse to the arbitrary, willfully capricious dogmatism inherent to external philosophical critiques, as awkward, clumsy browbeatings of others' perspectives, is neither requisite nor appropriate from the vantage point of Hegel's systematic philosophy of the genuinely, rather than spuriously, infinite. As an aside and in conjunction with Hegel on the infinite, I am tempted to ask Hagelund in passing whether the category of the finite, foundational for his entire endeavor, has any ontological and/or epistemological validity apart from the corresponding category of the infinite. If finitude is unthinkable without infinity, or, at a minimum, if it is simply conceded that the idea of infinity is not sheer nothingness, what would this mean for Hagelund's project? What if ideational inscriptions of the infinite, perhaps reflected in mathematical, artistic, religious, and philosophical guises, themselves can be cathected by the bindinal economy? Does temporal finitude hold sway in these instances with the same absoluteness asserted apropos libidinal investments in other sorts of ideational representations, Vorstellungen gen? Questions similar to these can be raised from another angle. Hagelund has taken to maintaining that he is modestly claiming temporal finitude to be a necessary, and not also sufficient, condition for the binding cathexes of desire. But, the invocation of the category of necessary condition creates severe problems for Hagelund's larger philosophical stance. In order for something to be identified as a necessary condition, one or more at least hypothetical counterfactuals to this something must be thinkable, if not also knowable. Thus, for Hagelund to be able to pick out temporal finitude as a necessary condition for anything, in his case, desirability as susceptibility to libidinal/bindinal investment, he must concede, at a minimum, the thinkability of temporal finitude not holding, of it not being the case. He would have to allow for the possibility of conceiving of potentially desired entities and events not subject to temporal finitude in order to propose the latter as their necessary condition. Yet, this is precisely what Hagelund's radical atheism deems to be utterly impossible, contending that anything eternal and/or infinite is, despite many claims by many others past and present to the contrary, wholly and completely unthinkable and unknowable. Moreover, his critiques of psychoanalysis rely heavily upon this radical atheist denial of the very conceivability of exceptions to the posited rule of temporal finitude. Of course, for analysis, concerned as it is with psychical reality, instead of consensus empirical reality, mere conceivability, the formation of an ideational representation, Vorstellung, of some sort, however skeletal, is enough to serve as a point of attachment for desire's cathexes. Therefore, Hagelund hoists himself onto the horns of a dilemma through his recourse to the logical category of necessary condition. On the one hand, faced with the predicament spelled out in the preceding paragraph, he could relinquish the claim that his purportedly absolute and universal temporal finitude is a necessary condition. However, doing so would deprive him of his response to criticisms flowing from the problem of ubiquity/omnipresence, criticisms articulated both above and below here. On the other hand, for him to stick to his recourse to the logical category of necessary condition would be to persist in contradicting the fundaments of his own position by permitting at least the thinkability of exceptions to the ostensible rule of temporal finitude, and, in permitting himself this, cutting the legs out from under his radical atheist critique of psychoanalysis. Returning to an earlier point above, regardless of whether or not one grants that Hegel always or even sometimes should be taken at his word apropos his ways of proceeding, I do not think Hagelund should be taken at his similar word when it comes to how he engages with the Freudian field. In other words, I believe his critiques of analysis to be external instead of immanent. Put differently, what I am charging is that the chronolibidinal rabbit he pulls out of the analytic hat is the one he put there beforehand. His attempted maneuver of jumping to the purported meta-level of a logic, This maneuver feigns Hegelian modesty by pretending to be a discourse in which the desire of psychoanalysis can get clear for itself about its supposed in itself, definitely does not immunize him against intra-analytic contestations of his arguably loaded descriptions of the phenomenology of desiring existence. Although he denies doing so, Hagelund strikes me as adding from an extra-analytic outside philosophical corrections to how desires are experienced, articulated, and interpreted by analysans and analysts alike, as well as, apart from the restricted circles of analysis, billions and billions of people over the full arc of human history up through today who believe themselves to desire things more and other than Derridean Hagelundian survival. By my lights, his logic is not a Hegelian-style framework within which the figures and shapes of desire in psychoanalysis are free to express themselves and, in so doing, spontaneously sublate themselves of their own accord into the concepts and categories of radical atheist chronolobidinalism. Instead, Hagelund the philosopher artfully ventriloquizes through the non-philosophical, here psychoanalytic, voices of his desiring subjects. Unlike Hegel, Freud, Lacan, and the practitioners of analytic listening, he neither trusts these subjects' self-understandings nor adequately considers that, even if distorted or somehow incorrect, these self-understandings might function along the lines of the real abstractions theorized varyingly by Hegel, Marx, and Lacan, namely, as concretely efficacious illusions defying dismissal as wholly ineffective and completely epiphenomenal unrealities. In the remainder of this response to Hagelund, I will substantiate the indictments issued in the immediately preceding paragraphs by concentrating especially on his reading of Lacan's Thing, Das Ding, La Chose. Before taking up this topic, a few preliminary indications and qualifications are in order. To begin with, Hagelund's pointed, powerful interrogations of Das Ding and its relation to the place of lack, in Lacanian theory, starting in radical atheism and continuing through Dying for Time, have forced me to rethink how I situate myself with respect to these aspects of Lacan's metapsychology. The interpretation of this side of Lacan I advance below in contrast to Hagelund's critical assessment is indebted to Hagelund himself. His pushes against Lacan have pushed me in turn to clarify and refine for myself how I comprehend what I appreciate and appropriate from the latter. This is yet another manner in which Hagelund has proven to be an invaluable interlocutor for me. Furthermore, as another preliminary remark, I should acknowledge an additional debt to Hagelund. The last two paragraphs of the introduction to Radical Atheism provide a lucid synopsis of his interpretive approach as regards Derrida. Within the introduction's penultimate paragraph, he declares, "My main approach is analytical rather than exegetical. I not only seek to explicate what Derrida is saying, I seek to develop his arguments, fortify his logic, and pursue its implications." In the same paragraph, Hagelund adds, "I seek to inherit Derrida in the precise sense he has given to the word." To inherit is not simply to accept what is handed down from the master, it is to reaffirm the legacy in order to make it live on in a different way. The final paragraph immediately following these lines is worth quoting in full. "Such inheritance cannot be accomplished through pious conservation but only through critical discrimination. One question that is bound to arise, then, is whether there are aspects of Derrida's work that do not adhere to the radically atheist logic I develop, especially since it stands in sharp contrast to the readings proposed by many other major interpreters. My response is that even if one is able to find passages in Derrida that cannot be salvaged by the logic of radical atheism, it is far from enough to refute the reading I propose here. Like everyone else, Derrida was certainly liable to be inconsistent. However, in order to turn these inconsistencies into an argument against the logic of radical atheism that I establish, one has to show that they are not in fact inconsistencies but rather testify to the operation in Derrida of a different logic altogether. At one moment in the fourth chapter of Dying for Time, Hagelund seeks to revisit Freud with the same sympathy he unwaveringly bestows upon Derrida. However, most of the time, his interpretations of Freud and Lacan are comparatively less charitable. I wonder, in what is presented as a philosophically systematic edifice, What theoretical axioms and philosophical decisions justify this unevenness of generosity? In what ensues, I will put forward readings of Freud and Lacan arising from a treatment of them modeled on Hageloon's handling of Derrida's texts. Through interpreting Freudianism and Lacanianism as Hageloon interprets Derridianism, I aim precisely to challenge Hageloon's interpretations of Freud and Lacan through leveling the playing field, and only then seeing where things stand, by doing as much justice to them as he does to Derrida. One of the goals of my cursory reconstruction here of the Lacanian thing is to reveal with precision the exact limits of Hageloon's evaluations of Lacan specifically and psychoanalysis generally. But, additionally, another goal of this is to explain why my Freudian Lacanian version of drive theory, as per time-driven, with which Hageloon engages in dying for time, is not, as it might appear to be, especially to Hageloon himself, just as guilty as Hageloondian chronolobidinalism of the Schellingen-style absolutism I alleged above in resonance with the Hegel of the phenomenology. This has everything to do with how one understands Das Ding. I soon will get well and truly underway with a compressed summary of select aspects of Freud's and Lacan's ideas, after which I will conclude by drawing from this summary a few objections to Hageloon's radical atheist and chronolobidinal critique of analysis. Foreshadowing these concluding objections, I should note here at the beginning the idiosyncrasy of how Hageloon construes Lacan's thing, especially in Dying for Time. He talks about Lachos almost exclusively as a phantasmatic avatar of presumably lost immortality. According to his version of Lacanian theory, it amounts to the fictional fullness of an impossibly eternal life purportedly placed by Lacan at the gravitational center of the libidinal economy. I certainly do not intend to repudiate unreservedly Hageloon's rendition of the Lacanian thing. He indeed discerningly has found some textual hooks in Lacan's corpus on which to hang his portrait of the matter at stake. But, carrying forward a suggestion from my earlier reply to radical atheism, I do plan to represent this picture as indefensibly selective and partial, or, in Hegelese, one-sided. Moreover, I would contend that one of the sources of the undeniable persuasive power of Hageloon's critical analyses of Freud and Lacan is the fact that the preoccupations unbalancing the Hageloondian image of Das Ding, i.e., fixations on loss and mortality, deeply reverberate with the unresolved issues lying at the foundations of psychoanalysis as partially but significantly laid by Freud's far from fully successful self-analysis. As I have argued elsewhere, what Freud fails to get to grips with thoroughly in his analyses of himself is a debilitating obsessional neurotic Todesangst, with this impasse of his self-analysis subsequently resurfacing in the disguised manifestations of displacements onto patients, cultural objects, and metapsychological concepts and problems, including, perhaps most notably, his inconsistent, conflict-plagued pronouncements regarding the death drive Todestrieb. At one point in his third seminar on the psychoses, Lacan observes, "The question of death and the question of birth are as it happens the two ultimate questions that have precisely no solution in the signifier. This is what gives neurotics their existential value." Relying on a figure, i.e., Derrida, who himself draws heavily from existential phenomenology, particularly Heidegger's brand of it, Hageloon offers a philosophical critique of psychoanalysis whose great existential value taps into the anxious energies animating obsessional-type symptomatic cathexes of ideas having to do with time and death, energies perturbing both Freud himself as well as the neurotics of whom Lacan speaks in the preceding quotation, not to mention the unnamed poet featuring in Freud's essay on transience, a text to which both Hageloon and I refer on other occasions. Oddly for someone so inclined toward Derrida, Hageloon tends to neglect the profound rapport in Lacan's teachings between Das Ding and the Alterity of real otherness, as distinct from imaginary and symbolic varieties as the intersubjective alter ego and the transsubjective socio-symbolic order respectively. As he notes in Radical Atheism, Lachos Lacanian first surfaces in the seventh seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis. Therein, Lacan explicitly stipulates that his thing is an extrapolation from the figure of the neighbor, Nebenmensch, in Freud's project for a scientific psychology. Lacan thereafter persists in associating Lachos with Freud's Nebenmensch als Ding. Furthermore, Lacan's introduction of his Freud-inspired thing already is anticipated in prior musings on an epistemologically inaccessible yet palpably perturbing dimension of unrepresentable otherness, i.e., real alterity beyond the little others and big others of imaginary symbolic realities, at the heart of what is involved with true love. Before, during, and after the seventh seminar, Lacan frequently couples Das Ding with amorous life, including both courtly and maternal love, and the latter's positioning in relation to the need-demand-desire triad undergirding his vision of the multifaceted libidinal economy. The full intensities of contradictory swirls of a plethora of libidinal and affective ambivalences, the ambivalences Lacan ties to the interrelated concepts of the thing, desire, and jouissance have come up before between Hagelund and me, are reduced by chronolibidinalism to the seesawing alternation between chronophilia and chronophobia, a movement hinging on temporal finitude alone. Of course, themes having to do with time and death are overriding fixations for particular incarnations of obsessional neurosis, as embodied by Freud himself and his incomplete self-analysis. Hagelund carefully selects moments in Lacan's texts when the latter associates Das Ding with these themes, while passing over in silence many others in which this thing is associated with motifs very different than those directly related to mortality and immortality. I would suggest that when Lacan zeroes in on such thematic contents, he is doing so in tandem with mapping the libidinal landscape of certain sorts of neuroses and not, as Hagelund portrays it, so as to set up his critique of Lacanianism, wholly equating the essence of Lachos with the same topics inordinately privileged by chronolibidinal radical atheism. To make my point here very quickly, I can cite another of Lacan's prefigurations of Das Ding as properly presented for the first time in Seminar 7. Lachos Freudienne, as depicted in the famous écrit of that title, is identified not with time, death, mortality, immortality, or anything else in this vein, but, more broadly, with the truth, vérité, of the unconscious, again, in both senses of the genitive. For all subjects, starting out as premature-rationally helpless subjects to be, the origins of these truths reside in early encounters with ontogenetically primary real otherness, as the parental neighbor as thing. However, echoing Freud's admittedly rather enigmatic notion of the primordial choice of neurosis, the many varieties of obsessionals, hysterics, perverts, and psychotics are distinguished by how they come to respond differently to Lachos as the Nebenmensch Ding, be it Freudian and/or Lacanian. Lacan remarks in the seventh seminar that it is in relation to the original Ding that the first orientation, the first choice, the first seat of subjective orientation takes place, and that I will sometimes call neuronal, the choice of neurosis. Some psyches, but far from all, become preoccupied with trains of thought concerning limits and losses ultimately arising from temporal finitude. Others shift into organizing themselves and their libidinal economies around issues connected with, among many possible things, love, sexuality, pleasure, symbiosis, dependency, control, obedience, law, suffering, and so on, in ways not entirely overshadowed and exclusively dominated by oppressive worries about the ticking clock measuring the inexorable unwinding of the mortal coil. For these reasons, I consider Hagelund's chronolibidinalism to be too narrowly one-sided to encompass the wide range of non-epiphenomenal phenomena to be found in the analytic clinic with its differential diagnoses of idiosyncratic desiring lives. This also dovetails with my prior assertion to the effect that Hagelund thrusts forward what is, in fact, an external instead of immanent critique of psychoanalysis, thereby revealing more about his and Derrida's orientations than about what truly lies at the core of each and every analytic experience and und für sich. That is to say, the whole truth of Lachos cum verite is not encapsulated in the important but partial truths uncovered by Hagelund's investigations. Not only are the psychopathologically defining reactions to Das Ding als Nebenmensch differentiated and particularized, each thing, as a specific real other in an individual's ontogenetic life history, is radically singular despite being separate from the subjectively accessible realities of the distinguishing attributes, characteristics, features, predicates, and qualities displayed by intersubjective alter egos and/or transsubjective big others. Throughout Lacan's teachings, La chose remains invariably subsumed under the heading of the real. As such, a real thing is no thing qua entity or object exhibiting imaginary and symbolic properties and traits on the basis of which given beings are individuated and differentiated. Nonetheless, unlike the universally self-same anonymity of nothingness epitomized by zero in mathematics, the mysterious facelessness of La chose Lacanienne, this real otherness is not without, pas sans, a Borromean knotted rapport with the imaginary and symbolic dimensions of Alterity, is anything but universal. This elusive X, i.e., das Ding als Nebenmensch, is always a unique, irreplaceable, and non-fungible genese qua absolutely peculiar to a singular subject other link lying at the base of that particular subject's historical formation. In this context, it bears remembering that Lacan characterizes his thing as a sort of black hole around which the drives rotate, in addition to it being a void uniquely outlined by the specific need-demand-desire triangle of a subject related to it. My work on drive theory in time-driven, against which Hagelund raises a number of objections, likewise casts das Ding in the role of the, as it were, or/non-object of all drive objects, namely, the vanishing attractor point of the unfurling chains of signifier like Vorstellungen, themselves constituting the aim-object configurations of this side of the libidinal economy. Although the drama of the drives as I portray them in my first book centrally involves forms and functions of temporalities, each drive of each subject is inflected and individuated by virtue of its unseverable ties to a singular neighbor thing, an incomparable real other inseparable from but irreducible to the images and signifiers of imaginary symbolic realities with their perpetually oscillating dialectics of comparative samenesses and differences. Hence, a Freudian Lacanian account of the libidinal economy, as centered on a true appreciation of the multidimensional whole of La chose à la Freud as well as Lacan, is not in peril of falling into the darkness of an omnipresent night in which all coordinates of cath x's are rendered de facto indistinguishable in being equally blackened, a la the monochromatic quality of the night in which all cows are black, by ubiquitous temporal finitude, this being a pitfall I previously suggested Hagelund's theory of chronolobido faces without further future revisions and significant additional supplements. Moreover, Hagelund, in the recent recentering of his chronolobidinalism around a modified version of the Freudian notion of binding, Bindung, repeats a misreading of Freud's drive theory integral to Melanie Klein and her heirs in both the object relations theory and British middle school analytic traditions. Like these Kleinian and post-Kleinian forerunners, Hagelund accuses Freud of sometimes indefensibly proposing the possibility of an unbound drive, namely, a trieb preceding its subsequent state of being bound to objects through cath x's. This accusation is directed toward the Freud who declares drives to be objectless. When he makes this declaration, it signifies specifically that drives, unlike instincts, do not have biologically predetermined, innately hardwired orientations toward pre-programmed teloi in the form of given kinds of objects as natural types of entities or conditions. However, it does not mean that Freud posits the actual existence of a drive without a drive object, as, for instance, a quick glance at the metapsychological essay Drives and Their Vicissitudes reveals. In this piece, all drives are said by definition to consist of the four components of source, pressure, aim, and object. For Freud, there is no drive without a drive object, although its objects originate exogenously, rather than, as with instincts, endogenously. This holds for Lacan too. Yet, there are both Freudian and Lacanian caveats to be attached to the idea of objectlessness in light of Hagelund's construal of the notion of binding. I can begin specifying these by returning to Freud's description of the Nebenmensch in his project for a scientific psychology, this being, as underlined earlier, the primary source for Lacan's initial presentation of the thing in Seminar 7. Therein, Freud affirms that, given the initial helplessness of human beings, extraneous individuals are essential in the procurement of satisfaction, Befriedigung, and that this is the initial impetus behind both communication and morality. He goes on to remark that the other person, as a mental object, can be decomposed into two core components. On the one hand, there is the other as a thing, Ding, as something with a constant structure. On the other hand, there is the other as understood on the basis of memory and the acquired knowledge it contains. The two terms italicized by Freud in this distinction are thing and understood, thus suggesting that the other as thing is an enduring enigma that fails to fall easily into the grasp of an understanding grounded upon experientially registered data/information, such as the observable overt behavior of the other as a sensible object within the spatio-temporal perceptual field. Is it any accident that the German word used by Freud is the same one employed by Kant to designate that which forever remains radically unknowable for the thinking subject, i.e., the noumenal Ding an sich, the constitutively inaccessible thing in itself? An irreducible margin of alterity, of permanent foreignness, remains a constant, if not always acknowledged, feature of all interhuman relationships. This alterity is, at the everyday level, typically covered over by transferential fantasies and related psychical productions, filling in the many gaps and cracks in the fabric of experience resulting from this inherent ignorance, and thus serving as compensations for a constitutional lack of telepathy as an impossible mind-to-mean symbiosis. Reality itself would not be what it is as something seemingly stable and negotiable without these fictional elements that mitigate against the thing-like opacity of the other. In one sense, neither Freud nor Lacan would disagree with Klein and Hagelund regarding the always already bound condition of the drives of the libidinal economy. At this level, I think that Hagelund's radical atheist attack on Freudian Lacanian metapsychology for allegedly surmising that desiring life orbits around an ontogenetic paradise lost of presumably full enjoyment misfires. One manner of putting this is that Heinz Hartmann's ego-psychological undifferentiated phase is not a Freudian, or, more obviously, Lacanian, idea. Furthermore, Lacan especially, departing from Freud and in tandem with Klein, vigorously repudiates again and again the myth that infancy is anything close to a blissful repose in the nirvana of comfortable, contented oneness with the benevolent maternal caretaker. This myth's fictional status nonetheless does not stop Anneli Sands from sometimes believing in it, whether consciously or unconsciously. Additionally, the fundamental fantasies constructed around the ineffabilities of the real otherness of Das Ding als Nebenmensch bear witness to an unconscious disregard for the linear chronology of succession upon which Hagelund so adamantly insists, as per Freud's thesis stating the unconscious is ignorant of conscious time, a claim derived from and supported by clinical experience, as I noted a while ago. Of a piece with the neglect of the profound differences between conscious and unconscious mentation I have charged him with before, both here and in chapter, Hagelund's references to the notion of fantasy are indistinguishable from how one would talk about episodic memories or daydreams as consciously familiar quotidian phenomena. In Dying for Time, Hagelund understandably expresses frustration with Lacanian waverings and vacillations on the question of whether the phantasmatic centers of cathectic gravity for the libidinal economy are traces of an actual, factual past, or illusory retroactive constructions. Considering how Freud himself addresses this distinction in texts such as Studies on Hysteria, Letter to Flies, Screen Memories, and Creative Writers and Daydreaming, the apparent inconsistency pinpointed by Hagelund is symptomatic, namely, no mere accident to be hastily brushed aside as lamentable intellectual sloppiness. In an analysis, when an Anneli Sand asks aloud is it A or B, about a plurality, as two or more, of seemingly incompatible interpretive possibilities surfacing thanks to his/her voiced associations, the analyst's appropriate reply frequently is something along the lines of maybe it's a bit of both. That is to say, analytic interpretation often favors inclusive over exclusive disjunction with an ear to the unconscious logic of overdetermination, itself unshackled by classical, bivalent logic's laws of non-contradiction and excluded middle. The fitting Freudian and Lacanian response to Hagelund's is it past fact or retroactive fiction, is in this same interpretive spirit. Primary process thinking, with its disrespect for chronology, weaves its webs of fantasies through superimposing and condensing slices of psychical life both factual and fictional as well as past and present. Moreover, the drives toward and desires for these unstable, tension-ridden hybrid formations of the unconscious strive after not so much, as Hagelund's criticisms allege, the infinite absolute of a non-relational and invulnerable afterlife of immortality in the future, but, instead, impossible syntheses combining incompatible elements from disparate bits and pieces of mnemic materials manipulated by an unconscious not bound by conscious concerns over logical consistency or chronological continuity. However, when it comes to the neighbor thing as the elusive non-object behind, beneath, and beyond the concatenated series of drive objects, Freud and Lacan indeed would disagree with Hagelund regarding the latter's employment of the concept term binding. In my response to radical atheism, I observe that Hagelund's Derridianism, in certain respects, surprisingly resembles the strange bedfellows of Hobbes and his empiricist descendants. I feel this still to be the case in Dying for Time. Like the early modern British empiricists and the more critical aspects of Kantian transcendental idealism they help to inspire, the Hagelundian critique of psychoanalysis binds everything to Vorstellungen of spatio-temporal objects no different in kind from the phenomena of conscious awareness dwelt on at length throughout the modern philosophical tradition. Along these lines, Hagelund's occasional talk of retroaction bears little resemblance to Freudian Nachtraglichkeit or Lacanian après-coup. But lots to Husserl's quite non-psychoanalytic phenomenology of internal time consciousness, with its kinetics involving retention and protension as inherent specifically to linear chronological time as experienced consciously. In limiting analysis thusly, Hagelund is able to subsume it under his version of the ostensibly universal law of difference. But, the price to be paid for this limitation is the outright disavowal of things that stubbornly resist or evade altogether capture in and by spatio-temporal representations, i.e., binding in Hagelund's sense. These are some of the very things most integral to the distinctive theory and practice of analysis itself, not only das Ding als Nebenmensch, but also, arguably, primal repression, trauma, foreclosure, objet petit, jouissance, and the entire register of the Lacanian real, to name a handful of chronolobidinalism's casualties. To stick with the example of la chose à la Freud and Lacan, the bond to the real other is not of the same order as bindings to the inscriptions, marks, traces, etc. of imaginary symbolic reality, i.e., the cathexes of spatio-temporal objects Hagelund speculates about as the lone constituents of the Derridian bindinal economy. Rather, this unforgettable bond to an archaic thing is, so to speak, a binding to the provocatively and perpetually unbindable. By my overall estimation, Hagelund, in his radical atheist interest in prohibiting all talk of desiring supposed lost bliss and absent immortality, makes three main moves with which I cannot go along. 1. Writing off such talk as inconsequentially epiphenomenal in relation to desires themselves. 2. Collapsing Freudian and Lacanian accounts of libidinal life into a narrative exclusively about the topics of time and death, and 3. Applying indifferently a single model of time's linear succession to the multiple heterogeneous dimensions of psychical subjectivity, with its plurality of structures and dynamics. Despite these serious disagreements, I happily and respectfully acknowledge that many of my critical formulations directed against Hagelund owe part of whatever exactitude and clarity they might possess to his own sober, trenchant reflections on the philosophy of psychoanalysis. What is more, I admire the virtuosity with which Hagelund incisively brings to the fore unresolved problems located within the very foundations of analytic metapsychology. Nevertheless, in terms of its solutions to these problems, I judge Hagelund's Derridian chronolobidinalism, in the end, to be too bound by its own theoretical investments to do full justice to the many-sided experiences of psychoanalysis. Milner, Badiou, and Anti-Philosophical Lacanianism. Throughout this book thus far, I repeatedly have invoked Lacan as a key predecessor of transcendental materialism as a specific philosophical system unto itself. Yet, of course, it has become widely known that Lacan appears eventually to denounce the very endeavor of philosophy tout court. His later talk of anti-philosophy might risk seeming to render him an unsuitable partner for any systematic philosophy. In this chapter, I seek to defuse this potential danger through clarifying, in conversation and debate with many of those who already have explored what Lacan perhaps means by anti-philosophy, how and why Lacan is far from categorically opposed to philosophy überhaupt. In the process, I hope to indicate in what respects Lacan's ideas are, in fact, absolutely invaluable resources for recent and current philosophies unfolding in his wake, transcendental materialism included. Lacan utters very little about what, late in his life and teachings, he designates as anti-philosophy. This field, labeled as the negation of the oldest of the academic professions, is put forward in as an area of study for those to be exposed to psychoanalysis in the context of a university education. 5 years later, as he is dissolving his École Freudienne and winding down Le Séminaire, Lacan, again speaking of anti-philosophy, declares, "I rebel, if I can say, against philosophy." Despite, or, maybe, because of, the fact that Lacan leaves behind merely 2 brief mentions of anti-philosophy, a fair amount of ink has been spilled on this topic since Lacan's death by some of his most able readers, in particular, Jean-Claude Milner, Alain Badiou, François Regault, and Colette Soler. Perhaps they are provoked by understandable perplexity. Of course, Lacan's entire intellectual itinerary involves a sustained, recurrent reliance upon philosophy. As Regault correctly observes, citations of, among others, Aristotle, Descartes, Kant, Hegel, and Heidegger in his work are nearly as ubiquitous as references to Freud. On Regault's reading, the philosophy at stake in Lacanian anti-philosophy is not so much philosophy in general as the then current anti-psychoanalytic philosophy of the anti-Oedipal duo of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari. Žižek endorses this reading after asking, which, singular, philosophy did Lacan have in mind, which philosophy was, for him, a stand-in for philosophy as such. Žižek proceeds to claim that Lacan has Deleuzian thought in view as a philosophical stance epitomizing a false subversive radicalization that fits the existing power constellation perfectly in the climate of post-May 68 Paris. Apropos a generalized concept of anti-philosophy, Badiou advances a claim dovetailing with Regault's and Žižek's observations. Each anti-philosopher chooses the philosophers that he intends to make into canonical examples of emptied and vain speech, i.e., the anti-of anti-philosophy is always relative to particular philosophers and or philosophies, rather than to philosophy per se, if such a thing even exists at all. But, as with his technical formalized graphs and mathemes, the latter to be discussed below, Lacan's precious few sentences regarding his rebellion against the philosophical, sentences offering no specifications regarding exactly what Lacan takes philosophy to be, appear to function as Rorschach ink blots supporting the projections of multiple divergent interpretations. Whereas both Regault and Žižek detect a disparagement of philosophical tendencies prevailing amongst France's restless student bodies of the late 1960s and 1970s, Soler construes the later Lacanian denigration of philosophy as going with, rather than against, the flow of its contemporaneous socio-cultural zeitgeist in the wake of May 68. She depicts this Lacan as participating in the widespread, quasi-pseudo, Marxist devaluation of theoretical thought as hopelessly embedded in ideologically compromised superstructural strata of status quo society. Although anti-philosophy à la Lacan has given rise to such exegetical discrepancies, those who address this topic nonetheless converge on a specific shared hypothesis apropos its significance. Milner, Badiou, Regault, and Soler all agree it is no accident or coincidence that Lacan's announced insurgency against philosophy occurs at a time when his institutional circumstances involve issues having to do with the teaching and transmission of psychoanalysis in academic settings. Indeed, Lacan's initial use of the term, in Put et Robinsen's, defines anti-philosophy as an investigation of what university discourse owes to its supposed educational function. As is well known, the phrase university discourse is part of Lacan's theory of the 4 discourses, the other 3 being those of the master, hysteric, and analyst, a theory first elaborated at length in the 17th seminar of 6970, L'Envers de la psychanalyse, see also chapter. This chapter will focus on examining Milner's and Badiou's readings of Lacanian anti-philosophy side by side with an eye to establishing that Lacan is not so much an anti-philosopher, his isolated proclamation and associated utterances notwithstanding, as, so to speak, a para-philosopher whose interweavings of the psychoanalytic and the philosophical pave the way for cutting-edge developments in European-inspired philosophy, including transcendental materialism, developments in connection with which Badiou himself is one of the most prominent figures working today. But, before turning to this focused critical examination, quickly exploring those of Lacan's pronouncements pertaining to university discourse and philosophy roughly contemporaneous with his truncated talk of anti-philosophy is requisite to set the stage for further discussion of this matter. Lacan tends closely to associate philosophy with university discourse. Since Kant, philosophers usually are professors. In his 15th seminar, L'acte psychanalytique, Lacan contrasts his analytic discourse with that of these appointed academic subjects supposed to know, maintaining that the latter likely will resist and be hostile to what he has to say as an analyst. The following year, in a seminar conducted during the immediate aftermath of May 68, D'un autre à l'autre, Lacan characterizes the reign of neo-liberal capitalism as ushering in the dominance of science as the authority of university discourse, in which knowledge, savoir as s, is in the agent position of this matheme schema. This claim is reiterated subsequently in the 17th seminar, with Lacan pointing out that, according to his formalized theory of the four discourses, the discourse of the university is proximate to that of the master insofar as the former is generated through a mere quarter turn of the latter, as Lacan puts it in the 18th seminar d'un discours qui ne serait pas du semblant. The university discourse can only be articulated if it starts from the discourse of the master. Similarly, the apparent locus of agency in each of the four discourses, knowledge as S in the case of university discourse, is a semblance beneath which lies its truth, vérité, the master signifier as S underpinning and governing the savoir of academic agents. Put crudely, the knowledge of university discourse ultimately rests upon and serves the arbitrary anchors SS of power. In the academic year 1971-72, the preceding points continue to be stressed: the knowledge produced by the discourse of the university, with which analytic discourse should not be confused, ultimately buttresses and makes more effective the power of capitalism. University discourse, epitomized by the history of philosophy, generates a knowledge that is a dissimulating ideology bolstering whoever happens to be the given status quo master. In the 20th seminar, Encore, 1972, Lacan flatly identifies philosophical discourse in its true light with a variation on the master's discourse. Solar's reading of Lacanian anti-philosophy as being very much of its time is far from without its justifications. Furthermore, Badiou, with his interest in defending the philosophical tradition from its detractors and eulogizers, insists that philosophy as such is diagonal in relation to Lacan's four discourses, i.e., it cannot be reduced to any of these structural schemas. Curiously, previous discussions of Lacanian anti-philosophy, while citing S. Put Edra Vincennes and S. Mesure, have neglected Lacan's interview with journalists in Rome entitled Le Triomphe de la Religion. The section of this interview entitled by Jacques-Alain Miller Ne pas philosophe begins with an interviewer prefacing a question with "In your philosophy?" Lacan interrupts, snapping back, "I am not at all a philosopher." When the questioner specifies that he/she means by philosophy an ontological concept, notion ontologica, such as Lacan's metaphysics of the real, he/she is met by another, similarly blunt negation: it is not at all ontological. Evidence from this period of Lacan's theorizing strongly suggests he entirely equates philosophy with ontology, unsympathetically viewing the latter as a systematic Weltanschauung, an intellectually bankrupt and laughable theory of everything grounded on the supposition that being is an ultimately coherent and unified substantial whole. A seamless one, see also chapter. Reg Alt reasonably proposes that the undermining of the ontological worldviews of academic/university philosophy is a key mission of Lacanian anti-philosophy, which does not strive to pose itself in turn as an alternate worldview. When the interviewer then speaks of the Lacanian real as Kantian, Lacan, evidently interpreting Kant, in line with Hegel, as assuming that the noumenal realm of thing in themselves beyond the limits of possible experience forms a consistent totality, retorts, but this is not at all Kantian. It is even on this that I insist. If there is a notion of the real, it is extremely complex, and on this account it is not perceivable in a manner that would make a totality. It would be an unbelievably presumptuous notion to think that there would be an all of the real. A short while later in the conversation, Lacan exclaims, "I do not make any philosophy, on the contrary, I am wary of it like the plague." He immediately proceeds to mention his topological Borromean knotting of the registers of the real, the symbolic, and the imaginary as central to a non-philosophical, non-Kantian handling of the real in analysis. Similarly, Soler and Badiou both note Lacan's opposition to a Kantian-style critical cordwoning off of the real as an absolutely inaccessible noumenal X. At this juncture, things get particularly puzzling. Clearly, the Lacan of Le Triomphe de la Religion thrusts to the fore his topologized analytic register theory as antithetical to the all-encompassing fictions of philosophical ontology, with even Kant's critical transcendental framework implicitly being accused of dogmatically harboring unanalyzed vestiges of traditional substance metaphysics. By contrast, the temporally proximate Lacan of the 23rd and 25th seminars, Le Synthome, and Le Moment de Concealure, sings what sounds like a quite different tune. The Lacan of Le Synthome wants to forge a folie sophie, i.e., a neologism involving an acoustic resonance between philo- and folie madness. He speaks of supplementing a certain lack in philosophy with his Borromean knot, thereby creating the first philosophy that it appears to me supports itself. See also chapter. Stranger still, in Lacan, addressing his lifelong engagement with the theory and practice of analysis, confesses, "That which I do there is of philosophy. My Borromean knots are philosophy too. It is philosophy that I have handled as I have been able to in following the current, if I can say, the current that results from the philosophy of Freud." All of these vacillations on Lacan's part are sandwiched in time between his two explicit uses of the word anti-philosophy. Two reactions to the above are to be avoided. At least at the present stage: 1. Leaping to the conclusion that Lacan is being merely inconsistent, carelessly contradicting himself in rapid succession as regards his fraught rapport with philosophy. 2. Rushing to smooth over these inconsistencies with various possible interpretations of an extremely, perhaps excessively, charitable nature. Instead, the approach to be adopted in what follows will be to pass through an exploration of Milner's and Badiou's overlapping treatments of Lacanian anti-philosophy, with additional references to Regault, Soler, and Žižek, so as to arrive at a better perspective on Lacan's final positioning of himself and psychoanalysis vis-a-vis philosophy. In 1990, Milner and Badiou each present a paper at a conference organized by the Collège International de Philosophie on Lacan avec les philosophes. Moreover, they both make references to Lacan's anti-philosophy on this occasion. As will become increasingly evident here, Milner's and Badiou's interpretations of Lacan's ambivalent relationship with philosophy overlap considerably. Beginning with Milner, toward the end of his book L'Œuvre claire, Lacan, La Science, La Philosophie, the fifth and final section of the penultimate fourth chapter, Le second classicisme Lacanian, is devoted to l'antiphilosophy. Therein, one of Milner's arguments is that Lacan's late turn against the philosophical tradition to which he refers constantly must be understood as intimately bound up with what Milner characterizes as the hyperstructuralism of Lacan's second classicism, namely, the paradigm holding sway in the later period of his teachings, especially during the 1970s, centered on the doctrine of the matheme. Milner equates Lacanian anti-philosophy with this doctrine, thus positing an antinomy between, on the one side, a transmissible, mathematical-style formalization of psychoanalysis, and, on the other side, what Lacan understands by philosophy in the final phase of his theorizing. Lacan's mathemes, consisting of a plethora of letters, numbers, formulas, and diagrams, constitute his attempts to formalize his analytic insights. Why does he engage in this struggle to distill his reflections on psychoanalysis into the skeletal configurations of scientific-style symbolizations? Arguably, Lacan reaches for such representations motivated by his suspicion that part of what delivers Freud into the hands of his bastardizers and betrayers, i.e., non-Lacanian post-Freudians, is the latter's speciously accessible and deceptively clear prose, a writing style that lulls readers into complacent misreadings because its apparently ordinary language too easily seems evidently to make sense, an illustration of Lacan's dictum according to which understanding entails misunderstanding. Of course, this goes some way toward explaining Lacan's notoriously cryptic fashions of expressing himself in light of his return to Freud. But, what is more, it also clarifies the link between the doctrine of the matheme and the recurrent theme of transmission. Contemporaneous with his declaration of insurgency against philosophy during a period when the place of psychoanalysis in the university is at stake, Lacan, speaking of the matheme in the ancient Greek sense of ta mathemata, i.e., that which can be taught and passed on without loss, repeatedly emphasizes that his formalizations function in the service of rendering his analytic concepts integrally transmissible. The implicit contrasting case looming in the background is Freud, whose concepts, couched in non-formalized writing, proved themselves vulnerable to corrupting, perverted mistransmissions. And yet, an irony not to be missed is that, as indicated above, Lacan's mathemes can be seen as pillars of a new Tower of Babel inasmuch as, to the extent that they do not just interpret themselves as self-evident, they have given rise to thriving pluralities of incommensurable interpretations, although, admittedly, Lacan evinces an awareness of this danger. For instance, with respect to these mathemes, he remarks, they are not transmitted without the help of language, and that's what makes the whole thing shaky. However, the significance of Lacan's steadily increasing mobilization of mathemes in the S&S also has to do with issues of communication and understanding, as miscommunication and misunderstanding, apropos not only the practice of analytic pedagogy, i.e., the educational teaching and transmission of analysis, but also the very objects of metapsychological theory, i.e., the parlitra as subject of the unconscious. In his discussion of Lacanian anti-philosophy, Milner asserts that philosophy, at least in this context, remains completely wedded to its archaic roots in a pre-modern ethos concerned with the enrichment of the soul, psyche, aim, through the acquisition of meaningful wisdom. Milner's contention is that the advent of modern science, following Coeur, as does Lacan, he privileges Galileo's mathematization of the study of nature as the founding gesture of scientific modernity, shatters the pre-modern fantasized wholeness of the closed cosmos with which the wisdom-loving soul of the philosopher is entangled. By contrast, according to Milner, psychoanalysis, unlike the philosophical tradition which, still, allegedly lags behind the early 17th century revolutionary rupture signified by the proper name Galileo, is entirely in sync with modern science. Of course, as is common knowledge, Lacan considers this new scientificity to be a historical condition of possibility for the subsequent emergence of Freudian psychoanalysis almost 3 centuries later. Hence, among other of its agendas, Lacan's anti-philosophy perhaps aims to draw attention to the fact that the philosophical, and quotidian, conception of psychoanalysis as a depth hermeneutics in search of the profound meaning of psychical suffering is a hopelessly wrong-headed misreading of Freud and his place in the history of ideas. Solar rightly reminds readers that Freud's discovery of the unconscious poses a series of fundamental challenges to traditional philosophy. Buttressing Milner's perspective, she maintains that the later Lacan comes to place his faith in mathemes modeled on scientific formulas because anti-ancient, mathematized modern science does not think, with thinking here being associated with modes of cognition prone to endow things with sense and significance. Indeed, traditional philosophy certainly thinks in this manner. In the post-Galilean universe, the real of mathematically parsed material being, although anything but ineffable and unknowable, is meaningless, decoupled from the ordered, organizing plans of final causes as guarantees of rhyme and reason. A couple of months prior to his second and last self-identification as an anti-philosopher, Lacan, in his letter of dissolution announcing the end of his École Freudienne, presents his obstinacy on the path of mathemes as a struggle against meaning as always religious. In other words, atheistic psychoanalysis is opposed to the essence of religiosity, the latter being rendered as the infusion of purposiveness, sense, or significance into being, existence, reality, the world, etc. In his seminar on Lacan's anti-philosophy, Badiou indisputably has this statement in mind when he describes the doctrine of the matheme as a countermeasure against the fact that psychoanalysis is constantly threatened with being a hermeneutic of sense, with Lacan imputing to philosophy a religious recovery of sense. Combining this with the observations of Milner and Soler mentioned previously, a stark opposition between two chains of equivalences becomes visible during the final stretch of Lacan's teachings, religion, philosophy, meaning. Grounded and totalized in the ancient finite cosmos, versus psychoanalysis anti-philosophy meaninglessness, grounded and detotalized in the modern infinite universe. In her exegesis of Lacan's revolt contra philosophy, Soler refers to the Lacanian anti-cognitivist thesis according to which thought is jouissance, a thesis she dwells on at some length. Both Badiou and François Baum similarly identify jouissance as that which is granted no proper place in classical philosophy/ontology. As with so many instances of things that initially appear enigmatic and mysterious in Lacan's musings, returning to Freud is both helpful and crucial for illuminating the reasoning behind the preceding assertions. At root, what connects all of the above is Freud's conception of primary process-style mentation as characteristic of unconscious thinking. Devoid of innate ideas, Jungian archetypes, and the like as a hardwired foundational basis of necessary deep meanings, the Freudian psyche acquires its contingent contents over the course of temporally elongated ontogenetic subject formation. These thus furnished contents, registered in the form of ideational representations, Freud's Vorstellungen and Lacan's signifiers, come under the driving influence of primary processes as libidinally charged, i.e., jouissance saturated, psychical dynamics chaining together concatenations of mental materials with no regard whatsoever for considerations of sense, significance, communicability, or comprehensibility, these being the concerns of secondary process-style mentation as typically governing conscious cognition. Gesturing back at one of Soler's earlier remarks, philosophy thinks in a secondary process mode, a mode circumvented by Lacan's analytic mathemes. The thinking she equates with jouissance, on the other hand, is quite distinct and different, being of a primary process sort. An ensemble of Lacan's later concepts contemporaneous with his announced move onto the terrain of anti-philosophy, for example, the letter, Lallang, and jouissance enjoyment, can be examined as extensions of the Freudian insight into the primary processes. According to this insight situated at the origins of psychoanalysis, networks and webs of associations meaningless from the standpoint of the awareness of self-consciousness, associations hinging on the acoustic and graphic resemblances between Vorstellungen/signifiers as material rather than meaningful, constitute the unconscious grounds of psychical life itself. If philosophy introspectively peers into the presumed depths of the soul, aim, so as to discover profound a priori meanings anchoring the unified self in its relations with the world as a coherent global whole, Freudian psychoanalysis as developed by Lacan is anti-philosophical insofar as it scans the surfaces of the dollar-qua-parlitre so as to detect traces of the real of a strange thoughtless thinking out of joint with sensible worldly reality, a thinking in which currents of jouissance, as jouissance, concatenate a posteriori fragments of phonemes, words, images, and memories in movements whose susceptibility to formal delineation and analytic interpretation makes them no less senseless relative to common, conscious sense. And, this can be connected back to the subtitle of Milner's L'Ouvre-Clair, in which Lacan's name is linked to science as well as philosophy, Lacan, la science, la philosophie. Just as scientific equations such as E=mc ultimately do nothing more than descriptively encircle facets of a universe with no transcendent, metaphysical other or elsewhere, the sheer, brute givenness of immanent materiality in its inexplicable contingency is science's one and only ground zero, that which it represents without adding any supplementary meaning or guarantee of necessary significance, so too do Lacan's mathemes, equally as meaningless as the mathematical formulas of physics, reflect the baseless base of subjectivity's structures as beneath or beyond the spheres of sense. Milner concludes his remarks on anti-philosophy in Lacanian psychoanalysis by comparing and contrasting psychoanalysis and philosophy in relation to a dialectic between contingency and necessity foreshadowed in the prior paragraphs here. Focusing on the subject, the notion constituting the core hub of intersection between Lacanian theory and the philosophical tradition, he states. The point of intervention of psychoanalysis is very nicely summarized thus: the passage from the anterior instant where the speaking being would have been able to be infinitely other than it is, in its body and thought, to the ulterior instant where the speaking being, due to its very contingency, has become entirely the same as an eternal necessity. For in the end psychoanalysis speaks of only one thing, the conversion of each subjective singularity into a law as necessary as the laws of nature, also as contingent as them and as absolute. Milner continues. Yet, it is true that philosophy has not ceased to treat this instant. In a sense, one would be able to maintain that it has properly invented it. But, to describe it, it has generally taken the paths of the outside the universe, or universe. Yet, psychoanalysis is nothing if it does not maintain, as the pivot of its doctrine, that there is no outside the universe. There and only there resides that which is structural and non-chronological in its relation to modern science. In a way, the claims in these quoted passages tap into a line of thought present in Lacan's theorizations at least as early as his mid-s utilizations of Poe's The Purloined Letter, i.e., well before the dominance of the anti-philosophical mathemes in the 1970s and start of the s. Simply put, Lacan consistently remains committed to models of subject formation in which a scaffolding of firm, law-like structural constraints shaping subjectivity, i.e., apparent necessities regulating the vicissitudes of psychical life, emerge via a bottom-up genesis out of the interplay between primary process-level dynamics, including the libidinal economy, jouissance, drives, and desires, and arbitrary sets of signifiers as Vorstellian gen, i.e., imposed contingencies stamped upon the psyche by chance experiences, encounters, relationships, etc. On Milner's reading, philosophy errs in that it seeks to stabilize this groundless ground of contingency by slipping under it the imagined depth of a supposedly solid bedrock of final, irreducible meaning/sense, i.e., an outside the universe, with universe designating the post-Galilean plane of mathematized materialities, as a metaphysical and/or theological other scene giving reason to existence by rationally orchestrating the order of things. As Badiou puts it, philosophy operates, in Lacan's eyes, by affirming that there is such a thing as a meaning or sense of truth, sens de la vérité. Milner, Regnault, and Badiou all agree that, for Lacan, philosophy and anti-philosophy are not simply and diametrically opposed to one another as mutually exclusive. For Milner, psychoanalysis has not only the right, but the obligation to speak of that which philosophy speaks, because it has exactly the same objects. For Regnault, the of anti-philosophy is to be understood, no longer in the sense of contradiction. For Badiou, the issue is particularly complicated. On the one hand, just as Regnault describes psychoanalysis as being on the opposite shore bordering the same river bordered by philosophy, this is another way of articulating Milner's assertion that philosophy and psychoanalysis share common points of reference. Badiou too grants that Lacanian theory especially is quite proximate to philosophy in that it applies itself to an identical ensemble of topics. In a related vein, he recognizes Plato's Socrates as the first analyst. Nonetheless, he repeatedly and emphatically insists that Lacan is unambiguously the partisan of an anti-philosophy to be rigorously and sharply distinguished from philosophy proper. In fact, Badiou devotes his seminar of the academic year 1994-95 to the anti-philosophy of Lacan, itself preceded by annual seminars on the two other figures he singles out, along with Lacan, as the great anti-philosophers of the current age, Nietzsche, the anti-philosophy of Nietzsche, and Wittgenstein, the anti-philosophy of Wittgenstein. In addition to the seminar on Lacanian anti-philosophy, 3 other texts by Badiou focus on Lacan's tricky placement of himself with respect to philosophy, apart from, in addition, the numerous lines of influence stemming from and references to Lacan scattered throughout Badiou's corpus from its earliest years up through the present. La psychanalyse a-t-elle de fondements philosophiques. Lacan et Platon, le mathème est-il unité. 1990/ and the formulas of Elie Tourdit. In this context, exhaustively surveying and unpacking Badiou's relationship to Lacan, or even his multifaceted glosses on Lacanian anti-philosophy, is out of the question, let alone encompassing Badiou's extremely wide-ranging elaborations regarding anti-philosophy as a broad, fundamental category. Bruno Bastille's article Radical Anti-Philosophy, which will serve as his translator's introduction to a forthcoming collection of Badiou's texts on Nietzsche, Wittgenstein, and Lacan entitled What is Anti-Philosophy, provides a superlative overview of the anti-philosophical as it functions in the philosophy of Badiou. Instead, the ensuing engagement with Badiou's meditations on Lacanian anti-philosophy will be guided primarily by Milner's remarks as spelled out above and generally will restrict itself to citing only those pieces by Badiou mentioned explicitly by title in this paragraph. Not only does Badiou, as he openly acknowledges, borrow the very word anti-philosophy from Lacan for his own philosophical purposes, his philosophy relies heavily upon a distinction between knowledge, savoir, and truth, vérité, echoing Lacan's fashion of distinguishing between these two terms. In the first session of his 1994-95 seminar, Badiou notes that Lacan, unlike Nietzsche the anti-philosopher, retains a notion of truth, although, in his lecture on the question of the philosophical foundations or lack thereof of psychoanalysis, Badiou contrasts the analytic concept of truth as cause, situated as the originary catalyst of the subject's trajectory in analysis, with the philosophical idea of truth as end, situated as the ultimate telos of the inquirer's quest. However, whereas one might be tempted to think of unconscious truths exceeding the scope of conscious, thematized, self-reflexive, knowledge as elusive and imponderable eternal mysteries, i.e., as belonging to a Kantian-style noumenal real, Badiou correctly draws attention to the fact that Lacan, as it were, wants to the ineffable, to produce analytic knowledge, savoir, regarding those truths, vérités, anchoring the being, of speaking subjects. He insightfully explains later, in the penultimate session of the seminar, that Lacan seeks to subtract the real from knowing, connaître, without falling into a doctrine of the ineffable or the unknowable. It is crucial to appreciate here the difference between knowing/knowledge as involving conscious acquaintance or familiarity, connaître/connaissance, versus knowing/knowledge, savoir, as entailing conceptual, intellectual comprehension. As Badiou is well aware, the real truths constituting the arbitrary, senseless kernels of the unconscious of the par l'être, according to Lacan, are not known qua consciously recognized as customary or familiar, although they can be known qua theoretically grasped or symbolically interpreted, through the discourse of psychoanalysis. Along these same lines, in the formulas of Elie Tourdit, he stipulates that Lacan's twist is not at all to put forward that the real is unknowable, nor that it is knowable either. Lacan's thesis is that the real has an exteriority to the antinomy between knowing and being unaware. The truths of the unconscious, situated in the register of the real, defy connaissance but not, analytic, savoir. This savoir is what Lacan situates between knowing, connaître. Connaître inevitably brings with it the quotidian and philosophical temptations to render things recognizable through infusions of communicable meaning and significance, thus guaranteeing misrecognition, méconnaissance, of the meaningless contingencies, i.e., real truths, brought to light by analysis, and being unaware. As does Milner, Badiou assigns the doctrine of the mathème a great deal of importance in the later period of Lacan's teachings. From Badiou's perspective, registering real verite by tracing its edges within the symbolic field of transmissible savoir is the crucial task assigned to the mathemes by Lacan. More specifically, the act, in the precise Lacanian sense of act, of each unique, unrepeatable analysis can and should be captured as replaceable, iterable knowledge, as ta mathemata. Lacanian analysis thus attempts to be a paradoxical science of the singular, i.e., a symbolic savoir of real verite, the latter being idiosyncratic and peculiar to the experience or event of an analysis. Several times, Badiou connects this matheme-mediated knowledge, a knowledge of those truths causally influencing the subjects at stake in analytic acts which target the unconscious, to a Lacanian neologism featuring prominently in Lacan's 1972 paper Études, absence, absence. In Badiou's reconstruction of the Lacan of this period, the savoir that is neither connaissance nor directly verite, although it sustains a relationship to the latter, is that which touches absence. Before saying more with respect to the manner in which Badiou reads Études, a succinct definition of absence is requisite. Stated with relative brevity, this neologism refers to the absence of a sexual relationship, à la Lacan's infamous contemporaneous dictum asserting that il n'y a pas de rapport sexuel, as a reel around which takes shape the imaginary symbolic realities of the sexuated subjects with sexual and gender identities, the parlitres spoken about in psychoanalysis from Freud onward. Additionally, Lacan makes clear that absence involves the formal delineation without meaningful signification, via mathemes, topology, and the like, of the consequences of this lacking rapport. As Badiou observes along these lines, the lone form of transmissibility for obsex sense that is possible is found in the figure of the matheme. There is no language of the real, there are only its formulas. In the closing pages of the second chapter of L'Ouvre-Claire, Milner, although not explicitly referring to Études, helps to illustrate what Lacan has in mind when resorting to absence as a neologism. Considering the central grounding role sexuality is assigned in psychical subjective life by Freudian Lacanian analysis, he declares, "I will advance that sexuality, inasmuch as psychoanalysis speaks of it, is nothing other than this, the place of infinite contingency in the body. That there is sexuation, rather than not, is contingent. That there are two sexes rather than one or many is contingent. That one is on one side or the other is contingent. That such somatic characteristics are attached to a sexuation is contingent. That such cultural characteristics are attached to it is contingent. Because it is contingent, it touches infinity. This touches infinity can be interpreted as synonymous with Badiou's above-quoted touches absence." Milner proceeds to state, "The Freudian unconscious, inasmuch as it is sexual, is the unconscious inasmuch as it would be able to be other than it is. In its place, as it admits, the infinite and the contingent therefore pass into each other. Of course, human beings, as organisms produced through sexual reproduction, each owe their very existences to sexuality. But, humans as speaking beings, unlike other animals, somehow have to subjectify, whether consciously and/or unconsciously, overwhelming knowledge of the infinite contingencies this condition brings with it. One need only consider the sheer improbability of the existence of any given person, if this one sperm of this one man had not inseminated this one egg of this one woman. Extrapolating chains of circumstances and happenings outward from this incredibly chancy point, one eventually arrives at a confrontation with the inexplicable facticities of the very existences of humanity and even the universe, right up to the question, why is there something rather than nothing? With ample justification, Milner suggests that the formations of the unconscious, in particular, various sorts of fantasies, orbit around and reflect the impressions made on subjectivity by the limitless versions of it could have been otherwise which come to be inseparably bound up with sexuality as theorized analytically. Absence is this reel of infinite contingency, an absence of meaning that subsists within the heart of those beings condemned to make meaning out of it nonetheless. Absence entails condemnation to the making of sense out of senselessness. Badiou's The Formulas of Études devotes a lot of attention to absence. Badiou introduces this Lacanian concept term as follows: the real may be defined as a sense which is absence. The real is absence, and therefore an absence of sense, but which absence of course implies that sense does exist. He immediately adds, the point that needs to be understood, as concerns the complex decision Lacan is formulating here, is that absence must be held absolutely distinct from nonsense. Lacan's argument is not absurdist or in a general sense existentialist. He is not asserting that the real is nonsense. He is asserting that an opening onto the real cannot be breached save through the presupposition that it is an absence in sense, an absence, or a subtracting of something from, or out of, sense. Everything depends on this distinction between absence and nonsense. Rejoining the theme of anti-philosophy, Badiou subsequently emphasizes in this same essay that philosophy is both unwilling and unable to acknowledge and incorporate absence. Badiou's accurate remarks touch upon two crucial details. First, the real as absence, which is bound up with Joursens, Lalande, and related concept terms, is posited and parsed from within the fields of socio-symbolic realities, remaining inaccessible to any sort of non-existent, intellectual intuition of or mystical union with le real du absence. Put differently, the, so to speak, obment real is not a sublime and utterly withdrawn transcendence, but, instead, that which subsists immanently with respect to the accessible planes of articulable knowledge, specifically, the savoir of formulas consisting of mathemes. In his seminar on Lacanian anti-philosophy, Badiou emphasizes that le savoir qui touche à l'absence can be testified to and conveyed, which leads him to concede that Lacan, unlike most of those he identifies as anti-philosophers, refuses to succumb to the allure of a transcendent je qua beyond all possible as well as actual knowledge, an unspeakable and ineffable x, implicitly supported in the historical background by Hegel's critique of Kant's antirrealist as subjective. Transcendental idealism see chapter and explicitly supported by Coyre's Galilean Cartesian rationalism see chapter. Such French thinkers as Lacan, Badiou, and Melassu, among many others, are realists specifically as regards a real knowable with exact precision through mathematical or quasi-mathematical formalization see also chapter once more. Second, absence is, as it were, the method in the madness, namely, the primary process dynamics and non-classical logics of a thinking other than the secondary process mentation familiar to everyday and philosophical consciousness alike, a thinking unfolding itself as the free associative Lalande of Joursens constructing the rudiments of the formations of the unconscious. Such absence is an integral part of Lacan's psychoanalytic anti-philosophy insofar as classical/traditional philosophy tends to deploy a black and white, either or distinction between sense, associated with secondary process conscious thinking as reasoning in obedience with the constraints of bivalent logic and the syntaxes and semantics of recognized natural languages as systems for the production of communicable meanings, and nonsense, i.e., that which is not sense as per the preceding definition, envisioned as totally random and anarchic. Clearly, as Badiou aptly discerns, Freudian Lacanian analysis is centered on, among other things, the hypothesis that something in between strictly structured sense and completely unstructured nonsense not only exists, but even underpins sense itself. Hence, Badiou's reflections on absence intersect with Soller's above-cited insistence on equating unconscious thinking and joursens. In this contextual vein, Badiou highlights Lacan's theory of the material signifier. Without the time to explain this theory, which runs uninterrupted as a red thread through the full span of Le Séminaire, suffice it to say that absence is a neologism referring to the sonorous and/or visual materialities of ideational psychical Vorstellungen that, although not meaningful, are nonetheless not sheer nonsense as transcendent and chaotic meaninglessness lurking silently beyond the confines, circumscribed by accepted logic and grammar, of consciously recognized and reassuring significance. Badiou speaks of a Lacanian metaphysics of material signifiers as incorporeal bodies. For him, the meta- indicates that the intra-signifying motions of psychical causality, bound up with material signifiers, are irreducible to physical causality. As such, any sort of psychoanalytic scientism, in which a reduction of the psychical to the physical would be at stake, is out of the question. Badiou praises Lacan as opening up vectors of speculation promising to maneuver around twin dangers emanating from theology and science-inspired ideologies. In Logics of Worlds, he comments, traversing Lacan's anti-philosophy remains an obligatory exercise today for those who wish to wrest themselves away from the reactive convergence of religion and scientism. This comment should be connected up with some remarks Badiou makes regarding all hermeneutic conceptions of philosophy in a eulogy for Althusser. The idea of philosophy as questioning and openness always paves the way, as we know, for the return of the religious. I use religion here to describe the axiom according to which a truth is always a prisoner of the arcana of meaning and a matter for interpretation and exegesis. There is an Althusserian brutality to the concept of philosophy that recalls, in that respect, Nietzsche. Philosophy is affirmative and combative, and it is not a captive of the somewhat vicious delights of deferred interpretation. In terms of philosophy, Althusser maintains the presupposition of atheism, just as others, such as Lacan, maintain it in anti-philosophy. That presupposition can be expressed in just one sentence: truths have no meaning. Insofar as Lacanian psychoanalysis concerns itself with the distinctive metaphysics of the incorporeal yet material signifier, it avoids a scientism submitting to and imitating the physical sciences. But, it does so without lapsing back into religiosity, as happens all too often to those who pit themselves against scientistic reductivism. The symbolic of an analytic savoir outlining and capturing, through the formal literalization, as Milner has it, of mathemes, the play of real verite, itself without meaning or sense, bypasses the imaginary lures of a connaissance fixated upon visions of a corporeal wholeness, biologistic scientism, and or enveloping world of significance, onto theological religion and, as observed previously here, the majority of traditional philosophies as Lacan and Badiou see them. For anyone acquainted with both Lacan and Badiou, it is impossible not to hear profound cross-resonances between the anti-philosophy of the former and the philosophy of the latter. In response to these cross-resonances, one could go so far as to maintain that Badiou's opposition between philosophy and anti-philosophy comes undone in confronting Lacan the supposed anti-philosopher. Milner's endorsement of Lacan's few self-identifications as an anti-philosopher likewise becomes problematic at this juncture too. Arguably, some of Badiou's own statements indicate this. His 1990 College International de Philosophie presentation contains an admission that Lacan's thought is uncannily proximate to his own philosophy. Reg Alt, in his discussion of Lacanian anti-philosophy, also highlights the relevance of Badiou's thought to analysts interested in Lacan's later teachings. Near the end of this same presentation, Badiou, avowing that Plato and Lacan, side by side, both are crucial inspirations for his own thinking, describes a cross-fertilization in torsion, without unity of plan, between anti-philosophy and philosophy. Quite recently, he invokes Lacan the philosopher, as much as anti-philosopher, or philosopher of that which in psychoanalysis is anti-philosophical, proceeding to propose that Lacan offers no reason to conclude as to the triumph of anti-philosophy. Similarly, in La Psychanalyse et de Fondements Philosophiques, he states that inasmuch as there is a philosophy of Lacanianism, it's the philosophy of anti-philosophy. The precise formulation of this statement signals that Lacan's thought represents, for Badiou, a paradoxical note of convergence at which the apparent opposites of philosophy and anti-philosophy pass into each other, a short circuit in which these seemingly antinomic poles are rendered fluid, unstable, and, perhaps, even indiscernible at times. Such an interpretation is further supported through reference to the 1994-95 seminar on Lacan's anti-philosophy, in which Badiou posits that Lacan elaborates the first immanent anti-philosophy and, as such, it's the last anti-philosophy. By immanent, he means here that Lacan, by treating obment real truths as attested to in and through transmissible knowledge, eschews the standard anti-philosophical gesture of pointing at unsayable mysteries transcending any and every possible savoir, i.e., truths absolutely refractory to all efforts at knowing. According to this characterization, Lacan's name designates a historical switchpoint at which, to resort to Hegelian language, anti-philosophy becomes self-sundering, surpassing itself at the very moment it reaches an apex of culmination. As I noted earlier, Lacan himself, during the years too, oscillates back and forth between embracing and repudiating philosophy as his key intellectual partner in thinking through everything at stake in Freudian psychoanalysis. Hence, Badiou's ambivalences, hesitations, and qualifications surrounding the identification of Lacan as an anti-philosopher echo Lacan's own vacillations apropos this issue. Can anything more satisfactory be said about this matter? Interestingly, Žižek's very first reference to Badiou in print, this occurs in the introduction to his book Tarrying with the Negative, Kant, Hegel, and the Critique of Ideology, a text essential for an understanding of the philosophical foundations of Žižekian theory in its various guises and manifestations, hinges on the question of whether or not Lacan is an anti-philosopher in the Badiouian sense. Žižek argues at length. According to Alain Badiou, we live today in the age of the new sophists. The two crucial breaks in the history of philosophy, Plato's and Kant's, occurred as a reaction to new relativistic attitudes which threatened to demolish the traditional corpus of knowledge. In Plato's case, the logical argumentation of the sophists undermined the mythical foundations of the traditional mores. In Kant's case, empiricists, such as Hume, undermined the foundations of the Leibnizian Wolffian rationalist metaphysics. In both cases, the solution offered is not a return to the traditional attitude but a new founding gesture which beats the sophists at their own game, i.e., which surmounts the relativism of the sophists by way of its own radicalization. Plato accepts the argumentative procedure of the sophists, Kant accepts Hume's burial of the traditional metaphysics. And it is our hypothesis that Lacan opens up the possibility of another repetition of the same gesture. That is to say, the postmodern theory which predominates today is a mixture of neopragmatism and deconstruction best epitomized by names such as Rorty or Lyotard. Their works emphasize the anti-essentialist refusal of universal foundation, the dissolving of truth into an effect of plural language games, the relativization of its scope to historically specified intersubjective community, etc. etc. Isolated desperate endeavors of a postmodern return to the sacred are quickly reduced to just another language game, to another way we tell stories about ourselves. He continues. Lacan, however, is not part of this postmodern theory. In this respect, his position is homologous to that of Plato or Kant. The perception of Lacan as an anti-essentialist or deconstructionist falls prey to the same illusion as that of perceiving Plato as just one among the sophists. Plato accepts from the sophists their logic of discursive argumentation, but uses it to affirm his commitment to truth. Kant accepts the breakdown of the traditional metaphysics, but uses it to perform his transcendental turn. Along the same lines, Lacan accepts the deconstructionist motif of radical contingency, but turns this motif against itself, using it to assert his commitment to truth as contingent. For that very reason, deconstructionists and neopragmatists, in dealing with Lacan, are always bothered by what they perceive as some remainder of essentialism, in the guise of phallogocentrism, etc., as if Lacan were uncannily close to them, but somehow not one of them. Of course, this inaugural invocation of Badiou, one that inaugurates a subsequent sustained engagement with Badiou's ideas, implicitly contests the Badiouian depiction of Lacan as an anti-philosopher. As I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, Žižek, like Regault, insists that Lacan's anti-philosophy is not an antagonistic dismissal of philosophy tout court, but, instead, a rejection of particular philosophies, such as Deleuze and Guattari's anti-Oedipal philosophy of nomadic desiring machines en vogue during the period when Lacan declares himself to be an anti-philosopher, or also many metaphysical and/or ontological systems of the philosophical past. And, as the above quotations reveal, he goes so far as to situate Lacan in a classical Western philosophical lineage tracing all the way back to Badiou's Dear Plato, contending that the Lacanian anti- signifies hostility specifically to the new postmodern sophists, namely, many of his intellectual contemporaries in post-war France. Given that Badiou subsumes what Žižek refers to as postmodernism under the heading of anti-philosophy, Žižek's assertions in these quoted passages regarding Lacan, if they were to secure Badiou's agreement, which it is not evident they would fail to do, would mean that Lacan's anti-philosophy actually is an anti-antiphilosophy, to be interpreted here according to a dialectical, rather than a classical, construal of double negation, meaning that the Lacanian philosophy resulting from the negation of the negation is different from the traditional philosophy initially/originally negated by the first anti-dash. Moreover, apropos the Žižekian rendition of Lacanian verite as contingent, Badiou's conception of philosophy, based as it is on truths generated by aleatory events in the four generic procedures of truth production, i.e., art, love, politics, and science, as conditions for philosophy, now looks to be itself an error inheriting from Lacan some of its decisive defining features, the fact that the 37th and final meditation of being and event, his magnum opus, is entitled Descartes/Lacan is telling in this regard as well. Lacan's influence on Badiou is no secret. The latter is quite forthright about his profound indebtedness to the former, my master Jacques Lacan. For instance, S. Manifesto for Philosophy speaks of Lacan the anti-philosopher as the greatest of our dead. It goes on to identify the names of Freud and, especially, Lacan as marking a proper event at the level of thinking, the generic procedure of love, itself one of philosophy's four conditions. This leads Badiou to declare that the anti-philosopher Lacan is a condition of the Renaissance of philosophy. A philosophy is possible today, only if it is composable with Lacan. In the immediate wake of being and event, Badiou's confining of Lacan's importance to a radical transformation of the amorous risks striking the eye as an exercise in shoehorning Lacan into a prearranged picture in which love is the category of truth production left over once Badiou has identified the artistic, political, and scientific events conditioning his philosophy. Anyone possessing even a passing acquaintance with Lacan's texts is aware that he has a great deal to say about art, politics, science, truth, subjectivity, and so on, i.e., love is hardly the only thing with respect to which Lacan makes crucial theoretical contributions pertinent to Badiouian philosophy. Additionally, anyone possessing even a passing acquaintance with Badiou's texts is aware that Lacan is deeply significant for Badiou beyond the topic of amorous matters alone. Prior to being and event, this is frankly admitted. For the relatively younger Badiou, faithful to a Maoist version of Marxism and a certain materialist deployment of dialectics, Lacan is our Hegel. Like Hegel for Marx, Lacan for us is essential, and for today's French Marxists, the function of Lacan is the function that Hegel served for the German revolutionaries of the 1840s. In hybrid Hegelian Žižekian parlance, Lacan could be construed, in this light, as a vanishing mediator between philosophy and anti-philosophy, with his determinate negations of given philosophies rendering possible the birth of novel philosophical trajectories. In the opening session of his seminar on Lacanian anti-philosophy, Badiou proposes that Lacan's specific brand of anti-philosophy requires passing through philosophy, hence the frequent, extended forays into the philosophical canon by Lacan. Combined with the portions of the Manifesto for Philosophy I cited in the preceding paragraph, Badiou's position mandates two inverse yet complementary movements, a philosophical traversal of anti-philosophy, as Lacanian psychoanalysis, and an anti-philosophical traversal of philosophy. Badiouian thought arises, in part, out of what forms at the center of these cross-currents. Already in 1972, during a session of his 19th seminar, Au Pair, 1971-72, Lacan retroactively can be viewed, with the benefit of hindsight informed by the advent of Badiou's work, as heralding the eventual arrival of a new mode of philosophy, a post-Lacanian philosophical orientation. After speaking of Plato's Parmenides and the theme of the one, key references precious to Badiou, Lacan predicts that one surely will be found one day to make an ontology with what I am telling you. The temptation to crown Badiou and at least one philosopher who fulfills this prophecy is well nigh irresistible. What is more, Doing so demonstrates that Lacanian theory is neither opposed to philosophy as such nor incapable of serving as a foundation for the construction of new philosophical edifices freed from the burdens imposed by a range of intellectual historical constraints. The contemporary flourishing of philosophies without wants or necessities, such as those articulated by Badiou, Žižek, Malassu, and others, bears witness to the philosophical fecundity of Lacan's reflections. A prolific neologizer, Lacan employs the prefix para- for a number of his neologisms. Of particular relevance in this context are his utterances concerning the paratra of paratra, roughly translated, the appearing being of parabeing. Although he portrays himself as scrupulously skirting around philosophical ontology, nobody who splits with bars both symbolic orders as big others and the real itself could buy into what presents itself as a consistent discursive system mirroring a consistent field of being. He nonetheless is not without, sans, many things to say about matters ontological. Things may be better said, or half said dire, through an indirect, circumspect style unfamiliar by comparison with accepted philosophical conventions of speech and writing. See also chapter. In the end, as regards the topological placement of the philosophical vis-a-vis the anti-philosophical, perhaps Lacan is best thought of as, so to speak, a sort of slant philosopher developing a paraphilosophy, twisting and subverting the surfaces supposedly dividing philosophy from its others. The real unconscious. Malibu, solar and psychical life. After Lacan. Having just attempted to redeem Lacan as important for and compatible with contemporary philosophy in the preceding chapter immediately above, I feel that, for a plethora of reasons, it is now fitting to turn attention to the work of Catherine Malibu in this chapter. Malibu is another contemporary thinker who is an utterly irreplaceable interlocutor for me. Between us, she and I enjoy a wonderful equilibrium, productively blending agreement and disagreement. In particular, Malibu and I both are devoted to reassessing philosophy and psychoanalysis in light of the life sciences, as seen in Part 2. Žižek also is engaged in this project. Moreover, we both are committed to resuscitating the tradition of dialectical materialism, as, again, is Žižek too. However, when it comes to the place of psychoanalysis in relation to philosophy and biology, she and I part company. To paint in broad brush strokes at this preliminary stage here, Malibu tends to interpret neurobiology as seriously undermining Freudian Lacanian analysis, whereas I tend to interpret it in an opposite manner, namely, as largely corroborating and/or enriching the theory and practice of analysis. In what follows below, I strive to extend and deepen the debate between Malibu and me as it already has taken shape along these lines. To be even more precise, my agenda in this chapter is simple and straightforward, to problematize select dimensions of Malibu's critique of psychoanalysis and, in so doing, to clarify and nuance the analytic concepts in the crosshairs of some of her criticisms. Although I am much more sympathetic to analysis than Malibu, I readily admit that the multiple challenges which she poses to both Freudian and Lacanian schools are serious ones. They demand a substantial, detailed response from anyone who maintains, as I do, that analysis, theoretical and clinical, has a viable, vibrant future in the 21st century. Her neuroscientifically grounded objections to analysis, unlike many neuroscientific, and, all too often, pseudoscientific, dismissals of it, are informed by a profound knowledge of the discipline of the unconscious, manifestly evident in her subtle, thought-provoking readings of key texts by Freud and Lacan. As a highly informed and talented critic of analysis, Malibu clearly has the power to help push forward the analytic field precisely through how she pushes back against some of its most cherished and established doctrines. Partisans of Freud and Lacan stand to gain a great deal from engaging with her ideas. I hope my reply to Malibu in what follows both does justice to her significant contributions to contemporary thought as well as assists, if only to a very small extent, in the ongoing work in progress of refining and enriching the living psychoanalytic tradition. Of what Malibu has released in print thus far, her book Les Nouveaux Blesses, de Freud à la Neurologie, Penser les traumatismes contemporains and book Ontologie de l'accident, Essay sur la plasticité destructrice contain the material most relevant to me in this context. However, in addition to these two published books, she and I recently published a co-authored book with Columbia University Press entitled Self and Emotional Life, Philosophy, Psychoanalysis, and Neuroscience. At certain points below, I will draw on content from this text. In fact, this response to Malibu constitutes an additional installment in the dialogues and debates we initiated with each other in our co-authored book. To put my cards on the table right up front, I believe that Malibu's criticisms of psychoanalysis sometimes hinge on tacitly construing it as essentially a type of hermeneutics lopsidedly favoring continuity over discontinuity. Such a construal is far from unusual or unprecedented, in the past as well as the present, amongst its proponents and critics alike. Nonetheless, despite intuitive appeal and wide acceptance within and beyond analytic circles, this portrayal of analysis as an activity of uncovering and/or constructing threads of signification running seamlessly through all the moments and periods of entire life histories distorts Freud's foundational framework, with Lacan going furthest amongst the inheritors of the Freudian legacy toward correcting this misrepresentation of what is at stake in analysis. Through turning to Lacanian analyst Colette Solar's presentation of Lacan's real unconscious in her two latest books, Lacan, L'Inconscient Reinvent, and Les Affects Lacaniens, I will assemble, contra Malibu, a counter-image of Freudian Lacanian psychoanalysis as a non-hermeneutical orientation open to the possibility of radical discontinuities. More than any other expert on Lacanianism, Solar, in her recent publications, spells out with exquisite precision just how far the unconscious arising out of Lacan's return to Freud is from being the continuous expanse of a deep, dark reservoir of hidden meanings. Before turning to Freud, Lacan, and Solar, I must take the time to furnish a faithful sketch of those aspects of Malibu's critical position which I wish to address, and periodically I will punctuate this synopsis with rejoinders to certain points made by Malibu, particularly apropos matters having to do with Freud's ideas. Her general strategy relies upon confronting psychoanalysis with examples and cases taken from contemporary neuroscience, instances in which it is not possible to separate the organic wound from its psychical repercussions. To be more specific, she sees the new wounded, les nouveaux blesses, of neuropathology. The ranks of this corps include Alzheimer's patients, sufferers of senile dementia, and all those with various kinds of brain damage or neurophysiological alterations resulting from disease, injury, malnutrition, poverty, war, and/or substance abuse, as disturbing figures facing analysis with what, allegedly up until now, it has failed to recognize as incarnations of its conceptual and curative limits. Those unfortunates whose socio-symbolic selfhood is severely diminished or utterly destroyed by neurophysiological traumas embody, according to Malibu, something analysis has yet really to think through: meaningless material events of destruction, brutal and total breaks, in which the human organism survives the ordeal of a senselessly imposed erasure of its prior accompanying form of subjectivity. Motivated by her particular argumentative agenda, Malibu is especially preoccupied with rather extreme instances of neuropathology in which personality and the capacity to feel emotions are obliterated as a consequence of lesions compromising the central nervous system, i.e., neurotraumas resulting from any number of causes. In relation to his/her significance saturated onto genetic life history as a proper psychical subject, such a victim of major neurotrauma undergoes a radical, irreversible change without analytically interpretable rhyme or reason. Malibu insists that trying to make sense of such senseless shocks of contingent ruptures in terms of regression, repression, and/or negation is an invalid and impossible endeavor. Additionally, even if the sufferer's trauma could be inscribed into the narrative of analytic interpretation, the biological body living on after the infliction of its wounds, now bereft of its former subjective identity, would be incapable of benefiting from such interpretive inscriptions. With such a body on his/her couch, the analyst would have no one to address, given the absence in the semblance of an analysand of a psychical life sufficiently rich for productive participation in the analytic process as driven by interactions between analyst and analysand. As Malibu voices this in Ontologia del Accident, the body can die without being dead. One cannot help but hear echoes of Lacan's interrelated notions of the second death and the state between two deaths on Treater Morts here. Deprived of both a robust sense of personhood as well as an ability effectively to register and digest his/her post-traumatic circumstances, the representative of Malibu's new wounded, for instance, someone at the stage of very advanced Alzheimer's or an individual with anosognosia, has no hope of finding healing anamneses and liberatory working through within the four walls of the analyst's consulting room. And, no matter what the analyst says, he/she has no real analytic explanation regarding the absence of positive therapeutic prognosis for these neuropathological patients. Malibu frequently emphasizes the indifference and coldness of the post-traumatic survivors that preoccupy her most. In this vein, she contrasts the Freudian death drive, Todestrieb, with the neurobiological death of all drive. Given the entanglement of emotion and motivation in the functional living brain, as per the neuroscientific triad of the emotional, the motivational, and the cognitive as the three basic dimensions of brain-based mental life, the second term of this contrast, i.e., the neurobiological death of all drive, suggests the dissipation of affective life, the demise of the emotional brain. The detached, disinterested being who lives on after the event of his/her neurotrauma, Malibu speaks of both cerebral events and material events in connection with sufficiently drastic transformations of the central nervous system, has neither the means nor the motives to attempt a cathartic reckoning with what happened to him/her, such as the type of catharsis through Durcharbeiten aimed at by analysis. In the wider context of contemporary French philosophy, the Malibuian event could be seen as the dark underside of the Badiouian event, the latter being frequently celebrated nowadays as the brilliantly bright source of novelty, invention, creativity, etc. Conceptions of contingent disruptions bring with them a negative backside in addition to a positive front side. In Les Nouveaux Blesses, Malibu claims that every brain disease or cerebral lesion affects the brain's autoaffection. The concept term autoaffection has become, over the past several years, a cornerstone of Malibu's philosophical reflections on the neurosciences. Consequently, it has taken on a range of distinguishable senses in her recent writings. However, for the moment and in line with the immediately preceding, the sense of most relevance here has to do with affect as emotion. After the exogenous heteroaffection of certain neurotraumas, i.e., brain disease or cerebral lesion as a non-emotional affecting of a person's central nervous system, the autoaffection characteristic of the human brain, i.e., its largely non-conscious, endogenous self-regulation, is interrupted and altered. In the more extreme examples foregrounded by Malibu, this interruption/alteration can be so severe as to obliterate the possibility of the traumatized individual being affected emotionally thereafter in relation to him/herself, i.e., to be auto-affected emotionally, such as being saddened or dismayed at one's impaired condition, or other persons and things, i.e., to be hetero-affected emotionally, feeling various feelings in response to one's material and social surroundings. At the outer limits of neuropathology, one encounters, so to speak, the living dead of human organisms traumatically hetero-affected so brutally that, in the realms of affective as emotional life, they can no longer be further auto or hetero-affected. With respect to the dire cerebral lesions on which she zooms in, Malibu contends that psychoanalytic conceptions of trauma are quite inadequate for truly thinking the severity of the traumas producing her new wounded. Post-traumatically, Malibu's zombie-like survivors, stripped of a subjectivity emotionally and motivationally inclined toward the kind of laborious process epitomized by analysis, are uninterested and unable to undergo the sorts of experiences crucial to a therapeutically beneficial analysis, unlike those differently traumatized analysans committed to remembering, repeating, and working through their painful pasts on the analyst's couch. Pre-traumatically, the impossible to imagine ordeal of living death as the physically inflicted erasure of one's very selfhood and personal identity, this defies depiction via representations and expectations in the non/not yet traumatized subject's psyche, cannot, by virtue of this very impossibility, be foreshadowed by prior fantasies and similar formations of psychical subjectivity. However, at least as regards literal death per se, Freud likewise maintains that this unavoidable eventuality cannot be grasped as such by the psychical apparatus. More generally, Lacan frequently depicts the phantasmatic and desiring life of psychical subjectivity as orbiting around the real qua unrepresentable, non-specular centers of libidinal gravity. Hence, for Malibu, considering the total absence in the not yet traumatized subject's psyche of any trace of accurate anticipatory imagining of dramatic neurotrauma, if and when such a trauma occurs, it cannot plausibly be fastened back onto an unbroken thread of an uninterrupted ontogenetic life history of a particular subject. The lack of preceding pre-traumatic Vorstellian gen, as intrapsychical coordinates anchoring desires, fantasies, and the like, blocks the standard analytic gesture of establishing links between the endogenous libidinal economy and various arrays of exogenous forces and factors. Related to this, Malibu criticizes Freud for invariably privileging the endogenous over the exogenous to such an extent that he purportedly denies the reality of purely exogenous traumas, such as the meaningless material events profoundly impacting the brain upon which she ruminates, but, Freud's later revisions of his account of trauma in light of those suffering from a single, adult, and non-sexual violent event breaking the history of their lives in two through a sudden horrible glimpse of death arguably present evidence conflicting with Malibu's interpretive assessments. To Malibu's ears, neuropathology's new wounded testify against the analytic assumption of there being an underlying, indestructible continuity of significances and temporalities at the foundational base of psychical life, an unbreakable continuity licensing the art of analytic interpretation. They do so by bearing witness to the ineliminable and omnipresent possibility, one haunting everyone for whom this thread has not, or not yet, become a materialized actuality, of undergoing and surviving a senseless, random, unforeseeable neurotrauma eventuating in an ontogenetically unprecedented post-traumatic subjectivity, or even in the non-existence of any fleshed-out socio-symbolic and/or affective subjectivity altogether. Already in Les Nouveaux Blesses, but especially in Ontologie de l'Accident, Malibu strives philosophically to generalize into a fundamental ontology aspects of what is involved here in her neuroscience-informed critique of psychoanalysis. The roots of this larger philosophical pursuit lie in Malibu's first major work, The Future of Hegel, Plasticity, Temporality, and Dialectic, originally her doctoral dissertation. Therein, she extracts from a close reading of Hegel, particularly his anthropology as laid out in the third volume of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, the philosophy of mind, what arguably has become since then the master concept of her whole oeuvre, plasticity. The cardinal feature of plasticity à la Malibu is its two-sidedness, its peculiar ambiguity. This is quite fitting for a notion initially taken from Hegel's dialectical speculative philosophy. Throughout each and every one of her works, she regularly insists that the plastic simultaneously involves, on the one hand, flexibility, fluidity, and malleability, and, on the other hand, inflexibility, rigidity, and fixedness. The balance, or lack thereof, between these negative and positive poles of plasticity, as the recto and verso of what also could be called forming, can and does shift into unevenness in any number of ways. What is more, anything properly plastic has a form it can lose, and if and when it loses one form, it usually has the potential to take on another. Her tour de force, What Should We Do with Our Brain? A project hinted at in the concluding pages of The Future of Hegel, convincingly combines her notion of plasticity with the scientific conception of neuroplasticity. This combination sets the stage for much of what she does in Les Nouveaux Blesses and Ontologie de l'Accident. In Les Nouveaux Blesses, Malibu describes the neurotraumatic termination of a pre-traumatic subjectivity as a creation by destruction of form, namely, as a destructive plasticity. Put differently, cerebral lesions cancel/negate a prior subjective form and, at one and the same time, create a new one discontinuous with the old, with this creation sometimes producing instances of an absence of subjective form tout court as a paradoxical type of subjectless subject, i.e., the zombie-like living dead surviving in cold, indifferent anonymity. In Ontologie de l'Accident, a book whose subtitle includes the phrase destructive plasticity, she carries these speculations further. With the more extreme examples of post-traumatic subjects without subjectivity evidently in mind, she maintains that all established disciplines, and not just psychoanalysis, have failed to contemplate the idea of destructive plasticity in its most striking manifestations. Even the neurosciences themselves are judged guilty of this shortcoming. Defensively averting their gaze from the upsetting sight of irreparably shattered lives, the neuroscientists prefer to restrict their attention to the regenerative side of neuroplasticity and their curative role in helping along the recuperative process. Through keeping themselves preoccupied with the contingent, circumstantial causes of the individual cases of trauma which they treat, they avoid acknowledging the necessary universality of each and every person's inherent vulnerability to such wounding accidents and misfortunes. Freud offers a similar analysis of defensive mental maneuvers vis-a-vis the fact of death's inevitability. Addressing both the psychoanalytic doctors of the soul and the neuroscientific doctors of the brain, Malibu asks about how to think, without contradicting oneself, a plasticity without cure, remedy. Ontologie de l'Accident, as its very title already indicates, is devoted to laying the groundwork for an ontology finally taking into account, as previous orientations have not yet done, explosive events of indigestible, meaningless traumas in which destructive plasticity goes so far as to destroy plasticity itself, in which plasticity is exposed, thanks to itself, to its own disruption. That is to say, in a Hegelian/dialectical style self-subversion, destructive plasticity, on Malibu's account in Ontologie de l'Accident, can, and does, make possible a cutting off of the openness to the possibility of taking on subsequent forms of avenir, a possibility characteristic of plasticity per se. She speaks of this possibility of no more possibilities as the negative possible. The massive cerebral lesions of catastrophic neurotraumas produce the bodies of human organisms living on but not, as it were, living for, that is, not inclining toward future plans, projects, and prospects in the manners in which full-fledged human subjects proper continually do. As the ontologically essential dynamics of acquiring and losing form, i.e., forming, plasticity, including neuroplasticity, stands permanently under the shadow of the virtual danger of its liquidation, an elimination with which it cannot help but be complicit, specifically in terms of its propensity for loss of form, when this elimination eventually comes to pass. Old age, if nothing else, will bring this about sooner or later. According to Malibu, both psychoanalytic and neuroscientific theories are forced to balance delicately between system, as the continuity of self-regulating structures and dynamics, and event, as the discontinuity of disturbances and breaches disrupting systems. In her view, whereas neurobiology allows for conceiving of the primacy of event over system, in terms of the utterly system-destroying events of neurotraumatic destructive plasticity, analysis, by contrast, unwaveringly insists on the supremacy of system over event, in terms of a psychical apparatus sustaining indestructible threads of connection across vast temporal swathes of an ontogenetic life history. Analytic metapsychology à la Freud and Lacan allegedly clings to continuity at all costs. But, how so, exactly? Malibu begins setting up the argumentative details buttressing this objection to analysis' ostensible privileging of continuity over discontinuity by observing that, in the Freudian corpus, death is an ubiquitous, albeit sometimes shadowy, presence throughout Freud's elaborations of the different versions of his drive theory well before 1920s beyond the pleasure principle. In other words, it is not as though Freud abruptly introduces mortality into sexuality. Some readers of Freud's oeuvre might be tempted to believe that his pre-1920 drive theory is, as it were, all sex and no death, only starting with the initial formulations of the notion of the Todestrieb in 1920. On this point, Malibu is absolutely correct. Any minimally attentive reading of the standard edition reveals the omnipresence of reflections related to death across the entire arc of Freud's long intellectual itinerary from the S onward. And yet, Anticipating the subsequent moves Malibu makes on the basis of this, one reasonably might ask, even though Freud often, both before and after 1920, muses about mortality in relation to sexuality, does this mean that death is always and invariably sexualized for him? I am convinced that the answer to this question is negative, with this no complicating Malibu's line of argumentation. Anyhow, for Malibu's purposes, the crucial upshot of her preceding observation about mortality in Freud's corpus is that mortal finitude is a tangible reality for the analytic psyche exclusively in a derivative, indirect fashion. That is to say, according to Freudian analysis, the psychical subject, both consciously and unconsciously, relates to death, its own in particular, solely as refracted through the prism of sexuality, for instance, death phantasmatically represented as a variant of castration and slash or as related to the hateful, ID-level sadism of the death drive as a dimension of the psyche's affective and libidinal economies. I must note that I consider this depiction to oversimplify, through excessively generalizing from a handful of select remarks by Freud, his complex, shifting positions with respect to mortality. Malibu is overridingly concerned with theorizing death as both the destruction of prior forms of subjectivity in addition to the random, unpredictable annihilation of the supporting body of any and every form of subjectivity, a body also capable of supporting the desubjectified lives, the living deaths, of the new wounded. As I noted earlier, she contends that these sorts of cuttingly abrupt ends cannot be foreseen and rehearsed in advance by psychical subjects prior to the event of a trauma. No ideational, representational imaginings or symbolizations can or do capture and bind these spectral terminators from a black future refractory to anticipations, forecasts, and predictions. Therefore, Freud's treatment of mortality, insofar as this finitude features in his models of the psyche as an ontogenetically continuous permutation of sexuality past and present, in no way grasps or addresses the sorts of deaths Malibu dredges up from biological fields. Not only are the kinds of new wounded spoken of by Malibu post-traumatically indifferent to sexuality, as per a libidinal coldness in line with their affective coldness, pre-traumatically, the psychical subjectivity of Freudian psychoanalysis is constitutively incapable of envisioning a death that would erase it, i.e., this very subjectivity itself, and its accompanying matrices of desires, drives, fantasies, and feelings. Malibu challenges analysis to try to think a death of the psyche carrying it beyond the sexual libidinal coordinates of pleasure and pain, love and hate. She thereby pits the discontinuity of neuroscientific cerebrality against the continuity of psychoanalytic sexuality, with the cerebral brain, unlike the sexual unconscious of Freud as constitutively ignorant of its own mortality, being extremely sensitive to its frail finitude, a sensitivity intrinsic to its auto-affective self-regulation. Malibu considers Lacan to be as guilty as Freud of holding fast to a fatally flawed sexual etiology of even the most shattering of traumas. And, in the context of her provocative reading of pivotal sessions of Lacan's renowned 11th seminar, she claims that automaton, i.e., system in her sense as highlighted above, always triumphs over duji, i.e., event in her sense, in the Lacanian envisioning of trauma. In general, she accuses Lacan of completely disregarding the central nervous system. Elsewhere, I have defended Lacan against this charge of utterly neglecting the brain and all things biological, as has Soler too in her own fashion. Moreover, on another occasion, I have responded directly to a number of Malibu's criticisms of Freudian Lacanian analysis as summarized here thus far. I also cannot resist mentioning as an aside that the theory of drive proposed in my first book, Time-Driven, Metapsychology and the Splitting of the Drive, redeems Freud in the face of Malibu's charges to the effect that he fails to incorporate plasticity, in her precise meaning, into his metapsychological theories, and this to the extent that my Freud-inspired temporal model of drives as a combination intention of a repetitive axis of iteration, parallel to plasticity as fixity, and a differentiating axis of alteration, parallel to plasticity as fluidity, reveals the Freudian trieb to be plastic according to the exact Malibuian definition of plasticity. But, instead of repeating these pro-analytic defenses and responses already elaborated, I will, in what follows, try to articulate a new set of additional replies to Malibu's indictments of Freud and Lacan, and this, as signaled at the start of the present chapter, through drawing on the recent work of Solar. As the title of Solar's book promises, Lacan, L'inconscient reinvent, she pursues the elucidation of Lacan's reinvention of the unconscious. The word reinvention is well chosen, conveying the dialectical double-sidedness of the famous Lacanian return to Freud as simultaneously both an orthodox recovery of the core of Freud's thought, i.e., as well as a heterodox modification of this same core, i.e., invention. Specifically apropos Lacan and his unconscious, Malibu makes several related assertions. To begin with, she claims, psychical energy is, in a certain way, the rhetorical dieter of nervous energy. This claim is reiterated by her in our co-authored book. The choice of the adjective rhetorical, rhetorique, undoubtedly hints that Lacan's metapsychology of psychical subjectivity is being targeted here. Then, making this glaringly explicit on the following page, she posits that the unconscious is structured like a language only to the extent that the brain does not speak. In both Les Nouveaux Blesses and Self and Emotional Life, she contests the assumption that the brain is organically closed in upon itself in the mute, sealed-off dumbness of inert material silence. On my reading, Malibu seeks to attribute directly to the auto-affective central nervous system various aspects of Lacan's subject of the unconscious. Cerebral auto-affection is neither conscious nor self-reflective/reflexive, as is the Freudian Lacanian unconscious that knows without knowing that it knows and thinks without thinking that it thinks. Along the same lines, there is no mirroring in the brain, just as the Lacanian sujet, as different in kind from the specular ego moi born within the frames of the reflective surfaces of mirrors both literal and figurative, eludes being captured in the visible worlds of imaginary symbolic reality. Finally, the physical brain is a real material thing similar to, but nonetheless different from, Lacan's real thing, la chose du real. To remark in passing, Lacan often links his register of the real to materialities along the lines of what Malibu is after too. With Lacan's apparent anti-naturalist distaste for things biological in mind, Malibu contends that the brain he seems disdainfully to ignore embodies key features of his subject of the unconscious while, all the same and at the same time, complicating and/or contesting other facets of his analytic discursive apparatus. Assuming that Solar and I, each in our own ways, already have managed to call into question whether Lacan is as hostile to the life sciences and as neglectful of the brain as Malibu and most others assume, what might Solar have to say in response to the preceding? In both Lacan, L'Inconscient Reinvent, and Les Affects Lacaniens, Solar seeks to illuminate what she christens the real unconscious, L'Inconscient Real ICSR, namely, the unconscious as related mainly to the Lacanian register of the real. Although, in these efforts, she relies heavily on the later Lacan of the 1970s, Solar justifiably rejects the standard periodization of Lacan's intellectual itinerary dividing it, as per his register theory, into the early primacy of the imaginary, the SNS, the middle primacy of the symbolic, the S, and the late primacy of the real, the 1960s through. Along these lines, she states that the Lacan of the S never really was a classical structuralist properly speaking. Even then, his subject is, according to her, the living being marked by language, le vivant marque parle language. In fact, Solar tirelessly stresses again and again that Lacan unwaveringly, throughout the vast span of his teachings, grounds unconscious subjectivity in the living being as a material incarnation of the real. In this vein, she speaks of living jouissance, the real of the living being, the organism affected by discourse, and the affected living being. Her Lacan, over the time of his thinking, moves seamlessly from talking about the Freudian thing to dwelling on a parlitra, speaking being, that itself morphs into the subject of the real unconscious. The Solarian ICSR and the subjects associated with it have everything to do, on Solar's reconstruction of Lacanianism, with what the Lacan of the 1970s baptizes Lallang. It can be defined thusly. This neologism is formed through collapsing the space between the definite article and the noun in the French la langue, which could be translated as the tongue or the natural language. One could say that a nonsense word is created through skipping over the spacing so crucial to the syntactical and grammatical structures of recognizably meaningful uses of natural languages. Moreover, the sound of the word lalang recalls, through its first two repeating sounds, lala, the murmurings of infants before mastering their mother tongue, la langue maternelle, as a transparent medium of socially comprehensible communication. An infant's babbling, prior to his/her acquisition of an accession to la langue as a system of signifying signs employed in exchanges of ideas, frequently involves playing with phonemic elements of his/her auditory milieu as meaningless materials to be enjoyed for the sensations they produce in the libidinally charged orifices of the mouth, when vocalized, or the ears, when heard. The nonsense neologism lalang is coined by Lacan to designate, among other things, the nonsense uttered by babbling infants joyfully and idiotically reveling in the bodily pleasures of pure, senseless sounds. Solar offers identical specifications of what Lacan intends to convey with this notion. Additionally, she shows that Lacan's privileging of signifiers as material rather than meaningful long predates such interrelated 1970s-era concept terms as lalang, letter, and jouissance, enjoyment. I too have insisted repeatedly, like Solar, that the signifier as meaningless materiality, instead of as significance-laden unit of communicative natural language, is a red thread running through the Lacanian corpus from the S until his death. What is more, Solar correctly traces back all of this, i.e., the jouissance of lalang as the associative play within the unconscious of meaningless signifier letters in their acoustic and/or graphic materiality as tied up with the orifices of the living organic body, to the pioneering Freud of the S and first years of the S, especially the author of The Interpretation of Dreams, The Psychopathology of Everyday Life, and Jokes and Their Relation to the Unconscious. Hence, from the early Freud to the late Lacan, a fundamental dimension of the psychoanalytic unconscious, whether this be dubbed Freudian primary process or Lacanian lalang, reveals itself to be independent of and unconcerned with constraining strictures of meaning/significance. Already apart from various sorts of traumas, including those of interest to Malibu, many of the fundamental underpinnings of the Freudian Lacanian unconscious precipitate out of the senseless accidents of events of contingent collisions between, on the one hand, the living substance of the real corporeal body laden with its libidinal and affective jouissance, as Solar renders this, and, on the other hand, the universe of material signifiers into which the prematurationally helpless and uncomprehending young human being is randomly thrown through the accidental circumstances of conception and birth. Tangentially related to this, it would be very interesting to see Malibu engage with Otto Rank's unjustifiably marginalized analytic classic The Trauma of Birth. Solar's ICSR becomes, over the course of her theorizations, synonymous with what she refers to as the lalang unconscious. The real unconscious of lalang has several features by her account. First, this ICSR consists of a savoir, as well as a savoir-faire with meaningless material signifiers, as a set of unknown knowns, to resort to Donald Rumsfeld's irresistible phrasing. This peculiar type of unconscious knowledge continually overflows and escapes from the grasp of self, conscious cognition, including from that of the analyzing analyst, who nonetheless, with his/her analytic savoir-faire, knows how to attempt going with the flow of this free associative slipperiness. Second, the ICSR as lalang unconscious remains immanent to the signifying planes of imaginary symbolic reality, albeit as inevitably mis/unrecognized by the ego-endowed inhabitants of these planes. It subsists extimately, as per Lacan's neologism extimite, as singular astructural idiosyncrasy within but beyond reality's socio-linguistic configurations and constellations. Third, Solar stipulates that the lalang unconscious has effects at the level of jouissance, but remains, in essence, unknown. In other words, the primary process style jouissance interwoven with acoustic and / or graphic letters produces libidinal and affective effects likely to appear mysterious and opaque to the speaking being thus affected. Fourth, this real unconscious is grounded on senseless neologistic signifiers. It consists of peculiar material elements of a lolling that is always private as meaningless relative to the codes and conventions of socio-symbolic big others. This fourth and final feature explains the previous three in that the conscious selves of personal identities, with their secondary process mentation and fixation on what is recognizably significant as per the established standards and norms of given imaginary symbolic realities, are bound to be perplexed and puzzled by symptomatic manifestations of the logics of the ICSR, and this insofar as these primary processes, as Jouris sends, by no means obey the shared principles and rules of inter- and transsubjective structures psychically introjected to become egoistic and superegoistic assemblages. Thus, ego-level self-consciousness tends to experience the real of the lolling unconscious in the guise of strange, incomprehensible phenomena, such as enigmatic affects and inexplicable impulses. The Lacanian Solarian unconscious of the real is both too clever, in its unchained playfulness, and too stupid, in its uncommunicating idiocy, to be reliably known, in the sense of both savoir and connaissance, by mindsets embedded in imaginary symbolic realities, see also chapter. Before I conclude by enumerating the implications of Solar's illuminating reflections on Lacan's conception of the unconscious for Malibu's critique of Freudian Lacanian psychoanalysis, I want briefly to refer to a single text by Lacan quite relevant to some of what is up for grabs above. As shown, Malibu, in Les Nouveaux Blesses, latches onto Lacan's distinction between automaton and duji so as further to substantiate her contention that, supposedly like Freud, he too subordinates the discontinuities of the accidental and contingent, i.e., duji, to the continuities of a randomness-squelching automaton, namely, the signifying unconscious sustaining an indissoluble temporal ontogenetic unity across the whole span of psychical life. Consistent with the sustained underlying systematicity Solar and I claim runs through Lacan's teachings from at least as early as the S all the way through the 1970s, the Duji automaton pair of the 11th seminar expresses a trajectory of thought already articulated in the postface to the seminar on the Purloined Letter. Bruce Fink rightly comments that this postface has not received the exegetical attention it deserves, an injustice he helps to rectify. To cut a long story short, one of the basic lessons of this supplement to the opening chapter of the Écrits is that the automaton of the symbolic unconscious, represented, in this postface, as the combinatory laws for consecutive but overlapping sets of two or more binary units S and S, pluses and minuses, heads and tails, and so on marking random events, emergently arises from and parasitically rests atop unfurling sequences of utterly accidental and contingent happenings, i.e., the duji of chance occurrences represented as the non-necessary, unpredictable impacts of real material events as random and disconnected as coin tosses. How is this lesson from the seminar on the Purloined Letter relevant to certain of Malibu's interpretations of Lacan? Expressed in her own philosophical terminology, the groundless ground of the Freudian Lacanian unconscious is composed of nothing other than a tissue of instances of exogenous het affections without ultimate meaning. The zero level of auto-affective psychical life is a baseless base of externally imposed random accidents and contingencies sans sense. The subjects at stake in analysis take shape through their endogenous subjectifications, or lack/failure thereof, compelled by the outside of these chances beneath all rhyme and reason, these episodes and encounters always already exceeding any and every rational concatenation of whys. This goes some way toward turning what Malibu puts forward as a strict difference in kind between the analysans of psychoanalysis and the patients of neuropathology into a mere difference of degree, however great, a point to which I will return in my closing observations momentarily. Furthermore, as Lacan's 1956 postface openly acknowledges, the law-like continuities created and sustained in/by the automaton-like unconscious are fictitious pseudo-laws superimposed upon the discontinuities of lawless successions of isolated duji-like events with no real connections between them. In response to Malibu's charge that he, and Freudian analytic theory as a whole, is the one who projects this continuity onto actually discontinuous material happenings. Lacan might reply that, as an analyst devoted to describing what he deals with in the practice of analysis, he is just theoretically mirroring what hetero-affected but auto-affecting psychical subjectivity perpetually does on its own to itself and its lived real, ity. If and when an analyst comes across a human being who is no longer capable of and invested in continuing such superimpositions and projections, faced with the postface to the seminar on the purloined letter, Malibu probably would use the model of the coin toss to suggest that Lacan falls short of speculating about a toss resulting in the disappearance through loss or destruction of the heads and tails generating coin itself, or at least of the function of retaining and extrapolating from past tosses. An analyst might curtly concede that this person has suffered a misfortune placing him/her on the nether side of the outer boundaries of analyzability, even for those analysts with the widest of wide scopes. Such an individual simply does not have enough coin for analysis, as it were. But, this concession does not mean that those impoverished by severe neurotraumas bring about the complete bankruptcy of analysis as both theory and therapy, something I defend in Self and Emotional Life. What about Solar's contributions to a more refined appreciation of the Lacanian unconscious? As is perhaps obvious by now, my succinct gloss on Lacan's postface to the seminar on the purloined letter dovetails for the most part with what Solar stipulates regarding the ICSR of Lalande. Her rendition of the real unconscious sets up with special lucidity a twist on Malibu's critique of psychoanalysis, with which I will conclude. If l'inconscient du real is the rock-bottom basis sought after over the course of analyses, then the appropriate termination of an analysis must involve bringing to light previously eclipsed extimate dimensions of psychical life eerily resembling the new wounded of the brain sciences, the ghosts of an acephalous subjectivity of the unconscious produced out of meaningless material events, the specters of an impersonal subjectless subject often cold and indifferent in relation to the emotions and motivations moving the ego of conscious selfhood, unknown and unknowable vicissitudes of aimless drifting and dissolving cut loose from the plans and purposes of the reasonable self. Malibu's nouveau blesses would thereby be uncanny, exactly a la the Freudian unheimlich, as embodying something repressed that, although it was not supposed to, comes to light unexpectedly nevertheless. For those who are analytically minded, close, unflinching scrutiny of many characteristics of the traumatic cases put on display by Malibu would lead them to view these living dead as embodiments of something in you more than yourself, as the Lacan of Seminar 11 would phrase it. Maybe one of the most unsettling qualities of Malibu's trauma victims has to do with their disavowed familiarity rather than different in kind foreignness. Not only, as per Malibu's accidental ontology of destructive plasticity, do they incarnate destructions and deaths unavoidable in the future for everyone when all is said and done, from a Lacanian Solarian perspective, these shocking sufferers represent, with the potent effectiveness of exaggerated degree, the past and present of those subjects not impacted by neurotraumas who nonetheless unknowingly suffer daily from the senselessness of material signifiers. The end of a properly terminated Lacanian analysis is varyingly described as entailing the dissolution of the transference onto the subject supposed to know, subjective destitution, the confrontation with the non-existence of the big other, traversing the fantasy, and similar things. To risk an oversimplification, one lowest common denominator of what these various phrases designate is the ordeal, at the conclusion of an analytic process, of facing up without illusions to several hard, connected truths. The one and only universe of material beings is not a cosmos as a meaningful order created and administered by the highest authority of a big other such as God or nature. There is no profound and significant teleological undercurrent responsible for the shape of one's life history as a presumably meaningful narrative. Neither the analyst nor anyone else can provide a cure for the vulnerable, mortal human condition, for a death one must at some point meet up with in final, absolute aloneness. What Malibu, via the neurosciences, advances as a limit qua external check on analysis both conceptual and clinical arguably could be recast as a limit qua internal culmination of the analytic experience, namely, as the limit experience of the true end of a real analysis. Registering the uncanniness of one's otherness to oneself, glimpsing an extimate unconscious subject alien to one's sense of self in fashions akin to Malibu's New Wounded, is an essential component of any analysis worthy of the name. Although defending Freudian Lacanian analysis against Malibu's neuroscience-inspired criticisms of it, I do not in the least want to run the risk of conveying the impression that her philosophical engagements with neurobiology are not to be taken with the utmost seriousness. As I hope is already crystal clear, I am profoundly solidary with her insistence on the ultimate unavoidability for the various traditions and orientations of continental philosophy, the majority of them still remaining vehemently anti-naturalistic and, accordingly, averse or antagonistic toward the natural sciences, of a sustained reckoning with empirical, experimental investigations into the brain, as well as the biological body and its place in evolutionary natural history overall. Malibu and I fundamentally concur that, especially for materialist and/or embodied theories of subjectivity, neglect of things biological sooner or later consigns such thus neglectful philosophies to obscurantist idealism and intellectual irrelevance. Why I am not an immanent naturalist or vital materialist. I have indicated periodically throughout this book that transcendental materialism involves practical political, in addition to theoretical philosophical, dimensions. Here, I would like to bring to a close in this 12th chapter by providing a few preliminary specifications and concretizations of exactly what a politics informed by this brand of materialism might look like in relation to certain current socio-economic challenges. I will do so by addressing two more contemporary thinkers, William Connolly and Jane Bennett, colleagues in the Department of Political Science at Johns Hopkins University. Harking back to Part I above, Connolly and Bennett, on my reading, represent neo-Spinozist stances, whereas transcendental materialism is definitely and avowedly neo-Hegelian in manners fundamentally incompatible with Spinozism of any sort, see especially chapters and. The present chapter reveals some of the very tangible differences this divide separating neo-Spinozism from neo-Hegelianism, a divide marking fault lines of tension quite alive and charged today, makes to both the theory and practice of politics. But, before engaging with Connolly and Bennett, I should say a little more at a general level about the practical political dimensions of transcendental materialism. To begin with, this materialism, as I already have noted several times, stands on the shoulders of its historical and dialectical precursors à la Marx, Engels, and various of their offspring. But, Marxism provides not only theoretical philosophical resources for transcendental materialism. To put my cards squarely on the table, I also am axiomatically committed to the spirit, as well as many of the letters, of Marxist politics as anchored by its historical materialist critique of political economy. Put differently, I am a Marxist not only of the first, but also of the 11th, thesis on Feuerbach. As I specify elsewhere apropos transcendental materialism as an approach. Broadly and summarily speaking, I see four primary ways in which this approach is constructive and useful for Marxism. 1. My repetition of a gesture first boldly performed by Engels and Lenin, i.e. recruiting the natural sciences to the side of Marxist materialism, turns the life sciences, themselves in a preeminent cultural and institutional position in the Western world today, from supporting to contesting the Hobbesian-Smithian portrait of human nature, and along with this lending further support to Marx and Engels' load-bearing materialist hypotheses regarding the species being of humanity. 2. Transcendental materialism's metadialectics of nature helps to debunk, both philosophically and scientifically, contemporary scientistic ideologies that falsely naturalize status quo social relations and forms of subjection, as ideology in various socio-historical guises typically tries to do. On the active front of a live intellectual war of position, this updated materialism strives to unmask bioscientism's specious rationalizations for a mind-boggling array of infrastructural and superstructural features of late capitalism. 3. It pursues what I see as the valuable goal of thoroughly immunizing Marxist materialism from the threats of three intellectual and ideological dangers: covered idealisms, a la post-Lukácsian antipathy to the natural sciences in Western Marxism; overt idealisms, if only by association with the dubious company of conscious or unconscious neo-Kantians or the theologically inclined, and non-dialectical materialisms, to take a handful of examples, what Badiou dubs democratic materialism. What I describe as capitalist biologism, Rose's neurogenetic determinism, and similar manifestations that are now ubiquitous. 4. Despite carrying out this immunization, my position allows for the outlining of a contemporary materialism that is both fully compatible with the core of Marx and Engels' shared Weltanschauung, as well as for striking a delicate balance between affirming freedom and admitting determinism, in such a way that optimism about revolutionary subjective agency and realism about objective material conditions and constraints can be varyingly combined in ways appropriate and sensitive to shifting concrete conjunctures, thereby allowing for a tactically and strategically wise, sober conviction that avoids deviating in the direction of either wild-eyed Panglossianism or dull-eyed resignation. I feel that this quotation provides the best single, succinct synopsis of transcendental materialism's relationships to foundational political matters. With this overview in place, I can now turn productively to Connolly and Bennett themselves. Connolly's book Neuropolitics, Thinking, Culture, Speed is one of the more interesting attempts in recent years to reflect on the socio-political implications of cutting-edge developments in the neurosciences. Therein, Connolly constructs a position he labels immanent naturalism, a position inspired, at its root in the history of philosophy, by the ontology of Spinoza's dual-aspect monism. Bennett likewise appeals to Spinoza in pleading for her materialism of vibrant matter. Certain clearly visible overlaps between immanent naturalism and vital materialism will be addressed by me below. On the basis of his immanent naturalist appreciation of current research in biology and its branches, neurobiology first and foremost, Connolly argues that a non-reductive interfacing of the life sciences and those varied fields surveying the domains of human culture, points political thought in the direction of focusing on, to use the Foucauldian language he uses, micropolitical techniques of the self, i.e., the fine-grained dimensions of persons' quotidian, embodied existences as their daily ways of being, doing, feeling, and thinking, existences shot through with a plethora of multiple speed layers of emotions, awarenesses, stimuli, sensations, and so on. Through a tacit but evident contrast between a micropolitics of bottom-up reform, tied to a pluralist democratic framework, and a grand-scale macropolitics of top-down regulation, if not revolution, Michel Foucault's reflections on biopolitics and biopower, reflections crucial for Connolly's project in a number of ways, are peppered with sweeping, provocative dismissals of revolutionary Marxism. Connolly flirts with hinting that the surest road to desirable political progress involves small-scale tinkering by subjects with their own complex, interconnected webs of cognitions, affects, and motivations. He likewise indicates that, in his view, contemporary neurobiology supports shifting attention increasingly in the direction of the micropolitical. For instance, at one 3-page juncture in his 4th chapter, entitled Techniques of Thought and Micropolitics, he provides a long, detailed list of concrete examples of neuropolitical techniques of the self, namely, strategies of individual self-modification purportedly apt to bring about changes and reinforcements conducive to the greater collective realization of more open forms of democracy, of new, creative manners of being together. A shorter version of this list reappears in his book A World of Becoming. Immediately after running through this list, Connolly acknowledges, such examples could be modified along several dimensions and proliferated indefinitely, for technique, in film, institutional life, and everyday life, is ubiquitous. However, this indefiniteness and ubiquity arguably are at least as much weaknesses as strengths of Connolly's position, particularly in the register of political thinking. Succinctly stated, if, under the influence of a carefully qualified quasi-naturalism, one so broadly, and, perhaps, carelessly, construes politics as to see it everywhere within the tiniest features and facets of mundane, day-to-day affairs, then the pursuit of political projects is in danger of losing focus by being distractedly scattered into a diffuse array of trifling entities and events. What is worse, if even the slightest banal experiences introduce modifications into the delicate calibrations of shifting brain-body milieu systems, the plasticity of the central nervous system indeed means that quite fleeting phenomena leave traces behind in the neural connections of the brain. Then rationalizations can be provided for instance, believing that simply going to a movie theater to watch the latest Hollywood blockbuster is a politically transformative gesture. Along these exact lines, Connolly's microdimension neuropolitics is at risk of running into the same impasses as his French predecessor's 60 philosophies of desire in revolt, à la Deleuze and Guattari, as well as Foucault, not to mention the comparable dead ends of the American hippie sex, drugs and rock and roll rebellion, as is now well known. Orgasms, intoxicants, and music all have mind-altering neurological effects. Additionally, although Connolly's immanent naturalism and its sophisticated, nuanced engagement with the natural sciences has much to recommend it on both philosophical and scientific grounds, its implications at the levels of political theory and the practice of politics are significantly more ambiguous than Connolly's glosses and illustrations present it as being. The vaguely Heraclitean flux doctrines palpably lurking in the background, Connolly relies on philosophers recent and not so recent who share such ontological tastes in common, hardly are conducive to a targeted and disciplined set of coordinated political practices. Considering the disheartening record of leftist political movements in disarray from the post-68 era through today, it is quite questionable whether more of the same rhizomatic micropolitics should be prescribed. Bennett, in her beautifully written book Vibrant Matter, makes an important observation. She admits that there is no direct, one-to-one link between ontology and politics, namely, that philosophical perspectives on the nature of being, do not automatically recommend a given corresponding set of political perspectives. Connolly displays an appreciation of this same non-correspondence. But, both Connolly, on the basis of his immanent naturalism, and Bennett, on the basis of her vital materialism, nonetheless evince a shared conviction that their ontologies strongly push thinking to leap in certain directions rather than others, to jump the gap from philosophy to politics towards specific forms of the latter. At a minimum, this chapter seeks to show that leaping this gap in a dramatically different way, one aiming toward a revolutionary macropolitics rather than a reformist micropolitics, is at least as justified, starting from a cluster of philosophical and scientific claims shared with Connolly and Bennett, as the directed fashion in which both of them choose to leap. So, before further elaborating the critique of Connolly's brand of neuropolitics outlined in the preceding 2 paragraphs, a sympathetic summary of his theoretical framework is requisite. To begin with, Connolly defines neuropolitics in his sense thusly: by neuropolitics, I mean the politics through which cultural life mixes into the composition of body/brain processes. And vice versa. Especially considering that he comes from the background of a discipline, i.e., political science, that tends, like much of the humanities and social sciences overall, to ignore ontologies integrating the sciences of nature. His open-minded, insightful recognition that up-to-date neurobiological investigations of human beings are pregnant with implications for a wide range of disciplines is laudable. Connolly realizes that political science ought to be concerned with things biological not only at the levels of such practical, applied issues/problems as stem cell legislation, the ethics of cloning, the socio-economic ramifications of genetic engineering, and so on. He understands that the recasting of human nature and subjectivity underway in the life sciences entails major consequences for assumptions lying at the very foundations of the metaphysics, however implicit or explicit, of any and every general theory of politics. Connolly's above-quoted definition of neuropolitics unambiguously signals from the get-go that his program is not a naturalist one. If naturalism is conceived of, as it still too often is, as exclusively wedded to the old ontology of a mechanistic materialism, that is to say, a materialism calling for the elimination of the domains of the cultural and the subjective through the reduction of these phenomena to the sum of their supposed physical parts as material units bumping and grinding against each other according to nothing more than the efficient causality of mechanical laws. Connolly has no sympathy whatsoever for mechanistic materialism. Likewise, Bennett correctly notes that the machine model of nature, with its figure of inert matter, is no longer even scientific. Connolly too rightly maintains that anti-reductivism can and should be defended intrascientifically, i.e., through immanent, rather than external, critiques of scientisms. In other words, a viable theoretical option nowadays is to point out how advances internal to the natural sciences, for example, research bearing upon epigenetics, neuroplasticity, mirror neurons, and emergence, testify against the plausibility of nowdated reductivist agendas. In the neurosciences, such agendas appear to be grounded and modeled upon earlier states of those sciences many decades ago. Catherine Malibu nicely makes this point when she remarks, "It is within the very interior of the conceptual apparatus of the neurosciences, and not from the exterior, that it has appeared to me opportune to seek to contest strict reductivism." As Connolly claims in this same vein, different levels of biological complexity are mixed into culture to varying degrees, and you can include genetics in cultural theory without succumbing to genetic determinism. Anti-reductivism no longer demands of its partisans that they advocate their stance through trying to exercise an interdisciplinary check on the explanatory ambitions of the natural sciences, through struggling externally to impose limits on these sciences based on non-scientific, for instance, philosophical, considerations and claims, as the critical analyses of biopolitics offered first by Foucault and then by Agamben continue to do. Veterans of past wars against mechanistic and eliminative scientisms in the humanities and social sciences can be forgiven for their lingering hostility to and wariness of the natural sciences. But, as Connolly demonstrates, it is high time for this persisting animus to dissipate. Moreover, insofar as neuropolitics is a hybrid term blending together the two sides of the natural, i.e., the neuro- of neuroscience, and the cultural, i.e., the politics of political theory, it must be specified that this hybridity redoubles itself as internal to both sides. What is meant by this? The non-reductive neurosciences intrascientifically delimit the boundaries of their explanatory jurisdictions in pinpointing biological evidence for more than biological, i.e., cultural/political, forces and factors operative within the biomateriality of the body itself. In this, the neurosciences already are neuropolitical sciences. In a parallel, mirroring fashion, political theory a la Connolly also becomes neuropolitical science in acknowledging the pervasiveness of biological influences at work in the flows and strata composing the kaleidoscopic arrays of socio-cultural realities. As already mentioned, Connolly, and Bennett too, displays a sensible cognizance of the fact that reading off a singular, specific political program from a fundamental ontology is difficult if not impossible. This cognizance is on display when he states that every image of nature does set conditions and restraints that must be negotiated somehow to support a specific conception of culture. He re-emphasizes the same line of thought several times later. Carefully parsing the sentence just quoted, the conditions and restraints are not dictates compelling one and only one conception of culture. Instead, they establish a bandwidth of parameters and permutations for a range of possible representations of the more than natural, a bandwidth that constrains, by ruling out some representations, such as absolutely anti-naturalist ontological dualisms, but does not compel. Moreover, Connolly leaves himself and his readers plenty of wiggle room with the words negotiated somehow. Nonetheless, such caveats notwithstanding, Connolly maintains that each speculative theory helps to set a specific agenda for cultural and political thought. He then proceeds to advance a holistic, quasi-Spinozistic Weltanschauung of a single, non-stratified ontological field of complexity in which the bio-natural and the socio-cultural swirl together in various hybrid formations and mixtures, a worldview allegedly more conducive to, among other things, a politically beneficial ecological sensitivity. At this point, Connolly is foreshadowing what he later explicitly names his immanent naturalism. Along these lines, he asserts, if thinking is part of nature, as the largest whole in which we are encompassed, then the experience of creativity in thinking provides a piece of testimony in support of the idea that other aspects of nature may have variable capacities for creative production as well. Bennett's vital materialism readily can be construed as an extended development of this intuition regarding other aspects of nature, with Connolly's addition of the adjective realist to his re-articulation of immanent naturalism in A World of Becoming, itself presented as a companion to her Bennett's recent book on the vibrancy of material assemblages, signaling his endorsement of the anti-anthropocentric opposition to subject-centered philosophies expressed in Vibrant Matter. I will touch again upon this anti-anthropocentrism thematic note common to Connolly and Bennett subsequently. For the time being, suffice it to observe that Connolly's Spinoza-style holism entails emphasizing continuity over discontinuity, leading to a perspective that prefers to eliminate both a vertical hierarchy between thinking subject and natural substance as well as any hard and fast horizontal distinctions amongst inhabitants of a soul plane of immanence exhibiting multiple powers of creativity. As will be seen, this motif comes into subtle tension, if not overt conflict, with other dimensions of his immanent naturalism. So, what about this immanent naturalism? Connolly introduces it through a basic materialist proposal. The key move is to translate the Kantian transcendental field into a layered, immanent field. The unconscious dimension of thought is at once immanent in subsisting below the direct reach of consciousness, effective in influencing conduct on its own and also affecting conscious judgment, material in being embodied in neurological processes, and cultural in being given part of its shape by previous inscriptions of experience and new experimental interventions. As he adds a few pages after this, the transcendental, which for Kant lies beyond human knowledge even as it regulates thinking, is translated by immanent naturalists into an infrasensible field that transcends consciousness and exceeds mechanistic models of scientific explanation. Philosophically speaking, there is a momentary misunderstanding at work here, one that Connolly, as will be seen in the block quotation contained in the paragraph immediately below, rectifies himself in opposing his immanence to the Kantian transcendental. Connolly betrays a commonplace conflation of the latter with transcendence. The transcendental and the transcendent are not synonymous. Within Kant's transcendental idealism, although transcendent, things in themselves are unknowable, i.e., lying beyond human knowledge, as Connolly puts it, the transcendental conditions of possibility enabling and structuring the subject's experiences are knowable. In fact, the critique of pure reason purports precisely to elaborate a detailed knowledge of the possibility conditions of knowledge itself. In this sense, there is not a real difference between what Kant means by transcendental and what Connolly means by immanent, insofar as Connolly's immanence likewise designates a field making possible the experience of subjectivity. The real difference consists in the fact that Kant espouses an idealism ruling out any idea according to which the realm of the transcendental, consisting of conditions of possibility, could be conceived of in a naturalist and/or materialist fashion. This aside, Connolly's thorough, substantial characterization of his immanent naturalist position is worth quoting at length. He explains, "By naturalism, I mean the idea that all human activities function without the aid of a divine or supernatural force. The specific form of naturalism I embrace questions the sufficiency of the law-like model of nature endorsed by classical natural science. And it emphasizes how culture gets differentially mixed into natural processes, depending upon the capacity for complexity of the mode of being in question. Let us construe eliminative naturalism to be a philosophy that reduces the experience of consciousness to non-conscious processes. Let us construe mechanical naturalism to be one that denies any role to a supersensible field while finding both the world of non-human nature and the structure of the human brain to be amenable in principle to precise representation and complete explanation. I am not sure how many eliminative or mechanical naturalists there are today, although many philosophers and cognitive scientists are represented as such by those critics who endorse transcendentalism. An immanent naturalist, by comparison, does not repudiate the transcendental. Rather, it is translated into an immanent field that mixes nature and culture. To immanent naturalism, consciousness emerges as a layer of thinking, feeling, and judgment bound to complex crunching operations that enable and exceed it. The immanent field is efficacious and inscrutable, to an uncertain degree, but not immaterial. It is, you might say, infrasensible rather than supersensible. Moreover, the immanent field, while currently unsusceptible to full explanation and unsusceptible in principle to precise representation, may retain some amenability to both cultural inscription and experimental tactics of intervention. That is, as the practices of Buddhists, Epicureans, and several monotheistic religions have presumed for centuries, human powers of cultural inscription and experimental intervention into the inscrutable domain, while limited, nonetheless exceed those of direct conscious control and scientific explanation. The last two sentences of this quotation gesture not simply at micropolitics in general, but at a version of it in which a materialist approach to subjectivity leads to endorsing non-Western and/or pre-modern practices of caring for small-scale selfhood. A little further on, Connolly underscores the intimate rapport between immanent naturalism and a micropolitical attentiveness to Foucauldian techniques of the self. However, not only, as I have already remarked, is there no overwhelmingly compelling connection between, first, an ontological theory registering problematizations of the old nature-nurture dichotomy arising within the natural sciences themselves, and, second, ethico-political practices allied to Eastern and/or ancient worldviews and focused on the fine-grained texture of individuals' quotidian existences. Features of Connolly's own articulations of immanent naturalism point to an alternate theory-practice ensemble simultaneously proximate to and distant from his guiding intuitions and visions in both neuropolitics and a world of becoming. In the lengthy block quotation above, Connolly invokes the notion of emergence. To immanent naturalism, consciousness emerges as a layer of thinking, feeling, and judgment bound to complex crunching operations that enable and exceed it. A few pages after this invocation, it becomes evident that he intends this in the sense of emergentism as a general theoretical model in the natural sciences. Thinking is irreducible to any of the preliminary ingredients that enable it, but it is affected profoundly by the material medium of its occurrence. Attention subsists within this single sentence. On the one hand, Connolly affirms a certain autonomy or independence of emergently generated cognitive activity as irreducible to its biomaterial basis. On the other hand, he appears to retract/revoke this very freedom, though simultaneously insisting on thinking's impinged upon position relative to its physical ground, with the former stuck being perpetually affected by the latter. As small as it might seem at first glance, this tension testifying to Connolly favoring a weak over a strong strain of emergentism. Strong emergentism would contend that certain emergent entities and events can and do achieve a complete and full separation from their originary sources of emergence, rather than remaining subservient to these origins as effect to cause, has huge political implications. Putting to one side the gargantuan fundamental ontological question of if, following Spinoza, one ought to conceive of being itself, whether called nature and/or God, as a substantial whole, i.e., a one, all, totality, unity, etc., the issue of Connolly's Spinozistic holism, as per his broad definition of the natural, is open to critical examination within the comparatively narrower scope of neurobiology and the theoretical topic of subjectivity. To begin this critical examination, it is worth noticing that both Connolly and Bennett refer to mid-20th century French phenomenologist Maurice Merleau-Ponty, whose monistic inclinations and attention to embodiment make him an obvious predecessor of and inspiration for orientations such as immanent naturalism and vital materialism. Likewise, in their book The Embodied Mind, Cognitive Science and Human Experience, Francisco J. Varela, Evan Thompson, and Eleanor Ross appeal to Merleau-Ponty's philosophy throughout their efforts to weave together, in a non-reductive manner, existential, phenomenology and science-inspired cognitivist approaches to human mental life, plus ingredients from Buddhist psychology. One should recall that Connolly too is interested in supporting Eastern outlooks using Western science. Not only does Connolly cite Varela and his collaborators several times, Varela promotes, among other things, emergentism as a non-reductive paradigm in the life sciences. He employs a quotation from the embodied mind as one of the epigraphs for neuropolitics. In fact, close scrutiny of the passage in the embodied mind from which Connolly extracts his epigraph reveals the possibility for a different neuropolitical interpretation of the work of Varela et al. Than that offered by immanent naturalism. Here is the passage in question. An important and pervasive shift is beginning to take place in cognitive science under the very influence of its own research. This shift requires that we move away from the idea of the world as independent and extrinsic to the idea of the world as inseparable from the structure of these processes of self-modification. This change in stance does not express a mere philosophical preference, it reflects the necessity of understanding cognitive systems not on the basis of their input and output relationships but by their operational closure. A system that has operational closure is one in which the results of its processes are those processes themselves. The notion of operational closure is thus a way of specifying classes of processes that, in their very operation, turn back upon themselves to form autonomous networks. Such networks do not fall into the class of systems defined by external mechanisms of control, heteronomy, but rather into the class of systems defined by internal mechanisms of self-organization, autonomy. Connolly's epigraph quotes only the first two sentences of this stretch of text. The first quoted sentence dovetails with the earlier made observation that intrascientific immanent, self, critiques are bringing about shifts within the sciences usually advocated by external critiques coming from non-scientific quarters, such as philosophy and the humanities in general. The real bones of contention in the present context have to do with both the second sentence as well as the rest of the content of this quotation. As for the second sentence, one could argue that Connollian immanent naturalism reads the inseparability spoken of by Varela, Thompson, and Ross between the world and these processes of self-modification in a lopsided, one-way fashion. That is to say, Connolly overemphasizes the fusion of the reflexive mind with the stuff of wider nature to such an extent that mental life threatens to be deprived of its freedom as self-relating, auto-transformative dynamics, given that his philosophical heroes are Spinoza, Nietzsche, Merleau-Ponty, Foucault, and Deleuze. It is no surprise that Connolly runs the risk of squelching the subject altogether, see also chapter. Correspondingly, under the influence of monist ontologies hostile to robust theories of radically autonomous subjectivity, he downplays the other side of Varela and Company's assertion regarding this inseparability, to the extent that the world is inseparable from the gaze it casts upon itself through sentient and sapient subjects as twisting folds of a universe staring back at itself thusly. This world, as nature, must be reconceived so as account for how it produces such reflexive ruptures out of itself in the form of self-determining subjects, designated here by Varela and his colleagues with the phrase operational closure. Elsewhere, Varela and Umberto R. Maturana famously explain subjective autonomy in terms of a life scientific theory of autopoietic organization, a theory echoing, however wittingly or unwittingly, Kant's discussions of the idea of organic life in his critique of the power of judgment and Hegel's Kant-inspired treatments of the same topic in both the Phenomenology of Spirit as per the section on Observing Reason and the Philosophy of Nature. In A World of Becoming, Connolly repeatedly refers to emergentism and autopoiesis together while, in the same book, falsely accusing Hegel of ignoring the natural altogether in favor of an exclusive focus on the socio-historical. Having reached this juncture, the core differences between Connolly's immanent naturalism and my transcendental materialism can begin to be spelled out by playing off transcendental materialism's Hegel, as a sort of strong emergentist avant la lettre, against immanent naturalism's Spinoza, as a sort of weak emergentist avant la lettre. The strong emergentism of Varela and Company arguably is misread by Connolly in light of his weaker version of this paradigm, a diluted strain of emergentism according to which the monistic, unified wholeness of natural substance is not fundamentally torn or shattered to pieces by creating within itself the weird cognitive emotional motivational beings that can and do turn back upon it, with these beings achieving an auto-reflexive self-determination thanks to natural materiality sundering. itself in giving rise to them. But, in what way, is Hegel's 19th-century philosophy relevant in this contemporary context? Both Hegel and Schelling, although beginning their intellectual adventures as supporters of Spinozism while students in theological seminary at Tübingen during the end of the 18th century, quickly come to find Spinoza's dual-aspect monism to be unsatisfactory, specifically insofar as it is a system depicting, as it were, substance sans subject. However, starting in 1807, Hegel initiates his thereafter regularly reiterated assertion that Schelling, somewhat unfairly in that he considers only the juvenilia of the latter's relatively early philosophies of nature and identity, is just as guilty as Spinoza of dissolving the absolute into a static, undifferentiated night in which all cows are black, see chapter. That is to say, the ontology of the ethics not only promotes a thoroughgoing determinism in which the strength of one's sense of being free in thinking and acting is precisely correlative and proportional to the degree of one's ignorance of the sum total of causes converging upon one's thoughts and actions as mere effects. This is something that obviously would be anathema to two young men from Protestant backgrounds who are enthusiasts of the French Revolution, with its explosive political affirmation of human freedom. This ontology cannot and does not explain exactly how and why the one of the natural substance named God reflects/refracts itself into the domain of appearances in which it is split into two attributes, i.e., the incommensurable aspects of thinking and extension, and multiple modes. For instance, the later Schelling's draft manuscripts of his unfinished Weltalter project, centered on a cosmotheological narrative of God's creation of the world, can be viewed as struggling to tell a story Spinoza utterly failed to tell, but, by German idealist lights, was obliged to articulate nevertheless. Of course, Hegel's most renowned, and succinct, expression of his dissatisfaction with Spinoza's dual-aspect monism, as an ontology of substance sans subject, is to be found in the magisterial preface to his 1807 Phenomenology of Spirit. Therein, he declares, everything turns on grasping and expressing the true, not only as substance, but equally as subject. Returning to a comparatively neglected textual fragment from Hegel's time as a Hofmeister in Bern, a piece entitled The Earliest System Program of German Idealism, both will help illuminate this well-known line from the later phenomenology as well as allow for reconnecting with the intertwined topics of today's natural sciences and politics. In fact, the opening two paragraphs consist of Hegel, or Hölderlin or Schelling, depending on who one credits with authorship of this fragment, discussing science and ontology with an eye to the philosophical consequences of France's then recent momentous political upheaval and its cultural reverberations in German-speaking circles next door. Since the whole of metaphysics falls for the future within moral theory, this ethics will be nothing less than a complete system of all ideas or of all practical postulates, which is the same thing. The first idea is, of course, the presentation of myself as an absolutely free entity. Along with the free, self-conscious essence, there stands forth, out of nothing, an entire world, the one true and thinkable creation out of nothing. Here I shall descend into the realms of physics. The question is this: how must a world be constituted for a moral entity? I would like to give wings once more to our backward physics, that advances laboriously by experiments. Hegel, or Hölderlin or Schelling, adds immediately on the heels of this, thus, if philosophy supplies the ideas, and experience the data, we may at last come to have in essentials the physics that I look forward to for later times. It does not appear that our present-day physics can satisfy a creative spirit such as ours is or ought to be. From the perspective of Hegel and certain of his contemporaries, the philosophies of freedom propounded by Kant, as per his deontological metaphysics of morals, and Fichte, starting with the first version of his Wissenschaftslehre, in the SNS represent the, loosely speaking, spiritual, as cultural intellectual, furtherance of the progressive, albeit violent, historical leap forward achieved in France at the level of the practical political. In Hegel's view of world history, What began within the Sittlichkeit of the Germans with Martin Luther's Reformation in the 16th century comes full circle and returns to its homeland thanks to the surfacing of Kantian and post-Kantian philosophical idealisms, after passing through its intervening worldly development as concentrated in Enlightenment-era Paris. Basically, a 16th-century German religious reformation becomes an 18th-century French political revolution, which then in turn becomes a 19th-century German philosophical reformation. According to the Philosophie der Geschichte, Hegel and his fellow idealists of the period theoretically consolidate and help bring to completion the post-1789 sequence in that it is a false principle that the fetters which bind right and freedom can be broken without the emancipation of conscience, that there can be a revolution without a reformation. In this early set of notes quoted from above, the young, post-Fichtean idealists announced that, following upon their construal of Kantian and Fichtean subjective idealisms as fundamentally centered upon and concerned with the radical, thinking of freedom, they too intend to base their philosophy à venir on the autonomy embodied by self-reflective/reflexive subjectivity. What is more, already before his Jena period, Hegel, in whose handwriting this surviving fragment, the earliest system program of German idealism, is written, signals his commitment to the objective and absolute forms of idealism, as distinct from subjective forms. He soon comes to espouse ever more forcefully and systematically, a commitment held to in common with Schelling and partially rooted in their shared Spinozist sympathies. Implicitly mixing together Spinoza, Kant, and Fichte, the start of the earliest system program of German idealism indicates an intention not only, as later announced by Hegel in the Phenomenology's preface, to think substance as subject, but also, in an inversion necessitated by dialectics, to think subject as substance. To be more exact, when the author of the earliest system program of German idealism asks, how must a world be constituted for a moral entity, he is raising the question of how to reconceptualize ontological substantiality so as to incorporate, as, still, fully immanent to such substantiality, the more than substantial free subjects, as sentient and sapient auto-relating self-determinants not directly determined by ironclad mechanical laws of externally dictated efficient causality, whether physical and/or biological, back within this ground of being which gave rise to such subjects to begin with. It appears that this author's use of the term physics, physic, in this same context refers, in line with the standard usage at the time, to the modern natural sciences in their entirety as modeled on the organon of Francis Bacon's new method as deployed by Newtonian mechanics. During this stage in his career, i.e., in Bern, Hegel is engaged in a post-Kantian recovery of Spinoza's key insight into the impossibility of consistently affirming both the infinitude and transcendence of being as God/nature. According to this insight, given what is entailed by the very concept of infinity, an infinite being cannot stand separately over and above, i.e., be transcendent, in relation to the finite, since the finite would thereby be purely external to the infinite, thus de-infinitizing the infinite, namely, rendering it less than infinite insofar as it is not all-encompassing by being bounded/limited in its rigid, Verstand-type binary opposition to the finite as erroneously situated on an other side. Supposedly beyond the infinite, see also chapter. In a related vein, one of the lessons of Hegel's lifelong argumentative assault on Kant's critical transcendental epistemology of the finite subject's limits of possible experience, with this epistemology's problematic noumena and things in themselves, is that the actual notions of finitude and limitation upon which Kant relies are self-subverting in such a way as to demonstrate the ultimate unavoidability of eventually coming to know the absoluteness of infinite being in sich, or, in stricter Hegelese, in and for itself and für sich, rather than just in itself and sich. For a post-Spinoza objective/absolute idealism, unlike subjective idealism, first and foremost, Kant's transcendental variety, the being of the infinite absolute, i.e., the real, non-spurious infinite, as what it is in truth, cannot be something noumenally transcendent standing apart from a self-enclosed realm of finite subjectivity with its circumscribed field of phenomenal experience. If the latter is external to the former, Again, unlike Hegelian speculative reason, Vernunft, non-speculative understanding, Verstand, invariably tends to treat the finite as the bivalent, mutually exclusive negation of the infinite and vice versa, thereby partitioning these two dimensions as utterly separate and distinct from each other. Then what is called and conceived of as the infinite absolute is neither infinite nor absolute properly speaking. Once more, if the finite stands outside of the infinite, then the infinite is not truly infinite. If the less than absolute stands outside of the absolute, then the absolute is not truly absolute. In his Jena period, Logic and Metaphysics, Hegel explains: genuine infinity is not a series that always has its completion in some other yet always has this other outside itself. Rather, the other is in the determinate itself, it is a contradiction, absolute on its own account, and this is the true essence of the determinacy. In other words, it is not the case that a term of the antithesis is on its own account, but that it only is within its opposite, or that only the absolute antithesis is, while the opposite, since it only is within its opposite, annihilates itself therein, and annihilates this other as much as itself. The absolute antithesis, infinity, is this absolute reflection into itself of the determinate that is an other than itself, that is, not an other in general against which it would be indifferent on its own account, but its immediate contrary, and as that, it is itself. This alone is the true nature of the finite, that it is infinite, that it sublates itself in its being. The determinate has as such no other essence than this absolute unrest, not to be what it is. To tie the above back into the contemporaneous substance-subject thread, if, following in Spinoza's footsteps, substance is identified as absolute infinity, then, according to Hegel, the subject philosophically reflecting upon this substance cannot merely be a less than absolute finitude entirely external to substance in the non-dialectical manners envisioned by the sub-rational understanding. When the Hegel in whose hand is penned the earliest system program of German idealism anticipates, as quoted above, a new, meta-physics capable of satisfying creative spirit. Skopharisken Geist, arguably, this phrase could count as a pleonasm in the language of Hegelianism. The Geist he has in mind is the unrest of subjective negativity as immanent to substantial material being, i.e., the world of physics. Ambivalently indebted to Spinoza and, like his fellow post-Kantian idealists, deeply dissatisfied with what he takes to be the two worlds metaphysics of Kant's critical transcendental idealist philosophy, distinguishing sharply between noumenal and phenomenal realms, Hegel announces the genesis of a new ontology of freedom in which not only is subjectivity re-envisioned as part of substantiality, a one-sided re-envisioning already carried out by Spinoza and which misleads him into thoroughgoing, fatalistic determinism, but, in an inverse complementary movement, substantiality is correspondingly re-envisioned as containing within itself autonomous subjectivity. Acknowledging the importance of the latter move obligates any materialist theory of the subject after Hegel to carry out a transformation of still standard images and ideas of nature in tandem with rendering the subject immanent to the natural realm of given materialities, see chapters end. Both Hegel and Connolly at least would agree, as the former puts it in his Berlin lectures on the history of philosophy, that thought must begin by placing itself at the standpoint of Spinozism. To be a follower of Spinoza is the essential commencement of all philosophy. Moreover, both these thinkers seek to conceive of a politics unshackled from the imaginings of the spontaneous metaphysics of the understanding, a Weltanschauung that pervades much of philosophy itself and virtually all of non-philosophical common sense, and, in political terms, leans in the direction of underpinning political economies of a traditional liberal/social contractual sort as per the atomized collective universes of Thomas Hobbes and Adam Smith. But, the mature Hegel, in his later History of Philosophy lecture on Kant, makes an observation flowing from his modified Spinozism, as an absolute idealism of a rationally apprehended infinite substance as subject, an observation that signals some crucial differences between anything properly Hegelian and Connolly's immanent naturalism. People of this kind say, we are good for nothing, and because we are good for nothing, we are good for nothing, and wish to be good for nothing. But it is a very false idea of Christian humility and modesty to desire through one's abjectness to attain to excellence. This confession of one's own nothingness is really inward pride and great self-conceit. But for the honor of true humility we must not remain in our misery, but raise ourselves above it by laying hold of the divine. Hegel undoubtedly would detect in both Connolly's and Bennett's writings. Connolly and Bennett belong to a broader current trend of de-anthropomorphizing theory continuing certain trajectories internal to prior strains of anti-humanism in post-war French thought, notes of humility and modesty qualifying them as people of this kind unwilling or unable to follow through to the ultimate end their avowed allegiances to the Spinoza who intellectually reaches the intuition of genuine, non-spurious infinity. Incidentally, although Hegel utters these remarks in a lecture on Kant, Pascal is clearly in mind too. Man's greatness comes from knowing he is wretched, a tree does not know it is wretched. Contra this miserable self-effacing masochism of those who are ashamed to be human beings while suffering from theological hangovers worsened in an era of looming ecological crisis, a Hegelian is not limited to affirming that one must be confident enough to run the risk of the grand gesture of laying hold of the divine. A Hegelian, in accepting the joint insight of both Spinozism and Hegelianism that there is no godlike absolute as transcendent, in Lacanian parlance, a big other, likewise accepts that his/her deeds cannot but sometimes lay hold of the divine, and this insofar as he/she and his/her reality amount to the only divinities left as beings immanent to the lone, one and only ontological plane of substantiality, a plane bereft of redoubled foundational/meta-level layers. Relatively recently, Žižek echoes this Hegelian condemnation of Pascalian Kantian false humility. The true source of evil is not a finite mortal man who acts like God, but a man who reduces himself to just another finite mortal being. But, what does all of this have to do with politics and/or neuroscience? Connolly, as quoted a while ago, rightly remarks that each speculative theory helps to set a specific agenda for cultural and political thought. His non-Hegelianized Spinozism, as channeled through Merleau-Ponty, Foucault, and Deleuze, among others, steers his political theorizing, as I highlighted previously, in the direction of a modest micropolitics of nudging and tinkering with one's selfhood. This is a self-restrained, small-scale neuropolitics of subtle shifts and fine-tuned recalibrations of neural networks, enmeshed in local phenomenal environments. Additionally, Connolly's book indicates that his immanent naturalism is more conducive than its alternatives to ecologically conscious thinking. Of course, the subtitle of Bennett's later book is A Political Ecology of Things. And, this political ecology of hers, framed by her paradigm of vital materialism, shares with Connolly's neuropolitical immanent naturalism an avowed reliance on Spinoza's ontology and a select cross-section of its heirs. What is more, the topic of ecology provides a perfect example allowing for drawing out the key contrasts between, on the one hand, an organic holistic Connollian Bennettian Spinoza-inspired immanent naturalist vital materialism of a flat, even, and democratic first nature of weakly emerging not quite subjects, and, on the other hand, a Hegel-inspired, but not organic holistic, transcendental materialism of transcendent while immanent subjects internal to an uneven, unequal, and stratified self. Sundering nature disruptive of itself thanks to the second natures strongly emerging from it as its own products. In the opening paragraphs of the preface to Vibrant Matter, Bennett associates the vital materiality of vibrant matter to childhood animaism. She maintains that the child's tendency to anthropomorphize willy-nilly anything and everything in his/her surrounding contexts harbors the germinal seed of an insight animating her own project, namely, the notion that the world of non-human entities and events is a lively kingdom of agent-like actants, instead of a mechanical expanse of inert stuff. Given her previously mentioned anti-anthropocentric agenda, this initially might seem surprising. But, in a maneuver not without its appealing and elegant dialectical finesse, Bennett turns this wild anthropomorphizing into an auto-deconstructing anthropomorphism through emphasizing that seeing the human in the non-human also immediately entails reciprocally seeing the non-human in the human, i.e., Anthropomorphizing nature brings about naturalizing humans in fashions that problematize familiar representations of humanity. When she admits that anthropomorphizing has its virtues, this admission must be understood as tied to her proposal that we need to cultivate a bit of anthropomorphism, the idea that human agency has some echoes in non-human nature, to counter the narcissism of humans in charge of the world. Resorting to an analogy Bennett no doubt would appreciate, the strategy here is analogous to a vaccine's employment of a small quantity of a particular pathogen so as to immunize the vaccinated organism against the pathology caused by that pathogen. She feels the dangers of flirting with childhood animism and crude vitalisms are worth facing for the sake of trying to cultivate a human sensibility more humbly attuned to non-human realities. Like a previously quoted Connolly, if thinking is part of nature, other aspects of nature may have variable capacities for creative production as well. Bennett strips humanity of an exceptional privileged status in the overall order of things by projecting human features and traits onto the non-human world, as does the animistic child, thereby blurring the boundaries between the human and the non-human. Also, like Connolly, she refers to neurology, with its supposed emphasis that the seat of subjectivity ultimately consists at base of a swarming multitude of impersonal molecules, chemicals, currents, and minute bodies. Furthermore, against the alleged anthropocentrism of, for example, historical materialism, Bennett pleads for a new materialist political ecology with positive implications for green/ecological thinking, more precisely, a vital materialism fostering human beings' awareness that they are a part of and continuous with nature as a seamless web of cross-resonating agents, effects, and assemblages, a very Spinozistic Deleuzian vision also promoted by Connolly's immanent naturalism. But, referring back to Marx's theses on Feuerbach, this text being one of the founding documents of the historical materialist tradition Bennett sidelines for its anthropocentrism. Both Connolly and Bennett look to be guilty of advocating merely contemplative materialisms. The first sentence of Thesis I famously declares, the chief defect of all hitherto existing materialism is that the thing, reality, sensuousness, is conceived only in the form of the object or of contemplation, but not as sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively. Of course, Spinoza, whose 17th-century ontology forms the foundational historical backdrop for Cannolian immanent naturalism and Bennettian vital materialism alike, as well as for an 18th-century French materialism which Marx has in mind in this context as a forerunner of Feuerbach, certainly falls under the heading of this 19th century hitherto. Before Marx, Schelling, and Hegel, as I observed earlier, both in this chapter and in chapter, criticize Spinoza's metaphysics for, among other defects, failing to account, ontologically, for the epistemological position of contemplative reflection and enunciation from which this metaphysics is constructed and articulated. If Spinoza the philosopher is himself immanent to, as a finite fold or inflection, the one all of Goethe's substance, then, as Hegel puts it, his ontology is unsatisfying in that it offers nothing by way of explanation for how and why substance becomes subject, that is to say, for how and why the holistic totality of an organically homogeneous substantial being shatters itself into a fragmented plethora of multiple attributes and modes, including those exceptional ensembles of attributes and modes through which substance achieves a self-reflective/reflexive consciousness of itself, i.e., subjects such as Spinoza who contemplate the infinite substance of which they are apparently finite parts. In a Marxian rephrasing of the sort of blind spot diagnosed by Schelling and Hegel with respect to Spinoza, a materialist ontology remains contemplative so long as it does not provide a theory, formulated within its own theoretical framework, for its very existence as a theory, see chapter. A brief turn to Zizek's discussions of ecology, influenced by the views of Jean-Pierre Dupuy as expressed in such books as Pour un catastrophisme éclair and Petite métaphysique de tsunamis, clarifies how much is at stake in the differences between, on the one hand, Connolly's naturalism and Bennett's materialism, and, on the other hand, materialist approaches avowedly indebted to historical and dialectical materialisms, specifically, approaches which have it that subjects, although emerging from substance S, come to be radically different from the natural ontological grounds from which they arise and within which they continue to operate. Summarizing his stance very quickly, Žižek concludes that the quotidian, spontaneous phenomenological sense of being immersed in oneness with the surrounding life world habitats of nature is complicit in contributing to complacent inaction in the face of scientific knowledge of the threat of looming environmental catastrophes and collapse. When one walks out one's front door and sees the blue sky, hears the birds singing, feels the wind against one's cheek, and is aware of the surrounding trees, one's phenomenal sense of at-home oneness with all of this makes it extremely difficult to imagine and authentically believe that the entire horizon of this world is in alarming jeopardy. Hence, one can know as intellectually accept the imminence of environmental crisis without believing as feeling a tangible, gut-level conviction in its near-term inevitability. Whereas Connolly and Bennett, like many others, are convinced that human beings need to see themselves as inseparably woven into the relatively even and tightly sewn together fabric of a greater tapestry of being. Žižek, by sharp contrast, maintains both that this already is ingrained into humans' everyday horizon of experience as well as that this experiential disposition mitigates against a sense of urgency that otherwise would catapult people into action in light of an intellectual acceptance of the rapidly worsening precariousness of the present ecological circumstances. In diametrical opposition to the now well-worn narrative dear to most ecologically minded thinkers, Connolly and Bennett included, it is not less modern philosophical scientific rationality, with its cogito-like subjectivity subtracted from its enveloping environs, that is needed, it is more. Even if post-Cartesian modernity has been complicit in contributing to the dire state of the Earth's ecosystems nowadays, Žižek, with his Marxist dialectical tendencies, and Wagnerian sensibilities, insists that, as he would put it, the wound can be healed only by the spear that smote it. In other words, further rational technological manipulation is needed to get humanity out of the mess that prior rational technological manipulation helped get it into. From a Žižekian perspective, Connollian naturalism and Bennettian materialism both fall into propping up a phenomenology whose descriptive narratives lean towards soothing subjects into inaction by mitigating against the effective registration of the science-derived knowledge of ecological dangers. For Žižek, instead of contemplating one's immersion in Spinozistic versions of the immediacy of a given great chain of being, versions that would include immanent naturalism and vital materialism with their anti-anthropocentric humility resigned to a modest micropolitics of incremental nudges and tinkerings, a materialism indebted to Hegel, Schelling, and Marx, among others, surprisingly assumes the sacrilegious, atheistic mandate of, as it were, being oneself God and acting accordingly. How so? What does this even mean? Bennett refers to notions of God several times. For instance, in the prefatory remarks to Vibrant Matter, she contentiously proclaims, "To attempt, as I do, to present human and non-human actants on a less vertical plane than is common is to bracket the question of the human and to elide the rich and diverse literature on subjectivity. And its genesis, its conditions of possibility, and its boundaries. The philosophical project of naming where subjectivity begins and ends is too often bound up with fantasies of a human uniqueness in the eyes of God, of escape from materiality, or of mastery of nature, and even where it is not, it remains an aporetic or quixotic endeavor." Much later, in the final chapter of her book and speaking of her strategy of deploying a self-deconstructing anthropomorphism, she proposes, "Maybe it is worth running the risks associated with anthropomorphizing, superstition, the divinization of nature, romanticism, because it, oddly enough, works against anthropocentrism. A chord is struck between person and thing, and I am no longer above or outside a non-human environment." Too often the philosophical rejection of anthropomorphism is bound up with a hubristic demand that only humans and God can bear any traces of creative agency. To qualify and attenuate this desire is to make it possible to discern a kind of life irreducible to the activities of humans or gods. This material vitality is me, it predates me, it exceeds me, it postdates me. In view of Žižek's handling of ecology, the last sentence of this second block quotation, as well as statements such as in emphasizing the ensemble nature of action and the interconnections between persons and things, a theory of vibrant matter presents individuals as simply incapable of bearing full responsibility for their effects, inadvertently hints at reassuring, complacent-cementing notions that might work to assuage/stifle the acute negative affects that otherwise would galvanize into frantic action those who intellectually accept the findings of environmental science, although who do not act as would seem fitting and appropriate on the basis of this knowledge-level acceptance without true belief. But, this aside, if individuals acknowledge that they are immanent moments of being/substance when and where being/substance achieves, through auto-disruptively sundering itself, a self-reflective/reflexive conscious awareness of itself without any redoubled, transcendent big other, God, nature, etc., being posited simultaneously alongside this, then they must confront the anxiety-inducing vortex of a groundless ground, namely, an abyss of freedom wherein, in the absence of a deterministic divine other standing apart from the maelstrom of immanent materiality as an organizing authority over nature and/or mind, the subjects of a self-shattering substance are saddled with the weight of being, so to speak, God without God. Such subjects are left being their own horribly, monstrously free creators weighed down with the heavy burdens of the attendant responsibilities and anguish, with such burdens far outweighing whatever narcissistic gains Bennett finds off-putting in most philosophical theories of subjectivity. Against the comfortingly humble, and ultimately religious, fantasies, to use a word Bennett uses above, of the Spinozistic ontological visions of Connolly's immanent naturalism and Bennett's vital materialism, the apparent hubris of this post-Hegelian materialism packs, as a disquieting political punch, the pointed message that there is nothing and nobody to save you except yourselves. Substance itself has forsaken you. Or, as Žižek might word it in response to Bennett, combining her Ladurian language with his Lacanese, do not expectantly await any acts from actants other than ourselves. I have chosen to focus in this closing chapter on Connolly and Bennett specifically because their respective immanent naturalism and vital materialism are, in certain fashions, uncannily proximate to my transcendental materialism, in the same way that Spinoza and Hegel are uncannily proximate, with the latter being an immanent, rather than external, critic of the former. However, as I hope the preceding assessments of Connolly's and Bennett's positions make sharply evident, this proximity nevertheless is riven and marked by an unbridgeable divide. This chasm is nothing other than the gap between, on the one side, the neo-Spinozism of immanent naturalism and/or vital materialism and, on the other side, the neo-Hegelianism of transcendental materialism, see chapter. The present chapter is an effort to begin rendering clear and tangible just how significant a difference this sort of philosophical gap makes to the theory and practice of concrete politics. Despite these tensions between my materialism/naturalism and those of Connolly and Bennett, the three of us seem to concur as regards the urgency and importance, both intellectual and practical, of rethinking the standing and implications of the natural sciences in relation to the theoretical humanities, especially philosophy and political theory. In particular, we all reject the notion that these sciences are wholly and essentially mechanistic, reductive, or eliminative. We therefore also repudiate the assumption that any materialism/naturalism informed by the sciences ultimately and necessarily would be, by extension, mechanistic, reductive, or eliminative too. Hence, immanent naturalism, vital materialism, and transcendental materialism share in common an ability to pursue engagements with modern science without, for all that, being driven into such dead ends as determinism and nihilism, both of which threaten, among other things, debilitating political paralysis. Finally, to circle from politics back to the neurosciences, a concluding reference to Malibu's groundbreaking book Que faire de notre cerveau? What should we do with our brain, is appropriate. One of the many strokes of genius contained in this compact text is Malibu's move, announced in her book's opening paragraph, of extending Marx's historical materialist insistence that humanity produces itself and its history, even when not conscious of doing so, to the nature of the human brain, and this via theoretical considerations bearing upon the profound, far-reaching implications of neuroplasticity. However, as novel as this move appears to be, and, indeed, genuinely is, some of Marx's first collaborators, especially Joseph Dietzgen, Engels, and Lenin, herald the possibility and productivity of a project such as Malibu's, in which a more than contemplative, post-materialism engages with modernity's sciences of nature. Taking into account a line of thought that runs from Hegel and Marx through Žižek and Malibu, it can be said that the substantia subject qua the plastic, auto-affecting, self-sculpting living brain prescribes itself as it describes itself and, hence, cannot be captured on the basis of the unexplained view from nowhere, the intellectual intuition, of any and every purely contemplative materialism. With respect to Connolly and Bennett, Malibu's bringing to fruition of a Marxist neuropolitics involves showing that there is no immediate and natural givenness, no entirely fixed essence before existence, borne witness to by life scientific studies of human beings and unambiguously signaling the superiority of the ontologies of immanent naturalism and or vital materialism. Multiple Marx-inspired materialist appropriations of the sciences of the brain, starting with Dietzgen's The Nature of Human Brain work, Engels' Dialectics of Nature, and Lenin's Materialism and Empirio-criticism, provide evidence that a neuropolitics need not necessarily be a shame-tinged, self-effacing micropolitics. If anything, the Marxist picture of human nature is precisely what really gets vindicated after the fact by today's life scientific studies of human beings. Hence, thanks to these sciences, there is now even less tacit support, via long-standing and deeply entrenched liberal ideologies/philosophies of human nature, for the small politics, i.e., that of non-revolutionary Western-style democracy. Connolly, following Foucault et al., presumes in his immanent naturalist neuropolitics is superior to the grand politics of the revolutionary Marxist tradition. The time has arrived for a properly post-Hegelian neuropolitics willing and able to think big.